That should not be playing. That will improve with time. It's going. I almost turned on the ceiling fan. I remembered that the light is hanging from the ceiling fan, so I can't do that. Yes, new toy. Mr. Derek from the UK. I'll have to get used to the new times. It's 10:30 here, which means that's 12:30 Eastern Standard Time. Hey, Don. Looks like the light is pretty good. I gotta turn off the timer on this. How do I do that? I think it's in here. Power options. Change plan settings. Dim display. Never. 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 There we go. Holy crap. That's a big time difference. Jeez, it's morning for me. Yeah, just a little bit. I got most of the house operational. I have electricity, I have water, I have sewer, I have internet. I don't have heat yet. I'm working on that. I found a guy who will convert everything in the house for $800, and then I got to find out what the gas company wants to charge to tie me into natural gas. And I do have a big video coming of little clips throughout the move from Pennsylvania to New Mexico here. As you see, it's a bit of a rough setup right now. I'm going to have to turn everything so that that wall is behind us. So when you guys are looking here, it'll be that wall. Because right now I got a piece of my table and a sheet blocking some of the light coming in from that window. Because that's going to really mess things up. I need to figure out how to pin up. I wonder, I could probably do that. That wouldn't be that hard. I gotta block some more of this window. There we go. That's a little bit better. Yeah. Probably. It's probably going to be about this time as a start point. So it'll be a bit early for you US viewers, but reasonable time for Europe. So everybody will get to see it. Video, audio good. Yeah, I see good strength here. Audio, video nice and clean. It looks pretty clean on the screen here. I finished the door, so I had to cut 3/4 of an inch off the top and bottom of the door so that would fit. And I had to replace the handle because when I dropped the 30 seconds, okay, I built that door for this house. 30 seconds after I transport that thing 2,100 miles across the country, I drop it and shatter it. So I finally got the replacement window. So now I have a proper front door. I got steps. I have a guy who's going to do the skirting. I estimate the materials to do the skirting is about $1,000. Just for the actual plastic and materials and all that stuff to do the skirting. This guy, he has access to a wholesaler, and it looks like he's going to be able to do it for less than my cost of materials alone. So that's good. Hopefully he'll come through with that. And septic's done with the sewer, you know, so all the toilets work and stuff like that. I just put a new shower head, a Moen wand shower head, and it's so much better. The little Walmart shower head just had no pressure coming out. It was so restricting. Still a lot of work to do. I got a great idea. Get a second modular home and put it in the back. Because I can get an old 80s modular home for like $6,000 delivered, $5,500 delivered. And that's 1,000 square feet that already has a floor, ceiling, carpeting, electric, heat, insulation, lights, everything is already there. All I gotta do is gut it, and I can have an instant 1,000 square foot workshop. Not allowed to. The zoning will not permit it. In fact, when I called the lady on the phone, she almost gave me a heart attack. Like I felt my heart palpitate a little bit when she says, well, you can only have modular homes on the property for 1 year while you build your home. And I was like, I got to get out of the house I just bought. She's like, no, your house is grandfathered in if you add another one. So I can't do that. So I have to add see, shipping containers don't work because they are stupidly expensive out here. When I say expensive, I mean, back in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, if I wanted a 40-foot high cube, you know, that's 9.5 foot tall, 8 foot wide, 40 foot long, you know, a high cube, a standard 40-foot high cube, $1,700 delivered. Here, 4 G's for one. Remember, a 40-foot container is only 320 square feet. They're not as big as you think. I need 1,000 square feet. And heat's not a problem, actually. The easiest way to handle the heat for a container would be to cover the top of it with dirt. Because the only thing that heats up here is, see, I can't do that. I'm not allowed to put an RV on here. Not as a permanent thing. You just cover the top of it with dirt and paint it white. All right? Because out here, like today, it's going to hit 90 degrees. But if you're under any kind of shade whatsoever, it feels wonderful. I mean, just a shade next to a building or a sign or a tree, anything, any kind of shade whatsoever. A cloud occludes the sun. It feels great because the humidity is 16%. So it's wonderful. I mean, my air conditioner hasn't even turned on yet, which means it's below 70 degrees in this house. Why am I seeing different? Oh, okay, this is actually faster than this. Okay, so slightly behind. It is. Dry heat is very much a thing. Now, okay, if you hit 110 degrees, screw dry heat. You're cooking, okay? But if you're below 95 degrees, dry heat is very much a thing. It's very comfortable. The only time it's not comfortable is when you're directly in line with the sun, when the sun is actually shining on you. As long as the sun's not shining on you directly, it's really not bad. I mean, I have a 5,000 BTU window unit air conditioner, and it can sufficiently cool this entire house. I mean, from 4 to 7 in the afternoon, 1600 to 1900, it gets a little bit on the edge, but not uncomfortable. You could just start telling that the air conditioner is struggling, but it's still comfortable. That's amazing. When I get a 12,000 BTU mini split put in, that's going to make a big difference. It'll also act as a heater. Yeah, until they find out, and then you see. A lot of the times, seeking forgiveness is easier than asking permission. That works for everything except the government, because then they pound you into the dirt. So I don't want to piss off the government here, so I'm going to do everything legit. But yeah, as soon as you have any kind of shade, you're good. When a storm comes through or nightfall comes, I just open the front and back door, let the place air out, and you're great. The plumbing's all been redone, so I have all brand new pipes for the whole entire house. It's all PEX. I don't know yet. There's kind of a catch-22 coming out here. Number one, the weather's better, which means my long-term costs are going to be cheaper. Maintenance on the house is going to be cheaper. Maintenance on the cars is going to be cheaper because things aren't going to rust and corrode and rot like they do at home. And so far, so good, JD. I'm liking it a lot. That's what I have to do. I have to get a pole barn. The problem is a pole barn costs 4 times as much as putting a second mobile home out back. I mean, I put a second mobile home out back. It's going to cost me about $4 grand for the home, about $1,500 to move it, and about $500 to set it up. Okay, so you're talking about $5,500, $6,000. Because I don't need sewer, I don't need water, I don't need skirting. All I need is an electrical connection and later on heat connection when I get gas. And the table, that's part of the metal table right there. The other part is in the bus. And so right now it's just this folding table. Correct. Basically a blanket ban with the exception for grandfathering. You see, if I put that mobile home back there, it's already insulated. It's already got lights. It's already got outlets. It's already got electric hooked up. All I got to do is have an electrician connect a main line to it, and I'm good. I'm set up. Instant workshop. The pole barn that I have to get because I cannot get a second mobile home, a 30 by 30 is going to cost me about $9,500 plus about $500 in permits and fees. So that's 10 grand. That's already almost double the mobile home. And that's no floor, no insulation, no electric, no lights. That's just a metal building sitting out back. So yeah, it's just gonna really, it's gonna ratchet up the cost quite a lot. Besides me running into a 12-inch curb and popping a $500 tire, no. On the road we were good, except the pickup truck was overheating a little bit. We just stopped, let it cool down. Well, worth it's easy to say. I don't have the money. I have just enough to put up the building, and that's it. So it's literally going. Well, see, the Home Depot shed costs even more money. A 12 by 20 shed is about $4,000. Okay, that's more money than a shipping container. I would need 6 of them to get the same space. That's $24,000, and that's still no floor, no electric, no insulation, no lighting. Okay. And now you're broken up into 6 different buildings. So the 30 by 30 building is just a lot cheaper per square foot, you know, if you. Holy shit, dude. Thank you for that. Jimmy Sanchez with $100. In the future, if you guys want to donate, use PayPal because then I get all of it. So when you donate through Super Chat, I only get 70%. YouTube takes 30% of it. But holy shit, dude. Thank you so much. So far, well, a leak. I'm not worried about leaks. We get 12 inches of rain a year. You could put a hole in the ceiling and go, I'll take care of it next month. That's one of the advantages of living here where there's very little rain. I see houses out here where they've got tires and a tarp covering a hole in the roof, and it's obvious it's been there for a couple of years, and it's just there's so little rain, it's just not a priority. I wouldn't let it get like that though. I'd fix it. Damn, Jimmy, that is amazing. Thank you very much. Jesus. Yeah, people say move to Florida. Say hello to Dorian. No. I don't want to live in Florida. You got hurricanes, you got tropical storms, and you have that horrible humidity. No, and it rains like every day. There's so much. I mean, if you're growing oranges and you're growing crops, Florida's great. But if you're a human being, Florida's not so good. I guess you skinny guys don't have as much of a problem. Us big guys have a problem. Pretty much any of the standard i3 printers is a Prusa clone. And I do have a Prusa Mark II, and I also have a Matterhacker's Pulse. So I scored that Pulse right before I left Pennsylvania. Yeah. So that'll be the topic of a stream once I get it out of the bus. Well, you might want to stay tuned, assuming I get it out of the bus in time for next week, because next week we have the Ender 5 Plus. So that's going to be fun. I met a few locals. Actually, our first night here, we met a guy who was singing and playing guitar at the Chili Hills restaurant. He was pretty cool. Guy's like 80-something years old. He looks like 50. It's incredible. Oh, then you want to live in the Southwest, baby. The low humidity is amazing. The U30 is actually a longer 3D printer. It's not really fair to call them all Ender 3s because, well, it's like calling the space shuttle Buran a copycat of the space shuttle. Similar engineering problem, similar engineering solution. So longer 3D actually does a halfway decent job, and the U30 is a white box of a longer 3D printer. Actually, that's what surprised me. I mean, besides moths, grasshoppers, and flies, there's like no bugs. So far, let's hope I don't jinx myself, but so far, no gnats, no mosquitoes. Yeah, I have Comcast internet. That was one of the requirements. I would not buy the house unless I can get Comcast internet. My humidity here is probably around 16 to 20%. I think the highest I've seen the humidity was 33% when a storm was coming in. I haven't seen any scorpions yet. I was hoping to. We might be too high for scorpions. I got to get out my... I don't know if there's chiggers out here or not. Chiggers are nasty. But then again, chiggers were very prevalent in New Jersey. That's a big problem in New Jersey, and I never had a problem there. So, we're down south, so it's hotter, but we're 6,800 feet up. So my altitude right now is 6,800 feet approximately, give or take 100 feet. Chiggers are a insect that burrows into your skin, and so they itch like mad until they've gone through their life cycle. You don't want to get chiggers. I hear they're very bad news. For some reason, I think the YouTube algorithm thinks you guys are trying to hide the word nigger when you say chigger, because every time somebody says chigger, somebody has to approve it. Hey, YouTube, chigger is an insect. It's not a racist term. Again, not too much in the way of spiders and snakes because we're high altitude. So it gets thin enough and cool enough that those critters don't like being here. So they like being down lower. What, they're attracted to the sulfur? Yeah, I saw a real big spider at my doorway. In a couple hours, he made a big web right at my doorway here. And I posted a picture to Twitter. Apparently he's harmless. But I don't know, so I want to be careful. But Emery said if you go into tall grass, oh, without some sulfur on your legs. Okay. Yeah, the orb weavers. Yeah, he was pretty cool looking. I misread that. I thought he said with. Well, I love spiders. Oh, trust me. Me and spiders are friends because spiders eat all the pests. So there's no rats out here? I heard there's pack rats out here. Or is that lower down? Oh, it is. I look out my bathroom window at the night sky, and the stars out my bathroom window. Okay, not even stepping outside the house, just the stars out my bathroom window make the seeing at home in Pennsylvania and New Jersey pathetic. The stars are so beautiful here. Oh. And I haven't seen a day yet where, I mean, right now I'm looking out my front window here and the view is astounding. Gigantic columns of puffy clouds and blue sky. It's stunning how beautiful it is here. Well, nice rats stay outside. Rats inside are dinner. Yeah, I saw indications of mice in some of the pictures. I haven't tried the ham radios yet, so I don't know what repeaters are out here. I don't know how to determine light pollution, but the only true source of light pollution is going to be Albuquerque, and I'm separated by a mountain, the tops of mountains. I have to keep reminding myself the mountains I'm looking outside at my window are not mountains. I'm on the mountain. These are the tops of the mountains. It's pretty cool. I'll take a dry heat that's comfortable like this over what I got back east any day of the year. I mean, this is amazing. The snow, somebody asked about snow. Snow should be about the same as at home, at my previous home, about 24 inches a year. Although I hear the, yeah, there shouldn't be flooding issues either. Oh, you're a general, nice. The Morse code holds me back. Yeah, I gotta wait till I get my big blaster UV light out so I can go hunt scorpions. My percentage unpacked, 5%. Well, I got the pickup truck and the trailer unpacked, but not unpacked. Like stuff is inside, but it's not unpacked. Maybe 7 or 8%. You see, there's the problem. When I post a video this weekend for the trip, you'll see what I'm talking about. But basically, this is the bus. The bus is filled to the back. Okay. Now, I did something to my arm at home, and I don't know what I did. I'm gonna say I can't go to a doctor. I think I damaged a muscle because it's not a joint pain; it's a muscle pain. And I think when I was hefting those caps for the pickup truck, I think I overdid it. And from what I understand, like I have no carry capacity. I can't carry this with my left hand. It hurts too much. I have to use my right hand to carry it. And well, I can't unpack until I have a place to unpack too. That's what I need the building for. I need a safe place that I can lock so I can unpack, and then I can go through things and do what I need to do with it. Well, I disconnected the swamp cooler. I'm not even going to play with the swamp cooler. You need so little air conditioning capacity here that I'm just going to go with the mini split refrigerated air. Then I don't have to worry about humidity and filament. I'm in Edgewood, so I am right across the East Mountains from Albuquerque. Yeah, but 30%, 35% humidity is fantastic to be. I mean, this is one of the few times where I don't mind it raining. Because see, at home, rain equaled stifling humidity. Edgewood, right across the East Mountains from Albuquerque. You're 60 miles north of me. Hey, I got somebody on PayPal. Hell yeah. Let me make sure there's no notes. Good. Make sure if you do not want me to announce your name on stream when you send me a donation, put in there private, don't announce. Okay, he didn't. So Hans Stallman, $50 on PayPal. You rock, dude. Looks like I misspelled the title. Ah, screw it. I'm gonna leave it. Love from New Mexico. We'll leave it like that. So what I found out is that when you have joint injuries, you have to work them. Physical therapy, you have to work the joints in order to actually that hurt. You have to work the joints in order to fix them. Muscle pain, it's the opposite. You have to not use it at all. If you use it at all, you're going to damage it further. And so that creates a problem. Now, the bus is packed full. The problem is I'm 460 pounds. And I've got to balance myself on the edge of the bus and then try to pull out a 100-pound crate. I can't do it. So the plan was my buddy Chris would help me empty out that first stack of 4 crates. It's the only thing that's stopping me. What's stopping me is 4 crates. Because see, with those 4 crates gone, I could actually step inside the bus. Once I'm inside the bus, I can stand up erect. I'm not precariously balanced on the edge of a staircase and the outside of the bus with my head ducked down. I can pick a bin up, put it down on the floor, get out of the bus, slide the bin out of the bus onto a hand truck, and then move it. But I have to remove that first stack of 4 crates before I can do that. And I can't remove that first stack of 4 crates because the 4th crate is above the edge of the door, which means the only way to get the crate out is to turn the stack 90 degrees sideways, no problem. But then I have to wiggle that top crate sideways and slide it down and hold it with one arm, essentially, and bring that crate down to the ground. And I physically can't do it. And he was going to help me with that. He was going to, because 2 people, it takes 2 people to do it. It took 2 of us to get that last stack loaded. But the bank dicked me around. The water system in this house was completely foobarred. Like it was, I had to replace the entire water system in this entire house, and they knew it. I found out because when the guy came out to turn on the water, he says, "Oh, I was out here 2 weeks ago. The bank had me turn the water on. It was spraying everywhere." So they wanted that hold harmless really, really bad and to be really ironclad. And I'm thinking, the house is as is, where is. I already signed a hold harmless for as is, where is. I know I'm going to need work. What I need is to get into the goddamn house now while I have a second person who can physically help me. Instead, I had to live in a hotel in Moriarty for 10 days until they got off their ass and had their lawyers make that hold harmless. So, of course, I had to send him home because his flight was Saturday that week. I had to send him home before I could unpack. So now I'm kind of stuck. That doesn't make sense. How do you empty it and then take it out? Because taking it out is emptying it. Well, see, there's the problem. I can't get help to empty the bus. Same problem as I had at home with my brother Matt and them. What's the definition of everything in the bus? Everything worth taking. Therefore, everything worth stealing. So if I have a crew of people, unknowns, help me empty my bus into my backyard, what's going to happen? 10 hours later at 2 o'clock in the morning, someone's going to show up to help themselves to the stuff they saw as they were unpacking my bus. Exactly. The stuff disappears. So I can't get help. I actually have a local who's going to help me. Mike, who gave me the washer and dryer, amazing guy. You're going to see a little video of him when I post a big video. He gave me a washer and dryer. Thank you so much, Mike. That was just, you saved me $500. I appreciate it. To me, that's the same as giving me a $500 donation. I appreciate it. And I need a place to put the stuff. So I have to build the building first. So I have to get the workshop up first. It's going to be a 30 by 30. I'm going to use 10 foot of it for the stuff from the bus. I can spread it out, and then I can go through it because a lot of the important stuff I have marked. I wrote on the crate what was inside of it. And so once I have the building, then I can get help to unpack, because then I can lock the building and slow them down enough that my security cameras will alert me, and I can go out with Mr. 12 gauge and handle whoever's there. And, you know, I'll have a freezer full of meat for a while. Exactly. The bus is so, I can show you. I have a picture. It is so packed. It's ridiculous. When you see how packed this bus is, it's going to blow your mind. Let's see. That's not what I want. Where is my regular pictures? This? What is this? I want photos. Just give me a picture. Thank you. Let's see. Turn on rotation so that it's sideways. You can see how absolutely packed the bus is, like to the ceiling. Well, see here, the problem is that it only takes one of them to decide they want to steal, and every possession I own is in the bus. So buy another bus. Actually, we saw one on the way here, but you can see how absolutely packed the bus is. But that stack of crates right there is what I have to get out. That one stack. Because once I have that one stack out, I can access the canned goods, I can access the freezers, and I can step inside the bus. Once I'm inside the bus, then I'm stable. You know, I can stand like this and pick up a crate and put it on the ground without as much risk of damaging myself. Not fake Washington, although I think fake Washington existed first. And you're probably right. The probability of one of those guys deciding to come back and do something bad is low, but also there's no Home Depot. The nearest Home Depot is 30 minutes away in Albuquerque. We were thinking that when we stopped in Texas and we saw that old bus with the rounded top, we were thinking, he was like, you should start collecting buses. And I was like, yeah, you just connect them like a space station. Well, it just became a cesspool. This I couldn't get back in Pennsylvania, but Walmart has a key lime flavor of their diet soda. Man, this is good. The key lime is really good. Yeah. I was pissed because I only got 35 megs up. I was hoping to get 350 up. Really? There might be less users on the line here. Interesting. Oh, Jesus, buried them. I felt bad for the tech who had to come out and explain to me that the fastest upload they have here is 35 megabits. I was like, dude, I'm sorry you had to come out for that. Why couldn't the guy on the phone tell me that? I'm surprised. Huh. Good. Hey, I'm happy. I mean, I know the connection's decent. I get 982 megabits down. I get about 40, 41 peak up and 9 millisecond ping. So it's a clean connection. Hey, Tim. Welcome to the collective. 4 printers already. Nice. Exactly. Back in Pennsylvania, there's probably a lot of people on the node. In case some of you aren't aware, Comcast is a cable connection, so it's a shared connection. That's why you never ever want to connect to a cable connection directly to the modem, because it's like having everybody else's house on your local network. You don't want that. Like if I connected directly to the cable modem, and if my neighbor connected directly to the cable modem, in theory, I could put a printer at his house and I can connect to it from my house. You don't want to do that. So you always want to have a router. This way you have that natural firewall of natting between you and the rest of the cable network. Because when your computer's on a home network, it will trust things that it won't trust when it's on a public network. So never connect directly to a cable connection with your computer. Always go through a router. True, but RG6 is RG6. Yes, I am. As soon as I can get that stack of 4 bins out of the way, hopefully this week, because I have to remove that stack of 4 bins to get to the Ender 5. I have the Ender 5 in the bus. And I put it toward the back so I can get access to it right away. Because I'm hoping next Wednesday will be the Ender 5 Plus. And then the Wednesday after will be the Soval SV01. Yeah, That's supposed to be a real nice printer too. I'm doing the printers in the only fair way I can think of, the order in which the company sent them to me. I got the U30 Pro first, so it goes first. I got the Ender 5 second, so it goes second. And actually, the Soval I got here in New Mexico. I would like to get Plateau. Hey, MacG. MacG is the one who makes those rockets on Thingiverse. Amazing, amazing models. He did the spaceship from Venus for me. I love that. I love that rocket so much. Right now, it's probably about 75 degrees out. It should hit a peak of about 90 degrees today. Let's see. What is the weather today? I don't know how quickly fall comes here. Actually, it's 69 degrees outside, and it looks like we're only going to hit a high of 80. Oh, wow. That's awesome. 71 degrees now. We'll hit a high of 80 and a low of 54. So, yeah. Oh, really? So, oh, great. So we're going to have to do the firmware update first. Is it an unlocked firmware so I can just flash it? How does that work? SD card, plug into a computer? I hope so. I don't know about streaming because the launch site is out in Rio Rancho, from what I understand, middle of nowhere. So I don't know if there's any cell reception out there, but there's definitely going to be some videos. Oh, yeah. Oh, jeez. Don't do that, dude. That'd be crazy. Now, is it the flash through like Cura kind of thing, or is it copy a file to the SD card and load it? I also found out they changed the rules. It used to be you can build 200 square feet without a permit, 120 square feet now. That sucks. So the biggest you could build without a permit is a 12 by 10. I didn't know there was a launch this Saturday. I might try. Well, for me, it's going to be 8 feet because I'm not going to build a second story. I wouldn't trust my skills. If you have the links to the firmware updates, send them to me, please. Well, if you started using a bus as a permanent structure, they would probably count it as a mobile home. Again, you can't beat the city. You got to follow the rules. They always win. Yes, PLA stands up to the weather just fine. I have a mailbox topper for my mailbox at home in PA, held up fine for 2 years in the heat and snow and ice. And I also have a mount for my electric car to plug my charger in when I'm not using it. It held up for 5 years. Yeah, let me get. Where's my knife at? There it is. All right. Zombie knife. I gotta live here for the rest of my life, so I don't want to piss these people off. What's the Espanola launch? I know there's an Albuquerque rocket club that flies out of Rio Rancho. I almost got a house like a mile from there. Almost. It disappeared quick. Alrighty, critters, we are recording video. Yes, welcome to Edgewood, New Mexico for the first live stream and unboxing in New Mexico. Today is going to be the Alfawise U30 Pro. I have heard good things about this, so stay tuned. Zia Club out of Los Alamos. That's probably a bit far for me. Los Alamos. Oh, no, that's not that far. Well, it's far. I mean, it's about, I want to guess, 80, 90 miles from me. Because that's another 20 or 30 miles past Santa Fe. Directions. Yeah, 92.5 miles to the center of Los Alamos. So I could not use the electric car for that. But yeah, that's a little far. That's a 2-hour drive each way. Yes, but Connexes are very, very expensive out here. I actually found a guy who has two 22 by 9 box truck containers, but no way to move them. I mean, $800 a piece. That's $1,600. That's dirt cheap, but I can't move them. 2 hours each way. I did, and most of them can't move those kind of containers. I found a couple of guys, like $450, they'll move a container, but for some reason he said he can only move wood bottom containers. He can't move metal bottom containers. Like every time I show them pictures of those containers, they say they can't move those kind of containers. I hope to be. My bike's right there. Right there. So as soon as I still have too much work to do on the house because I have to survive winter. That means I have a minimum of 2 things that have to be done before winter sets in. The skirting has to be done, otherwise everything on the bottom will freeze. And I have to have a source of heat. Right now I have no heat source. I know, but I think I didn't get the feeling that they couldn't physically move it. I got the feeling that they legally couldn't move it. Like their license or whatever they had wouldn't permit them to move it. I don't know. It was weird. That bike is a lifesaver. That's called a semi-recumbent. So it's like halfway between an upright bike and a recumbent bike. So you're not down low on the ground like a recumbent, but you have a full seat with a backrest. And that makes a huge difference. Because at my mass, either the seat is tearing you up in your taint, or you're pushing so hard into your handlebars it takes the skin off your hands. Like my Trek mountain bike was actually filleting my hands every time I rode it to work. It was like by the time I got to work, there was no skin left, even with gel gloves. With this, oh, it's wonderful. That's exactly what I plan to do. I pretty much naturally get up 8 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning anymore. It's kind of annoying, but it feels good too. And so the plan is, get up 7 o'clock in the morning, just go ride. You think you've been called a recumbent before? So what do we have in the box today for my 155 critters? Well, as we've come to expect, decent packing. Although, come on, guys. Quit it with the garbage samples, man. Come on. So here we have inside the box. It looks like it might actually have a manual. That's cool. And the printer parts. So I'm going to start pulling these parts out and we'll start putting it together. some zip ties, power cable. Looks like the opposite trolley assembly. DT2 belt. Memory card and reader. Some bolts. Some tools. More bits and parts. Whole bunch more bits and parts. This is kind of cool. Big vertical touchscreen. That's supposed to be really nice. Yeah, this is basically an Ender 3 class printer or i3 class printer. Spool holder. Frame pieces. Heck yeah. Finally. Finally got running water and internet. Big hefty glass plate. Nice thick aluminum plate too. So that aluminum plate looks like it might be flat enough I can throw some Wham Bam on there. Get rid of all the mass in that glass. Nothing in there. Second layer. First layer's got your heat bed glass, your screen, a couple of your trolley assemblies, belts, tools, bits, a couple frame pieces, spool holder, tools, bolts, memory card. And then you have the rest of the printer in here. You're going to have your horizontal assembly, your base, your vertical, your rods, your hot end, your vertical trolley assembly. We will get to that as we unbox it. This printer is currently on sale for $219. Considering it comes with a really nice color touchscreen, not bad. I think 3D Maker Noob had this and he was impressed with it. So I have high hopes for it. Come here. All right, you. Come on out of there. Clean with ISA. Oh, IPA. Wham Bam can be tricky. Treat it like PEI. So you need to print a little hotter than normal. That was my vertical assembly. Wrench. More bits and bobs. Oops, drop some more. Boy, that's a deep pouch in there. Here's another frame piece. I was wondering where the second one was. Like, this has got to be two. Yes. Matter of fact, I'll do that for you guys live if you want. Think I got everything out of there. Yep. Toss it over there. Get the bits and bobs I dropped. Just those two bits. That's it. Just these two. Okay. So here is our base unit. I do like the feet. Might seem gimmicky, but I think it's pretty neat. There's your two vertical frame pieces. Bed will go on last. Screen will go on toward the end. That goes with those. These are your cross members. Vertical trolley assembly. The other half of the trolley. So I'll put that with the first half. I'm guessing Z-axis stepper. For real. Yeah, I usually do 70C on a Wham Bam type surface because it's like PEI, but also your squish is important. Also, IPA is not the end all. Sometimes you really just need to take hot water and soap to it to get all the residue off. And IPA in between prints, try never to touch the surface because the oils from your hand will inhibit stiction. If it becomes a real problem, get some quad knot stainless steel, some 000 stainless steel, and give it a gentle scuffing, and possibly even some acetone to really clean the stuff off. Squish, how close the nozzle is. So if you have a lot of squish, your first layer is really, really flat. If you have a little bit of squish, your first layer is really three-dimensional. You need to get the squish just right. We're not going to talk about septic tank. Move on. The utilities otherwise are okay. But septic is working, and apparently that's good enough if I just leave it be. Okay. That's what you do when you do your live level. Also, make sure your filament temperature for PLA for the first layer is 220 C for standard PLA. After the first layer, whatever temperature your PLA likes. If it likes 195, if it likes 205, if it likes 210, whatever you're comfortable with. But the first layer you want to print hot. And the first layer you want to print slow. So you want your first layer to be 220 C, decent squish, not too much squish or it'll peel. If you squish too much, it'll actually peel itself off the wham bam. Decent squish, and adjust it until it sticks. Okay, you want to basically have that fishing line feel, but you might need a teeny bit flatter. But better is to go hot and slow. When I print PEI, glass, wham bam, I kind of like to go a little higher on the Z gap and basically drop the filament onto the bed. Not an air gap, but you know, you want that nice fishing line feel. But you want it hot, 220 C, and you want it slow. You want to do an underspeed of 30% for your first layer. Makes a big difference. After your first layer, whatever speed and temperature you're comfortable with. I feel a lot better out here too. I mean, there's the stress of getting everything running, but that's starting to come together. I was worried about that toilet. I spent probably 2 hours in there with my snake, and I finally called a plumber, and he said, "Oh, $150." I was like, "Great. When can you come out?" I thought they were going to tell me like $500 or something like that. No, just $150. Like, that's basically a visit fee. And he came out, and he just decided to bypass the snake altogether, and he brought out an anaconda. He brought out a snake that was like that. With this big giant machine with a transmission and a shift. Like, he fed this thing in there and pulled it all out. Wipes. Goddamn wipes. That's what was clogging up the drain. AC outlet is on. So when we get to that point, I have power. Yeah, no kidding. Well, some people use them right. They dispose of them in the garbage, not down the drain. But some people, they just dump them down the drain. And it's like, are you kidding me? The whole thing. There's nothing in there but wipes. There's a big wad of wipes that's jamming up the drain. Apparently, I don't have to use special toilet paper. The special toilet paper is for RV systems. For standard household septic, any toilet paper is fine. But I use the thin, easily degraded stuff anyway. I use single ply 1,000 sheet, so that stuff breaks down real easy. They are at UPS's. It's one of the reasons I like them. Be careful with that link I posted last week, because I got the second one for $207. Great deal. But now they've changed the model they've used. It no longer acts as a UPS. It has a standard power brick that plugs in, so it's not a UPS. It's a portable power supply, but it's not a UPS. You want this kind here that has the actual goddamn stupid thing. Stupid security updates. I got to root this phone so I can get rid of those updates altogether. And we want live chat. Okay. I'll talk about anything pretty much. But yeah, this one here acts as a true UPS. How did that happen? How did you get underneath? How did you get underneath? I must have rotated it when I pulled it around. It keeps hitting my damn keyboard. Okay. Yeah, I'm probably getting a little more color. I'm being careful with the sun. The sun is very dangerous here, but I'm getting some real nice skin. I'm almost like a two-tone now. So as long as I'm careful and I build up this color without getting a burn, I can keep it year-round. I will try to find a link for it. The normal price is like $280-ish, but it's what is it, 288 watt-hour battery inside, 500 1000 inverter, so 500 watt continuous 1000 surge, plus you got the 4 USBs, flashlight, 4 DC 12 volt outputs, solar input. Nice freaking unit. Gonna get that one, get that one. There's the cheapest one. Yeah, I found one for $260. And I'm gonna delete that other one since it's not valid anymore. Yeah, if you go to my Amazon store and click on not 3D printing related, there's that box right there. The same thing. It's all made by one company and they all OEM it. $261. It's truly just a badass unit. It's if you're putting in more power than this can handle, you can just turn off the AC and it'll pass through the AC. You just won't have UPS functionality. You flip that on, now you have UPS battery power functionality. And then you have a MC4 connection, I think it is. You got 3 AC ports. MC4 connection back here for your solar input. So if you want to connect a solar panel to this, you got your 4 USB, 2 2.1 amp, and 2 1 amp. It's even got a flashlight. And you got your 4 DC output, 3 amps each. It's just barrel plug. And nice units. Put it this way, it's nice enough that I have 2. And if you go to the field a lot, if you do a lot of outdoor hobbies, it's incredible for on the field. Because I can take that to a rocket launch, plop it on the table, and power everything all day with it. Yeah, it's not that heavy. I mean, it's not light. It's got weight to it. That's a giant, like 100,000 milliamp battery pack in there. No, I don't think there's a whole lot of light pollution, but I haven't noticed the glow of the Milky Way yet. Yeah, I am now officially, except for the car, I'm debt free. So that makes me very happy. I mean, I moved from a beautiful 2,400 square foot house with basement and 2-car garage to a 1,500 square foot trailer, but it's mine. I own it, all of it. And I have 1.25 acres. My front yard's amazing. No, this is lithium ion. It's the same thing. This is the one that I brought from home. This is what actually powered everything in my bus on the way out here. The inverter ran into this, and then this powered everything else. And that's the new one I got when I got here. Same thing, slightly different orange case. Yeah, I feel better too. My only concern now is I got to get me and Michelle to lose weight so that we're not dead in 5 years. So hopefully it'll work out well. Oop, that got all yanked around. Bradley Cooper. Who's Bradley Cooper? I assume a doppelganger I'll have to eat. I don't permit doppelgangers. If I can just get rid of 100 pounds, I'll be okay. Because by getting rid of 100 pounds, enough stress will be taken off my body that I'll be able to exercise even more. It'll be a domino effect because I'm an outdoors person. I'm an active person. I mean, my active nature is the only reason I'm not dead. I mean, think about it. I mean, I walk 10,000 steps a day, even out here, and not delivering pizza. And I'm 460 pounds. My active nature is the only reason I'm not dead yet. But that'll only get me so far. You know, I've got to get rid of the weight or I'm in deep shit. But I think out here, with lower stress, we'll see. I think I can do it. It all depends on whether or not I can improve this channel enough to be able to make enough to live off the income from this channel. If I can do that, I think I got a shot. I still have 12 grand of dad's debt. And but that's manageable. You know, I can manage that much debt. Yeah, diets don't work. It has to be a lifestyle change or you're just going to revert. Yeah, I agree, Dan. Stress is a huge factor, and so much of that stress is gone now. I have new stresses out here. I mean, my cost of living out here is a lot lower, but my income is a lot lower. And also, I have the very large initial expenses. Like I was hoping to have enough money to hold me for the first year without even having to touch my YouTube money. That's not going to happen. Yeah, there's too much here needs fixing. Um, Agreed. Yeah, it doesn't bother me that much. I mean, for me, printers are tools, and I use them as tools. They do my work for me. Now, that's the one big issue with moving out here. Food costs a lot more money. Wow. I mean, okay, technically the food out here is cheaper. If you compare Walmart price here, Walmart price, actually it's weird. Milk is cheaper. I can get milk for $2.19 a gallon. Um, Ground beef about the same, 2 to 2.50 a pound. Chicken about the same, $1.69 to $2 a pound. Um, the Eggs, on the other hand, some places they're more expensive. Like at home, a 60 count of eggs is $4. Here, they're over $6. Weird. So when Smith's had eggs on sale for 75 cents yesterday, I bought 72 eggs. And, well, that's easy to say, but I gotta feed two of us. Remember, I gotta feed me and Michelle. So whatever I make has to take care of both of us. Yeah, I'm already noticing a reduction in hunger. We're already eating less. So I just got to keep her off the snacks. She loves snacking. 29 cents for a dozen eggs? Where the hell do you live? I would like to eventually. I think I'm allowed to. I would love to have some chickens and actually, get eggs from them. I think that'd be awesome. Costco is expensive. Okay. Let me give you an example. I get family size boxes of cereal for $1. Okay, sometimes two for $1. Like I bought 8 boxes of chocolate Cheerios for 50 cents a box, and we're talking the family size box, not the little boxes. I got center cut, boneless, thick cut pork chops for $1 a pound. Okay, I was getting tilapia for $1.50 to $1.99 a pound. I was getting a 10-pound block of crap ham sliced, $1 a pound. I was getting sliced chicken breast for $1.29 a pound. Because in Pennsylvania, I had access to places where food was very, very cheap. Here, I don't have access to that. Yes, we will be doing a tour. If you guys want me to walk around the whole place and do a tour, we'll do that. I've already confirmed my Wi-Fi goes all the way out to the street. So, correct. Reducing food intake is not starving. Yeah, there is an Albertsons and there is Smith's. Now, the only place local to me is Smith's, Walmart, and there's a Moriarty grocery store, which I have to check out still. If I want anything else, I have to go into town, into Albuquerque, which is not bad. Yeah, Costco is not cheaper. At least not cheap relative to what I was paying in Pennsylvania. The hope is that the reduction in cost of living here will be enough that I can afford the higher food prices and still come out ahead. That's what I'm hoping. But I have plenty of leeway. I mean, I've got almost a year's worth of food in the bus. I've probably got 800 to 1,200 cans of food in the bus. I know I have 250 cans of just tuna fish. And I love Aldi. There's no Aldi. The last Aldi was Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City, they stop. Aldi's there, Save-A-Lot's there, nothing further west. Yes, I actually have a lady coming out from Cleary Building tomorrow to discuss the options with me to put a 30 by 30 building up out back. The CR20 is an epically good printer. It's basically a very well-refined Ender 3. New show, How to Move Across Country. Don't do it like I did. I realized halfway across the country that I was batshit insane and that I never, ever should have moved the way I did. I should have just abandoned half the stuff I brought with me at home and just brought half as much with me. It was so risky how much I brought. Yeah, that was bad. Oh, but my brother Matt, he got one last dig on me before I left. He nailed me one last time. We ran out of space and time. It got to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I realized if we don't leave today, right now, we're not leaving. I was like, we need to get out of here. So I was like, okay, that's it. We're done. No more trying to cram stuff. We're leaving. I had a few things left behind at the house. My buddy Sean said, no problem. He'll pick them up. The homeowner already said, okay. He'll pick them up and ship them out to me. I left my DMOS shovels behind, and I left a bunch of tools behind, and I left my Pelican cases behind. The reason I left the Pelican cases behind is because they were still in their cardboard boxes. So all he'd have to do is slap a label on them and stick them in the mail. My brother Matt showed up to my house and burglarized it 20 minutes after I left. Ransacked the whole house, tore the place apart. The new owner said the place is a mess. I was like, I didn't leave that place a mess. I mean, it wasn't clean, but it wasn't a mess. My brother showed up 20 minutes after I pulled out with the bus and the pickup truck and ransacked my house and stole everything. He even cut the goddamn brass fixture off the water socket on the front of the house. I get a call from the local police saying we got a report of water pouring out of the house because he just cut the goddamn fixture off and left the water pour out of the house. That cost me $80 in water. But you know something? There's a warrant out for his arrest, and he's got 2 felony charges. Fuck you, Matt. Have fun with your life. 2 felony charges. Yeah. Fuck you, buddy. No. You've never seen him. As soon as the guy told me, yeah, a kid with tattoos and a beard, I was like, he's not supposed to be there. Oh, God, they wouldn't have believed it. He's not a black sheep. He's the black plague. Well, hey, I did nothing vindictive. I didn't hurt him. I didn't go after him. I filed a police report for the $6,000 worth of stuff that he stole that I could prove. He made his bed. He's going to have to sleep in it now. That's his problem. Oh, they'll get him eventually. They'll get him eventually. The warrant out. You know, he's going to get stopped eventually, and he's gonna ping on that system, and they're going to get him. So, yeah, his problem. No longer part of my life. Although I also left my CR10 Max behind. The plan was to bolt it onto the top of the trailer on the mattresses, then cover with a tarp, and because it was going to be the very last thing to go, and I totally forgot. I just had so much going on, I totally forgot. Michelle's doing good. I got her a nice bedroom set up. Finally got her bed frame. I got her a bureau. I got her a table. Got the TV set up and a Chromecast. She's entertained. Just got to get her moving more. It's sometimes it's like pulling nails. Say, okay, let's go, get up. We're going out to the store to go shopping, even if we're not buying nothing, just so you can walk around a little bit. But she's doing good. She seems to be getting better, and she seems to be less stressed. So I'm hopeful. If we can get the weight to come down, I think she'll be okay. Buffering, says we're good. We'll be on for hours, Mike, so come back later. Yeah, he was literally waiting for me to leave so he can ransack the place. What really pisses me off is the goddamn water spigot. What was it for? $76 in water. No, the plan is to keep the bus if I can manage it. Because I want to convert the bus, after I empty it, of course, I want to convert the bus into a mobile makerspace. So I want to put 3D printers, laser cutters, soldering stations, Arduino stations, computers, drill presses, jigsaws. I want to fill the bus with maker stuff and then just take it around to local universities, fairs, and stuff like that and show people all the latest technology. I just think that would be killer fun. And you know something? I even offered, I was lying, of course, but I even offered to drop the charges if he gave me back my DMOS shovels and my Pelican cases. We're talking $600 in Pelican cases and over $300 in DMOS limited edition Kickstarter shovels that I can't replace. I said, you give me those back. I don't care about everything else. I just want those things back, and I'll let it go. He ignored me. There is no such thing as completely removing layer lines because you are literally building prints with layers. Okay? If the layers are obvious, that means your calibration is off. Usually that means you're extruding too much plastic if you can really see the layer lines, because otherwise you'd have gaps if you were under extruding. Who the hell's this? Whoever it was didn't stay on long enough for me to answer. Okay, I'm definitely not going with Magnum Buildings. Their quote is 2.4 times higher than everybody else. So Magnum Buildings is out of the queue. So what you do is start adjusting your extrusion multiplier. On the Ender 3, I usually use a 0.94 to 0.96 extrusion multiplier. The way you can test that is print 10 layers of the calibration cube with 100% infill. Well, actually, no, not 100% infill. With 5 bottom layers and 5 top layers. Okay? And then what you do is you keep lowering your extrusion multiplier until your top layers have little gaps in between the lines. Like you stick your fingernail in the gap there, and it's like, obviously, wait a minute, they're not closing. Then you back off a little bit. So let's say you get the gaps at 0.93, go to 0.94 to bring it back up and close those gaps. Then you know you got your extrusion multiplier good. Then try your print again and see if those layers go away. Make sure your belts aren't too tight nor too loose. Make sure your, see how this bed is jiggling? Okay. Your Ender 3 is going to have the same kind of thing. You want to make sure this is not jiggling. You want to make sure your head unit your head here is also not jiggling, okay? Because those will all accentuate the layer lines. Oh, that'd be pretty cool. Plus, I'd kill to meet him. He's awesome. Versatube steel buildings? No, but I'll look them up. Ooh, yeah, that's not good. I've gotten to the point where if I'm going to be printing a very large print, I just use tape on the corners to hold the bed down, 45 degrees on the corner. This way the bed clips are not there. But that's why I like Wham Bam. Snap that plate down and you're done. Let's see what the instructions say. They look pretty clean. That is all the parts. So it looks like the first thing is to install the verticals. Second is to build the vertical X gantry, add the hot end, add the idler and the triangle. Clean instructions, not very complete though. There needs to be more information. So it's telling me what parts to use. They do differentiate between which pillar is which. That's good. And they do tell me which bolt to use here. They do tell me which bolts to use here. Okay. Not bad. Good. So far, good instructions. Yeah, I'll have so many printers, I'll probably attract all those spaceships here. I'm like, I'll trade you a CR10 Max for your spaceship. A little shuttle pod, so I need something to get the orbit back. If the first layers are bubbling up, that usually indicates you're either over extruding or your nozzle's too close. So try to back off with the nozzle spacing a little bit. Art RCB, you got it. See you later, man. Okay. Hot end. Of course, one of the verticals has holes in it for your Z-axis, so that's going to go on this side, and the one without the holes goes on that side. Eventually, I'm probably going to look into getting 200 amp service here because I only have 100 amp service, and my car takes 30 of that, and the water heater takes another 30. A UFO or a ULO? Because if it doesn't fly, it's a ULO. Alrighty, first step of the assembly is to take your base unit, and we're going to attach the vertical rails that will eventually form the gantry of the printer. The two rails are different. One has two holes drilled into it. That is going to go on the left-hand side front printer relative, because that's where your V motor is going to attach. Best upgrade for Ender 5, 250, 300 budget. The problem is your budget's already lower than the Ender 5 costs. So how are you going to upgrade from the Ender 5 for less than the Ender 5? Oh, best upgrades for the Ender 5. Okay. Quiet fans. Those are cheap. 12 to 15 bucks a piece. And also, there's a guy on eBay, and they might be on Amazon now. I'll have to check. But he makes a direct drive upgrade kit for the Ender 5. I got it. I haven't used it yet. I heard that's really good. Different nozzles are very good upgrades. You can actually get the Bondtech licensed dual extruder from Creality. It sometimes appears on Amazon for like 22 bucks. I bought two of them. The only two they had. I would have bought more if they had more. But that's the same one. It's on the CR10S Pro. So that's a really nice upgrade too. Although if you go direct drive, you don't need that. You've tried leveling it a million times. It's bed leveling. It's always bed leveling. 99% of the time it's bed leveling. It's one of those things that's just weird like that. Make sure your bed's hot enough. If it's got a glass bed, you're going to want 70°C on the bed. Make sure your filament is nice and hot when you're laying it down for that first layer. And make sure you're not trying to go too fast on that first layer. CR10 for $230 is a pretty good deal. I have an affiliate account on eBay. Just go ahead and post the the eBay ID number, the item number, and then all you have to do is click on my eBay affiliate link and then punch that ID number into the search and you're good. Huh? It just went above 70 degrees because the air conditioner is turned on. Ender 5 Plus is a big Ender 5, much bigger, bigger than CR10 build volume, I believe. I think it's 300 by 300 by 450 or something like that, or 350 by 350 by 400, something like that. Okay, now I need bolt number 26. What is bolt number 26? Okay, longer 3D and Alfawise. A little tip for you guys. Your bags, mark the bolts correctly by their size. So M520, M416. Where's the rest? There's some in here. None of these are right. It must be these. It must be these M520s here. These are number 25s. And these must be the 26s. So you have the bags marking the bolts by their dimensions, but you have the instructions marking the bolts by a random number that has no meaning to me. 26 doesn't mean anything to me. Which one of these is 26? I'm going to guess it's these because it's the right shape. But in the instructions, next to where it says 26, put M416 so that we know 26 means M416. So that's a little suggestion for you. The move did go well. Yeah, so if you just take that 163 number, copy it, click on my eBay affiliate link in the description, and then punch in that number. And it works just like that. What costs over $500? The Ender 5 Plus? Yeah, I imagine it would. It's a hell of a printer. That's important. Oh, send me a link to that. I like that idea because it is difficult to see the hot end when you're first starting off printing. What to do? Just a bracket just to shift it up a little bit or something like that? Yeah, I imagine it'd be over 500 bucks. It's got their new silent board. It's got nice stuff. So I'm assuming I need... These bolts seem too small. This can't be what holds the... No, using bolt 25. Okay. And 25 is the crown nut ones. Okay, these are more like it. Nice. Now, Alfawise and longer 3D, I would like to see you use longer bolts to attach these frame pieces. Because remember, this is a steel bolt, and you're going into aluminum threads. So the way you keep from stripping these bolts is by engaging a sufficient number of threads to spread the pounds per square inch over a large enough surface area that you don't strip the bolts out. These aren't long enough. really need to use, you need to drill these holes a little deeper, thread them a little deeper, and use longer bolts so you have more engagement between the two pieces when the bolt goes through. It works, but it would work better if you use longer bolts. Joseph Plotner, $5 on PayPal. Thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate that. He's a regular donor on my streams too, man. Thank you. So we got 2 holes in here. Thank you very much, man. It's a lot of help. Ooh, White Knight. Yeah, I drool over the idea of owning one of those. Do you know why I want a White Knight? For the continuous printing. So I can print all my crown molding in polyalchemy elixir. Oh, that'd be amazing. Oh, I can dream. I can dream. Where's my nippers? Yeah, I brought a pair of nippers in because I knew Longer 3D wasn't going to include them. I got Comcast gigabit internet, just like I have at home. So, and people are telling me the stream looks better quality. So, I'm using the exact same phone, exact same router, exact same modem. So that might mean I actually get better internet out here, which is pretty awesome. God, I hate when I drop these damn tools. It is so annoying. Yeah, that guy is amazing. And apparently he designed the whole thing in Microsoft 3D Builder. See, normally I like to crank these bolts down, but you got to be careful not to crank them down too tight on you so you don't strip them. See, that's the cool part about the White Knight, is that I don't have to do pieces and put them together. I could do one continuous piece in Haze mode, so it'll be perfect. Throw a 1.2 millimeter nozzle on there, get nice thick fat prints. It'll be strong, it'll look beautiful. Eventually. No link yet. Try adding some text and not just link by itself. It might automatically summarily remove things. I'm not even getting an approval message. So maybe try adding some text as well as the link. So like, hey, here's the link, and then paste the link. I'm not quite sure what the rules are regarding that. I don't have anything blocked, so it's a YouTube thing. That's all connected. That's all connected. What is this? This must be Z motor. No, it can't be Z motor. LCD off. LCD display. That's going to come up here. This is going to be Z motor. Yep. Z and Z. Okay. Alrighty, first step is complete. we have the gantry installed. Don't forget to pay attention to the fact that the one with the 2 holes for your Z stepper motor goes on this side of the printer, left side front relative. Be careful not to over tighten. The bolts are a little short. You are putting steel into aluminum, and you don't want to strip them. So next step, I believe, is to build the X-axis with the vertical gantry to slide along here. So stay tuned for that. See you later, Richard. I have 2 cameras running right now. Nobody is going to, well, very few people are going to rewatch a 4 to 8 hour live stream. It's just not going to happen. I don't expect that. It'd be irresponsible to expect that. Part of the appeal of a live stream is the live interaction. So if it's not live, there's not a whole lot of appeal anymore. And I like the legs. I like the fact that it lifts it up and everything's underneath. I actually kind of like that. So I have this phone here is a Moto Force 2. It's the phone that I use with my Osmo Pocket. But when I'm not using the Osmo Pocket in handheld mode, I use it as my live stream camera because it has better front camera than my V20 did. And better in low light, so it captures a cleaner image. So that's actually doing the live stream right now, right through the YouTube app. So right now you are, I don't have a mirror. So I can show you. I know how to do that. Oh, wait a minute. We have another critter. Arno Anderson. No privacy request. 4444 on PayPal. You freaking rock, dude. So let's go in here. Turn on the selfie camera. There we go. So you guys can see my setup here. So this here is the Moto Force 2, and then this here is my Osmo Pocket. The Osmo Pocket's being controlled by this phone here, so I can see what the Osmo, well, you can't see that. I gotta keep that up here so you can see it. So this here is my LG V20 that's power controlling the Osmo Pocket, and then this is the live stream camera. So what I do is I hit start and stop, and I record little clips, just like I was making a normal 10 to 15 minute video. When I put those clips together, I'll post that video later. That's all the videos you've been seeing me post while I've been traveling. I've got some more I need to post. This way, people who don't want to rewatch a 4 to 8 hour live stream can just watch the edited video. Gmail. So that's why you'll sometimes see me go like, who's he talking to? I'm talking to the second camera. So I'll come down here, I'll hit the start record button, I'll tell what I'm doing on the next step. What took us the last hour to do is a 15-second clip in the video. So instead of having to go through a low-quality stream here and having to try to pull pieces out of it to make a condensed video, I just make the condensed video while I'm doing the live stream. I'm all about live editing. You got it. Remember, when you're printing your bed leveling test, use a circle, not a square. Okay, so next up, this one's got all the holes in it. So this is going to be your X arm, and the one that lacks all the holes is going to be your top brace. Agreed, if you're here for the live stream. But some people, understandably, don't want to sit through a 4, 5, 6, 8 hour video. So I make a second video for those people. This way, everybody's happy. Well, if I can make everybody happy with almost no work on my part, why not? It'd be silly not to. I mean, it takes no effort to just, do a little clip here and there. I like all my victims happy. Not multitasking. You're task switching. Human beings can't multitask. So this is going to be this. All right, a little pro tip for both Creality and longer 3D and Alfawise. This is using the standard Creality way of attaching this, like the Ender 2, Ender 3, etc. 2 bolts come in through here, and then they thread into here. Problem is, you need this to be very, very tight, but you're going into a minimal amount of aluminum here. Just the thickness of this center here, about 5 millimeters thick, maybe 10 millimeters thick. That's all the aluminum you're biting into, and it's not strong. I believe it was TiVo who actually does this differently. Instead, they put steel inserts into this portion here, like heat set inserts, but for metal. So they have steel inserts in here that are threaded, and the bolts come through from the front and thread steel into steel, which means you could really crank them down without stripping them. I suggest doing that. So this is going to use bolt number 26, which is going to be the little mushroom head ones, which I hate because they strip so easy. What the? Hang on a second. Oh. Hey, squirrel. Oh, I'm glad to know I got squirrels here. Why, hello, critter. Well, that's good to know. I heard something at the door. It sounded like something scratching at the door. I was like, that's a critter. And, oh, God, Jesus. And it was a squirrel. I wasn't sure if there were squirrels around here. It was a standard gray ground squirrel. I was like, hi, critter. Oh, I'm hearing that. Okay. I don't know what the A2 is. I met a couple neighbors, yep. Nope, don't want to let the bears and cougars in. Thank you. Yeah, literally. He's trying to get in. I was like, oh, no, squirrel, you ain't getting in here. I think there might have actually been a squirrel living in here. Underneath the bathtub, the garden tub in there, which I'm getting rid of, there was a large stash of like opened nuts. So I think a squirrel was actually getting in here and living in there. Might be that squirrel. He's like, wait a minute. I used to be able to get in here. Not anymore, Mr. Squirrel. ANET A2. Probably sounds like about this classic printer, but I haven't played with the ANET A2. This one's probably a bit updated, though. The A2 is pretty old, from what I remember. Yeah, but he only pays in nuts. You like the lighting better? Oh, that's cool. I just jerry-rigged this real quick. I got the two windows up front here, and what the? Oh, mud from outside. I got the blinding light up there that's trashing me. I, of course, made the mistake of looking directly at it again. I would like to try that. No, because I need a fast upload. I need high bandwidth in order to do these streams properly. And so even if there was free Wi-Fi, it would not be enough bandwidth. Yeah, the white and the white table probably helps. I'm actually thinking about covering my stainless steel table in like a white laminate so that it has a more even glow, because I think that helps. Yeah, little Wi-Fi bazooka. The Alfawise U30. Is that the 300 by 300 by 400 version? Mine worked okay. I didn't have too many problems with it. Yeah, vinyl wrap. Problem is vinyl's damaging. I do a lot of tools, and a laminate will hold up better. So, or maybe an epoxy coating or something. I don't know. Vinyl will be cheap and fast, but I'll destroy it fast too. I still have a lot more work to do to the house. It's somewhat livable now. It's not winterized yet, so I still have to get the skirting done, which I have a guy who might be doing that, and I still have to get a furnace going. I have no heat right now, and in about a month and a half, that's going to be a problem. Yeah, it's not bad. It's a decent machine. It's a fair competitor to the CR10, and usually cheaper too. So right now my plans are to get the skirting done. I'm going to try to get tied into natural gas before winter. So tomorrow I'll be visiting the gas company to see about scheduling that, see what it will cost. That's probably going to cost me about $2,000. And then tomorrow I also have an appointment. Lady's going to meet me here to talk about putting up a metal building. The build volume of this one should be similar to the Ender 3, 22 by 250 or something like that. Actually, I have the specs up here. It is... Oh, wow, it's got TMC 22A drivers. So it's going to be nice and quiet. It's got filament run out, power outage protection, a nice big touchscreen. They have a GitHub for the open source screen and motherboard firmware. Freaking awesome, including project files, Marlin 1.1.9. Good for you, Longer and Alfawise. Hell yeah. Not only is it properly released for open source, it's on GitHub. Yeah, 220 by 220 by 250. damn, I think this is going to be a nice machine. Yeah, you're not kidding. 150 critters. We were up to 185. But they left me. People had to go to work. Good afternoon, Jim Underwood. The GoFundMe themselves rejected the donation from Creality. Something about an information mismatch for the payment information. My guess is because it came from a Chinese source. And so I don't know how they're going to fix that. Yeah, I thought 3D Maker Newbie did this. I hope they do, because I could really use it. I could really, really use it, because this house is costing me a lot more than I anticipated. But, you know, it's whatever it is. Alrighty, there is our hot end unit. So might as well install that. Two more of these. I'm trying, dude. I'm trying to avoid using credit. The move out here was costly. I haven't tallied up the credit card bill yet, but it's already over $6,000. It was $2,000 just for the to ship the 2 cars out, and then it was $2,080 to ship the cars out, and I spent over $2,200 in gasoline. Whew. The turnpike toll for the 2 vehicles was almost $200. The one toll alone was it was an $8 toll to Willow Grove, and then a $91 or $92 toll at Stanton. So that was a $98 toll just for the bus, and then it was like $85 for the pickup truck and trailer. Wow. Recommendations for a big boy bike. I would have difficulty giving you recommendations for that. This is the bike I have. That is a Day 6 Dream 21. It is a semi-recumbent, and it is not a big boy bike. It requires some pretty extensive modifications. That bike there, put it this way, when I was going through Trenton on the trails, I thought we were being shot at. I thought it was gunfire. It sounded like 22 shells going off. We were almost back at the car, and I happened to turn my head like, ow, that hurt. I slept crooked last night, so my neck is cricked. But I turned my head like this to talk to my buddy next to me, and I heard the gunshot again, and it came from straight down. Turns out the gunshots were me snapping the spokes on the wheel. I live in Edgewood, New Mexico. I am probably not going to make it to Earth. The airfare alone is over $800. Add another $250 for a car, add hotel. That's like $1,400 I just don't have. Not with how much I've had to put into this house. If I didn't have to put so much money into this house, it would be different. But yeah, this is the Pro version. TMT 2208s, filament run out, power outage detect, full color screen, and it's fully open source and on GitHub, which is awesome. But yeah, well, when you're 400 plus pounds, you kind of need a couch as a seat. I mean, have you looked at American grocery stores and seen what costs cheap and what costs a lot little? Yeah, all the bad stuff is cheap and all the good stuff is expensive. That seat saved my butt, especially that backrest. You know, it takes the strain off your back. So anyway, I get solid steel, stainless steel spokes, solid instead of hollow. I do the MS-150. That's that 150-mile Cherry Hill, New Jersey to Ocean City bicycle fundraising thing they do for multiple sclerosis. I actually managed 85 miles of it. I pulled the spokes right through the rim. So now I have a tandem wheel, rear wheel and rear hub assembly on there. So I have 44 spokes instead of the normal 30 or 32 or whatever. So more spokes to spread the load around, and it'll hold up to my weight better. I don't know if there's an option in the menu. I'm not an expert on Formlabs printers. You should probably contact them for support. But from what I'm gathering, there's several things that I've experienced that cause problems with sticking to the build platform. First, you have something left over inside your platform sticking to it. It's preventing the light from passing through properly. So make sure your vat is actually clean. Second is your initial layer, your first layer burn time is not long enough. So you're not applying enough energy. If you don't apply enough energy for those first couple layers, it'll stick to your platform it'll stick to your vat instead of sticking to your platform. And then of course, if your bed's not level, if the platform isn't properly level and the proper distance, it's not going to stick. Oh wow, 6 to 8 pounds a month is great. My target weight is 225. Keyman. I believe you can't do it right at the beginning. You have to be somewhat into the print before it will actually work. But me personally, I don't trust power off or zoom. I just use a battery backup. You can get a battery backup that'll work on the Ender 3 for 60 bucks. Problem solved. I never actually tried to use the power over zoom on Ender 3. I'll have to try it and see what happens. That feels a little tight to me. Yeah, that's a little tight. At least they have an eccentric on here so I can adjust it. I just made it tighter. A little looser. There we go. That's better. I don't feel any flat spots when I lift it up and down. My business plan is to improve the quantity and quality of my content now that I'm doing it full time. Well, after I get the house running, of course, and to diversify my income sources. So, for example, I plan to, once I get stabilized here and I'm on schedule and I'm making content on a regular basis again, dropped a print on the power button on my eccentric cord and resume find. And then, because right now my primary income sources are Patreon and Amazon. I have many others, but I get almost nothing from them. I get almost nothing from GearBest. I get almost nothing from Banggood. I get almost nothing from AliExpress and eBay. I get like 30 bucks a month from eBay. So my primary income sources are Patreon and Amazon, and that's a very restrictive income source. If one of those dips, I'm in trouble. So I hope to open up an Etsy store. I don't know. I got to figure out how to diversify. That looks fine. And what is next? Let's get a little clip of this. Alrighty, the 2 vertical rails are installed and the X-axis is installed. So you have your bracket over here and your bracket over here, which contains your vertical trolley assembly. There is an eccentric nut on this wheel here. So if this feels a little tight going up and down, if it feels like you can feel like that means it's too tight. Loosen up that wheel a little bit until this moves up and down nice and freely. And that's it. Be careful putting these bolts in. They go in from the other side before you assemble this. Do not over tighten. You need them to be very, very tight, but don't strip them. That's bad. You don't want to strip those because they're very easily stripped. You're putting a steel bolt into an aluminum extrusion with not much meat to bite, so be careful. But snug them down nice. Make sure you use this end of the wrench, not this end, because this end will strip the end of it. So, get it down with that and then tighten it with the short end and go from there. So next step is probably to install the top brace in the Z motor. We will see. Stay tuned. Good for you, dude. 65 pounds? That's awesome. Yes, the Eligo Mars printer is awesome. I love my Eligo Mars, especially because on the LCD screen, I can adjust burn times for both initial and continuous layers. So I don't have to reslice the whole file if I change resin. I can just adjust it on the fly. Very nice. No, I haven't. I'll have to look that up later today. Yep, we are live in New Mexico. What is next? That's oh, no. Might as well get that done while we're at it. Actually, I can't do that because this attaches to the hot end. And I goofed that up. I gotta take this off. Yeah, I knew I missed something. Yep. That's all right. Your English is just fine. I should go look for his house at some point. Just to say, there it is. I don't know. I have no idea what we're talking about. Somebody told me he posted a video on it. I'm going to have to go watch that video. So as of right now, I have no idea what you're talking about. I believe the MPCNC is a mostly printed CNC. I'm aware of that project, but I'm not aware of a kerfuffle regarding it. I have no idea. I don't know. I don't speak Spanish. Okay. Get this all turned around nice and loose. Yes. Now I can put this on. Derp. Hell yeah. We're going to build some goodies. Okay. Why wasn't he allowed to modify the parts? Hey, Jim Melasto, new $3 patron. Thank you, buddy. Hey, that hot end looks pretty nice. And it's a blue heatsink. I did it backwards again. Wrong side. I really need to pay attention to what I'm doing. How could he run afoul of a copyright? Isn't the thing open source? What, does it have a no derivatives clause? I guess it would help if I paid attention to what I was doing. Back was this way, which means this goes this way. Oh, seriously? I gotta take that off too? It's closed source. Well, unless Tom is selling the parts, it's not commercial. Yeah, so what's the problem? As long as Tom's not trying to sell the parts, it's not commercial. It's fine. There we go. If Tom designed the part, the guy doesn't have a say in the matter. Oh, no. If it's a derivative of the guy's part, then I don't know how that works. It's share alike, so Tom would have to license it the same as the original license. Why would it be against the current terms? Well, he does. The terms are share alike, which means you have to have the same license on your derivative part as the original part. That's common. What's wrong with that? I must be misunderstanding something. Yes, I have a couple deltas. Hey, Logan. That's my brother, Logan. He's a pain in the ass, too, but not as pain as Matt. I think he might actually have a chance of making something. Meaning, I think he'll turn out okay. Matt, I think, is a lost cause, but Logan, I think, might have a shot. He's trying. Never stop trying, Logan. Never stop trying. Well, Tom couldn't have designed it from scratch. It's based on the MP-CNC because it fits the CNC. I'll have to watch this video. I'm missing something. I don't want to put my mouth in something that I don't know about. Greetings from Algeria. All 5 of you. Nope, never found who robbed the solar light. Just remember, God only counts at the end. In your life, it's all you. Oh, that's not cool. Yeah, I see what you mean by being an asshat. I miss the old house because it's the only house I ever knew. I mean, it's where I lived my entire life. I don't miss the weather. And I got plenty of green. My entire front yard is golden green. Yay! You figured out how to use YouTube. That's nice to see you here. It's kind of a way we can chat. And you can see what I do. Oh, that's way too tight. You can feel this as you roll it up and down. It's like you feel like dead spots. That's because it's too tight. is. No, that's not him. Matthew is the one who's been stealing my stuff. Why does this feel so off? Oh, there we go. Got it. Well, this one used to steal too, but he hasn't stolen recently. As long as he stays clean, he does good. I was trying to explain to my brother Logan as a compliment, the new people who bought the store, the porn shop, as they were tearing the place apart, they were redoing it. They asked me about different parts of the store, how, some parts look great and some parts look like shit. And I explained to him it's my brother who did the work. And he said that he can see in my brother's work when he was high and when he wasn't. And he said when he wasn't high, he did expert pro level work, mastercraft work. But when he was high, it was garbage work. You can actually see that in the work in the building. And so I try to tell him this. He's got the same mother as I do. He's got the same father as I do. That means he's got the same genes I got. He's not a dummy. He's got a good head on his shoulder. He has a better skill set than I do. My skill set's intellectual. He has hands-on skill sets. And most of the stuff here that I have to pay people to do, he could do himself. And if he could stay clean, he'll have a good life, He's got a good head on his shoulders. If he stays clean. Well, I said we eat the guy then. If he's crazy. The NPC&C guy. Great to be here. Yeah, I got one of your hats too. John Mack made me one of your hats. Yeah. All right, let me record a little clip here. Alrighty. So our gantry is assembled. This was also too tight. I had to loosen that because it was a little too tight on the wheels. Be sure to put that on first before you put the other pieces on because you can't put that on after you put those together. I had to take it apart twice already. First, I forgot to put it on, and then I put it on backwards. But, the directions were fine. It was my mistake. I was paying attention to my viewers and not paying attention to what I was doing. Okay. So, works pretty good. Now we're going to most likely put the top brace on, put the GT2 belt on to connect this all together, although I will take this off to make installing the belt a lot easier and do the gantry last. Was that what it is today? I was about to have a fight with the turnpike. I got a bill in for a bridge toll for the turnpike, and I was like, how's that possible? The 23rd, we left. I was like, so how could I be on the turnpike? But they have a picture of the pickup truck. When Chris came to the house, he must have taken the turnpike. Because if you follow the directions without realizing it, it takes you over the turnpike bridge. So that must be when Chris came to the house, and that's why I have the turnpike toll there. Why, you don't like having the spotlight on you? Well, you'll learn the hard way. I torture all my victims. I'm an equal opportunity victimizer. What'd you miss? What'd you miss? All right, is this just zip tied? Yes, this is just zip tied. I was on his very first one. I was on his very first community showcase. We tortured those new victims well. No, I don't mind. Let's see, am I doing this right? Yes, yes. So far, the instructions are actually pretty good. And then they do talk about the wrench. Tighten the belt. Yes. Okay. So that is going to be like this. Ooh, I like this, open-ended, so I can just make my loops. What'd you miss? Already did what? Bernie. Should have missed it. Oh, you mean the Edge of Tech episode? Yeah, he's got them listed. One thing that pisses me off is that all the clips that I have for the move here, I don't have the clip from Cincinnati, Ohio. It's gone. It's just not there. I think the phone corrupted that clip and it deleted it. That sucks. Nice. Okay, that is attached. I don't think I'm going to be able to make it to Earth, which is kind of shitty because if I was still in Pennsylvania, it'd be an easy trip. But here, it's too long a drive, and I can't afford to fly. I thought the airfare was going to be pretty affordable since the airfare for my buddy to fly him back home was only $200. So I figured, oh, $400, right? It's like almost $900, like $884 for airfare. And that's just for airfare. I don't have that kind of money. Not with all the money I have to put into this house. So it looks like I'm not going to be able to make Earth. That sucks. Yeah, we are mountain time. So whatever that is as far as time zones. -7. We are -7 UTC. So that means it's 1949 UTC. I'm still going to keep checking the airlines. If a cheap flight comes up, I'll make a go of it. But as of right now, I do not have the finances to go to Earth. I mean, I could put it on a credit card, but then I have to pay that credit card off. So, not looking good. Okay, next step. All right, GT2 belt is installed, PTFE tube installed, assembly assembled. So next step, I'm going to plug in all the wires, put the top brace on, go from there. So stay tuned. I have to remember to look up because the camera's up here instead of looking down here at the screen because the camera's going down this way. What state? It depends on how far you are. For me, the biggest cost is the travel cost. The actual rental car and motel is no big deal. That's minimal cost. It's the airfare that's killing me. And I'm not in a financial position to do another 40-hour drive because it'd actually be 60 hours. It'd be damn near a full 30 hours to drive to Earth and another 30 to drive back. So you have to add all that fuel. You know, you're talking $500-600 in fuel, and then you've got tolls, and then you got hotel rooms and food. Costs as much as an airfare ticket. Okay, what does it tell me to do next? And they do talk about adjusting the eccentric nuts. They call them hexagonal nuts to adjust the tightness. Very good. Not a huge deal, but not a huge deal, but Longer 3D and Alfawise, the instructions don't actually mention installing this. It goes from step 5 and step 6, where it talks about adjusting this, but you have not installed this yet, the top brace. And then step 9, we talk about installing the spool holder on the top brace, but it's not on the printer yet. So you skipped a step there. So be sure to add like a little addendum to update your instructions to include actually bolting this on. This is the Alfawise U30 Pro. There's a link in the description that is an affiliate link. I earn a commission from that, and I believe this printer is on sale for $219 right now. Now, this printer is basically an Ender 3 class printer, but it has a nice large vertical touchscreen as well as TMC228 filament runout and power outage. So this has got nice drivers in it. It's got a nice screen in it. Not bad. Ow! I have the chair low enough to fit under the table, but that means my legs are at weird angles because I'm tall. Let's see. I might as well plug all these in. They talk about plugging them in last, so I'll wait till last. All right, so next, we're talking about end stop and spool holder, which means we need to install the top brace. And that's going to be the M520s again. Nice, the top brace is perfectly aligned. I don't have to move anything to put these bolts in. I hope I can figure out a way to go. I really want to go, but it's not looking good. This is the new house. I am in New Mexico. That's all the bed hardware. Hello from Slovakia. 152 critters. So top brace is installed, and now hammer nuts will attach the spool holder to the top of the printer as well. I appreciate that. If I can figure out a way to afford the airfare, I'll be there. I just wasn't expecting it to be so expensive. I thought it was going to be like $400. And when it came up $884 or $864, I was like, $99 3D printer? Oh, the Z6F. I have that. I have video and live stream on it. It's actually a decent little printer. I mean, it needs work. It's not perfect. It's far from perfect, but it's a cute little printer. I even designed my own custom front fascia for it. It's got this itty bitty little OLED screen on the front. I like the printer. Again, it's not perfect, but it's a cute little printer. What? This is the next biggest. Oh, that is working. Okay. There we go. Awesome. Yeah, that's actually really good, because if I do fly out, I want to come back Monday. Because if I fly back on Sunday, I have to leave the show at like noon to get to the airport. So I'm going to try. Are you flying or driving? Sweet. TiVo Tarantula Pro is a good machine. I've had good luck with it. One Bad Marine, are you flying out or driving out? Where does the rental car? Okay. You flying into Philadelphia? What airport are you flying into? Yeah, that's what I was saying. Because if I can get a ride from the airport and back again, then I could eliminate that cost too. I haven't checked Baltimore. I'll have to see what the cost is to fly into Baltimore. Maybe that'll be cheaper. Send me a private message with your arrival times. If I can sync up my flight with your flight so I don't have to rent a car, and all I have to do is buy an airline ticket, that would save enough money that I might be able to swing the trip. Because I'm looking at, $250 for a rental car, and okay. Well, another big reason I need to lose weight is I have to fly Southwest. Because if I fly Southwest, they don't charge me for a second seat. And most airlines are going to require me to have 2 seats because of my size. Even though I actually do technically fit in 1 seat, they require me to have 2. Yeah, the flights for I was looking at were way more money. Let me check real quick. Yeah, it's still pretty high. 417 out. Oh, that's not so bad coming back. 382. Well, that one's 258. That's a little bit better. That's a little bit better, $674. If I arrive at Baltimore at 11:30 in the morning and I get a 5 o'clock p.m. flight coming back, and those are all direct flights too. Wow. And if I sign up for a Southwest card, I get $200 off. What's all that, One Bad Marine? Are you serious? Hey, David from the UK. Still, $674 is $200 cheaper than I was seeing before. What time are you arriving in Baltimore, One Bad Marine? I don't care if I have to sit around an airport and wait for you. That's fine. Because I'll buy the damn ticket right now if I can make this work. Because if I can share transportation with you and I can share the room with you, I can afford that. I can afford $700. What I couldn't afford was the $1,500 I was looking at. Okay, so as long as you're willing to wait around a little bit, that's One Bad Marine or Edge of Tech. My flight would arrive at 11:30. And it's a non-stop flight. And then what's the outgoing flight on Monday? Actually, that's 2 different people. I just realized I'm talking to 2 different people. Hey, Steve from Sweden. We had a couple of hitches on the move, but nothing bad. It was a shockingly uneventful drive. I was very happy. Oh, no, I'll be arriving Friday morning. Oh, you're 11 a.m. Saturday. Yeah, I'll be arriving 11:30 a.m. Friday. Friday. Round trip from Dublin to Baltimore is $530. And all I want to do is fly from Albuquerque to Baltimore. That's $674. Jesus. No, it's only a 2,000-mile flight for me. Not even. It's gonna be like 1,900 miles. Dublin's crossing the goddamn Atlantic Ocean. Okay, that works. I'll just have to chill for 4.5 hours and wait for you to arrive at 3:45, and then your flight back. Oh wow, 8 a.m. you're leaving, but that works. My flight's 5 o'clock in the afternoon, so I'll just have to chill until 5. Damn, you get an early enough flight out of Baltimore, dude? Yeah, the new house is amazing. The house is, but the environment is beautiful. I mean, I'm looking outside this clouded sky right now. It's just amazing. I wonder, is there an earlier flight out of? Why can't I go back? Let's see. Can't do that one. So this is the best one going out. That one's the cheapest going out, but the price difference is 120 bucks. Wow. But you are arriving at that time. So I'd be arriving 3 hours later, so I don't want to do that. So I'd have to do this one. Now, is there an early flight? Yes, there's an 8:30 flight going out, and it's cheap. Nice. Same price. Okay. Hey, that works. I can get an 8:30 flight out of Baltimore coming back, which lines up nicely with yours. And it's a nonstop flight, even better. No, that's fine by me. Are you still there? Or are you still in the chat, One Bad Marine? Or did you leave already? Yeah, if you can transport me to and from the airport, I can get flights that line up with yours, and if I can stay in your room, I can afford to go. So, are you a firm on that? Oh, okay. Because I can get a flight back that's a half an hour later than yours. That's perfect. And I can get a flight there, and I'll only have to chill in the airport for like 3 or 4 hours until you arrive. So that's perfect. I can make that work. So if you're solid on that, then I can make it. I can make it happen. Let me try this. Let's see, learn more. Let's see if I get the Southwest credit card. Let's see if I can go 4 for 4. W. Taylor. Let's find out if I can get approved for a 4th one. What is my Southwest rewards number? I should have it in here. I do not. Come on, come on. Hey, somebody else on PayPal? $25 from Niels Wilkenning. Thank you, buddy. Thank you a lot for that. Southwest. Where is my rewards number? It's not listed there. Expiration points. Come on, where's the awards number? I guess I have to log in to see it. I don't have an account? I know I have an account. Here it is, Rapid Rewards. Oh, it's a chase. They might not give it to me then. Oh, never mind. They charge an annual membership fee. Screw that. I don't like annual membership fees. Okay. Actually, I will use my HSBC card since I get 3% back on that. MasterCard. Done. I'm going to Earth. Take a screenshot. Full page. Download. Yeah. I gotta be at the airport 5 o'clock in the morning. But the only other flight would require a one-bed Marine to wait around for 4 hours for my flight to get there. Well, 3.5 hours. So I don't want to do that. So. It shouldn't be legible. What are these for? What are these for? They're for something. I got 2 more of those. Yeah, for $700, I can afford that. All right, next step. Next step is the bed, but I'm going to do that last. Vertical gantry. Oh, and now they talk about installing the vertical gantry on step 7. All right, so step 7 should be between 6 and 9. Oh, it is. Oh, that's weird. Okay. Their directions are not out of order. They're just weird on here. It's like this was designed to be a small booklet because it goes 5, 6, 9, 10. When it's actually 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that was my bad. They do have the step in here for, let me correct that. They do have the step for putting the top brace in the right spot. The directions are just set up a little weird on here. It's almost like this was designed to be a booklet this big. Because the directions don't go 5, 6, 7, 8. They go 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 9, 10, 11, 12. So if you follow the actual numbers, the top brace is in there fine, no problem. Yeah, that is fine. What is the stream? Is it 720p or 1080p? I have no idea what it's actually streaming. So the top brace installed, then we do the stepper motor. That is most likely going to be these, yes. And then we will also need that piece that I dropped earlier, our 720p, as I thought. I don't think the YouTube app is capable of more than that. I think that it limits it to 720. I would probably have to use a computer and a webcam in order to get more than 720p. I have a feeling that's a YouTube app limitation. Although I think 720p is enough. Yeah, the lighting is a lot more even. So hopefully I can maintain that. Holy living crap. Daniel Kobo, $100 on PayPal. You rock, dude. I mean, that's a nuclear launch warning right there. We'll steal that from Incursus. Holy shit. 2 nukes today. Nice. Oh, I can't even change it. It's fixed, and the phone handles that by itself. Holy crap, dude. Thank you so much. Everybody, give a big shout out to Daniel Kobo and also, I believe it was Jimmy from this morning for their $100 donations. That is amazing. Both of you, thank you so much. Everybody, No matter how small an amount, it's money you did not have to give. So I appreciate it. I was actually really sad to lose a patron this past week. I believe his name was Andy. And he was only donating $1 a month, but 25 months. I mean, he was one of the first, and he stopped this past week. I was sad to see him go. I mean, it wasn't even that much. I mean, after the fees from Patreon with a $1 donation, you only get like 60 cents. But still, every single month for 25 months. That was awesome. I appreciate it. And trust me, if somebody wants to stop with a Patreon with me, I totally get it. If you don't mind, let me know why. Even if it's just money's tight, I can't afford it. I get it. But if it's something I can fix, I'd like to be able to know I can fix it. Nope, I'll never forget 9/11, the event where our government began to ruin this country, and it took them 7 years to do the one thing they needed to do after 9/11. Secure the cockpit doors. That's the only useful thing our government did after 9/11, and it took them 7 years to do it. Never forget. Yes, One Bed Marine is flying out, and he's agreed to transport me to and from the airport and let me stay in his room, which allows me to afford the trip. So I just bought my airline tickets. I'll be at Earth. Oh, I know. Oh, trust me. I mean, whatever the reason anybody decides to leave, I accept it. It's just it's nice to know why, just so that if it's something I can fix, I can fix. That's nice and tight. You going to Disney World, Disneyland? Awesome. California or Europe? I'm hoping I can make it out to Disney World again one more time before they get rid of the Avatar exhibit, because I'd really like to see the Avatar exhibit they have there. But man, Disney World is so expensive anymore. I miss the days of Walt Disney. Oh, Jesus. Yep, this is the Alfawise U30 Pro. Nice. Hello from New Orleans. Very hot, but I also hear very pretty. My dad loved New Orleans. He used to talk about when he would go there. I was probably there as a kid, but I don't remember it. We never went to New Orleans? Even during that 30-day trip we did when we were kids? Okay. When who got sick? Jerry wasn't even around then, Michelle. No, she wasn't. I'm talking about when we got the little camper van and we drove all around the country with Kristen. No, I'm saying when we went around the country with Kristen, did we go to New Orleans? Okay. Well, I imagine they'll get rid of it eventually. I mean, I can't imagine they'll keep it forever. So I would like to go before that happens. Yeah, you're not kidding. If you don't find the end of it, good luck. I found the end of it for this part. Man, oh man. Little suggestion, use the tubing like Reality does. That's a lot easier. So big shout out to One Bad Marine for making it possible for me to go to Earth. Okay, this does not quite line up properly. Which means we're going to have a, not much, it's like 1 millimeter off. I saw the one with, he's real skinny and deformed a little bit on the bus and they beat him up or something. Looks pretty sinister. Ah, there we go. Okay, I was able to loosen these up and it lined up perfectly. So a little pro tip here. Alrighty, after you install your Z-axis motor, and you install, this can move a tiny bit by the way if you need to, and you have your coupler on here, this rod should drop right into the hole. If it doesn't properly line up with the hole, loosen the two bolts here on the brass collar, and this will then move until that lines up perfectly. Then retighten it. This way you won't have any binding in your Z-axis. Country 3D in the house. I'm going to Earth, country. One Bad Marine is offered to transport me to and from the airport. I was able to get my flight to line up with his well enough that I won't be a burden, and to let me stay in his room so I can go to Earth, which is awesome. And the airfare was $200 cheaper going to Baltimore. So I'm like super excited. I tried to pull a U, and they won't let me. The house isn't big enough to be a workshop, so I want to put a second modular home in the back because it's so cheap. I can get another single wide 76 by 15 or 14 footer for like $5,000. They won't let me do it. I was like, "Argh!" So I got to put up a metal building, which costs a lot more. See you later, Rich. Okay. Check the Gmail. Hey, we got someone else on PayPal. $60 from Paul Steele. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you very much, Paul Steele. Anything, dude. I'm not a complainer when somebody's helped me out. So. You going to have room to take this GS home with you from Earth? What's that mean? When I tightened it, it stopped lining up. I wonder why. Earth is in Maryland. The north end of Maryland. What's that called again? I forgot the name of it. I don't need to bring much with me. Obviously, I'm not going to bring a printer and stuff with me. So yeah, I could just bring 2 empty bags with me, and then I could bring stuff home, whatever fits in those bags. Shout out for Mike Litoris. How you doing, Mike? Bel Air, that's it. Bel Air, Maryland. Are you having fun, Mike? You better be having fun. Because if you're not having fun, I'm going to have to eat you. I don't permit my victims not to have fun. Thank you, Michael. Not much of a house, but it's not bad. The layout's not bad. The taxes are dirt cheap. I have a lot of land. And most important of all, I own it. It'd be very difficult for anybody to take this from me. And that's good enough for me. There we go. Now let's snug these up just a little bit. Just a little bit. That's fine. My flight arrives after your flight arrives, so no conflict there. And my flight coming back home is 4 hours after your flight coming back home, so no problem there. So we're super green. I could have got a later flight going in, but then you'd have to wait 3.5 hours for me to arrive. So I got the earlier flight, so I'll just wait for you to arrive. And I can share with the driving too, so if you need help with the driving, I'm good at long distance driving. Let's see, what does this go to? That's the LCD screen. Okay. Where'd my instructions go? There you go. Earth was small last year, but I suspect it's going to be... Oh, wow. And Paul Steele updated his pledge on Patreon to $8. Awesome, dude. Very awesome. You are new here. Bend over. Yeah, you better bend over. I got rockets, buddy, and I know where to put them when people bend over. Sorry, I couldn't help it. With that username, I couldn't help it. Well, I believe the show closes at 6 on Sunday, so plenty of time to get some sleep and get up early. The venue for Earth is a bit bigger. It's a big, giant gymnasium, so it shouldn't be a problem. Let's see. I did that. You know something? They've I don't know if they've taken my advice or if other people have given them the same advice. It might not all be from me, but so far every issue I've addressed in past videos they've addressed. Talking about adjusting the eccentrics, talking about not over tightening the brass collet screws on here. They're doing a good job with these directions. I mean, this is a lot. There's almost no chingers in here. It's very good. Do you have a raging hard-on for me? Huge direction? Huh? I love it. I love these creative usernames. That's awesome. This guy's got one got a whole username of bend over, and the other one's got huge direction. It's awesome. Oh, man. Absolutely. I'll try to if I can get people together. These names are awesome. It's great. I love it. Don't ever stop trolling, guys. As long as you keep it clean, don't ever stop trolling. That's just fun. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, as long as you're being cool about it, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. Yes, from what I understand, if they move it like a week or two further into the year, they can access a different building that's bigger. That is our hotbed. Alrighty, what is this? This is X, which is going to be this one here. This looks like the filament sensor. Yep, the only 2-pin one here. This is E for extruder, which is over here. And this is going to be Y, not X. Y is already connected. Okay, we are wired. It is already zip tied to the tube here. Yeah, it's a nice username. I like it. I like when people are creative trolls like that. It's great. It's not vulgar. It's PG as long as people are careful about it. I love it. It's great. I'm assuming this is 24 volts. Yes. And don't forget your switch. This one's already set for 115 volts, but don't forget for your country. Yes, 24 volt, 360 watt power supply. Awesome. Yeah, the CR20 is a nice machine. You'll have a good time with that. Next up. I recorded the tip about the lead screw, right? Yes, I did. Getting a smooth top layer comes down to proper calibration of your extruder. So here's what I suggest you do. Actually, they would probably reject that for a vanity plate, which I would boo at because I think that's perfectly fine. It's too bad bend over is 8 characters. I guess you can get rid of the E. BND OVR, bend over. You could put that on a license plate. What is what? What's this? This is the Alfawise U30 Pro. Bendova looks too much like a word. People might not get the reference. It's not as obvious you're trying to say something else. Yeah, if you have any questions, Derek, ask away. That's kind of the whole point of a live stream, is for my critters to ask whatever questions they might have. I got wires going across the floor, Michelle. Be careful. Send it to a scrunch? No, the other one. The captain one. Oh, yeah. If you can reach it, if you can't reach it, let me know. The box is on the side, so you should be able to reach it. Let's see. Screen attaches on the left. Okay.
Is there if I move it?
What? Yeah. Just be careful. It's just hanging from the ceiling fan. Not a fan of the saran wrap.
Hi, guys.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Bend OVR or spell out over. Because you do have 7 characters you can use, plus a space. But yeah, that would work pretty good. Oh, you can put it on either side. You got screws on both sides. Now this is going to have to, it's going to have to sit on the outside to avoid touching. I do like that the case is enclosed, so the whole touch display is fully enclosed. You don't have to 3D print it back, and yet you can simply take these 4 screws off and access the entire screen. Very nice. We're going to attach the screen to the printer now. I've already wired it up, even though that's in the next step. It was easy enough to connect all the wires, except for the bed and the screen, of course. But the screen is in a nice all-metal enclosure, and you can unscrew the back. It does have a full back, so nothing is exposed here. They really took a lot of the advice from the opinions on a lot of other printers, and they incorporated all of that stuff into this printer, so they did a pretty good job. Yep, all's going pretty good. Oh, I'm sorry, top layer. Download a calibration cube, any small little square, something about that big. And what you want to do is only print 10 layers. So you're going to be doing 0.2 millimeter layers, which means you're going to print 10 layers. So you're going to print 2 millimeters? Yeah, you're going to print 2 millimeters. That's it. You're going to tell your printer to print 2 millimeters. You're a slicer. And then you're going to print 5 bottom and 5 top layers. So you're basically printing a 2 millimeter thick solid block. Okay. The reason we want to print 10 layers is that an improper first layer squish will impact future layers. So you need to print enough layers to get past that. Okay, so 10 layers should do it. What you do is you keep lowering your extrusion multiplier until it prints your layers, not your top layer, your lines, until you actually have a gap between the lines. And you go, whoop, that's not right. There's a gap there. Okay, it'll be a tiny gap, but there's a little gap. Then you know you've gone too far. Move your extrusion multiplier back up slightly until the gap goes away, and then you're calibrated perfectly for your filament and your printer. On the Ender 3, it's usually about 0.94 to 0.96. So you might want to start with 0.94, see how that looks, and then adjust from there. Once you find that perfect number, use that number from then on. That's something shorted. If your bed is heating up immediately when you plug in, you have something shorted. So the little breakout board that applies power to the heat bed, what's it called? What's that little breakout board that we put in the printers to offload the power? It's like an SSR, but it's not. It's for the 12 volt, 24 volt. That might be stuck closed. So it's applying power immediately, so that little breakout board could be bad, or your main board could be bad. If you have to use what MOSFET, that's it, the MOSFET. Your MOSFET might be stuck closed. So you might have a bad MOSFET. So the first thing I would do is unplug the MOSFET from the board and see if it also heats up. It shouldn't heat up anymore. See what kind of temperature you get from the thermistor. So either a bad MOSFET or bad main board, but something is shorted, something's not right. So check all your wires, make sure everything's plugged in, make sure there's not wires coming out and touching each other, but something is shorted or something's bad either in the MOSFET or the main board. Yeah, some of the printers have far less assembly. Like if you want a much easier to assemble printer, Ender 5, very little assembly. And the U20 is good. And if they still have it, the U10. The U10 is a 445 size printer. It's not the greatest in the world, but it's a hell of a set of bones for the price to get a printer that big. Yeah. No. Then use the countertop. Lazy bum. Bring the chair to the countertop. But no eating in the bedrooms. That's how you get critters. I know, I'm just telling you. I'm explaining. Faster than the CR20, but still good quality. Possibly the Sapphire S. The Sapphire S, in theory, should be able to attain higher speeds at a similar quality.
Three guys that I met with you. Are they on today?
I don't know. And a lot less stress.
Amen to that.
My sister's finally getting less stressed too, you know, when the boyfriend's or old boyfriend's stressing out. I was like, Michelle, he's 2,000 miles away. Hang up. A lot less stress. I mean, especially now that I got the water and the sewer working, I feel a lot better. I was afraid that was going to be very expensive. Correct. If you want a fast Delta, you get an Artemis. It's $2,000, but it kicks ass. I wish I had one. All right, wires are hooked up. Screen is hooked up. I believe we're done. Just got to put the bed on. The bed was actually step 10, but I like doing the bed last, so it's not in the way.
Are you building that?
Yep.
Oh, cool.
That's just personal preference. Their instructions are fine. It's just the doing the bed last keeps it out of the way. Yeah, it's a serious pain. Now, if you have plenty of money, housing's easy. When you don't have plenty of money or don't have access to that money right away, housing's a pain in the ass. I mean, if I would have sold the store 3 months earlier, I could have gotten a house 2 miles that way, same distance from Walmart and everything, but opposite corner, 2,048 square feet with 1.5 acres for the same price as I paid for this. If I'd have had the money 2 months earlier. Yep. That's what I got here. Oh, yeah. Did you guys hear about that? Comcast set an appointment. Okay, we'll be out 10 to 12 o'clock. You know, I closed my account at the old house, opened my account here, and it says Sunday 10 to 12. All right, 9 o'clock in the morning, Comcast calls me. I'm like, he's early. He's like, yeah, I'm here at my appointment, and there's no one here. And I'm like, I'm standing on my front step. I don't see you. He's like, yeah, it's all dark here. It's 6992 Headley. I'm like, dude, you're 2,000 miles in the wrong place. They reactivated my old account and sent the tech to Pennsylvania. It's like, how do you do that? It's like, you just closed that account. I moved from southeast Pennsylvania, about 40 minutes east of Philadelphia, Levittown, Pennsylvania, to Edgewood, New Mexico. So the total trip was 2,065 miles, but it was more like 2,200 miles when you add, getting off, exits, hotels, stuff like that. When you add all that, it was about 2,200 miles. Turn the can upside down and use this table.
You got trash there. I'm fine.
There's not much trash in there.
I'm on the phone.
Okay.
Now I'm going to grab a drink and then go back to my room.
Okay. Oh yeah, it's a lot cheaper out here, and the weather's better. I'm not exaggerating. I have not had an ugly day yet. It's beautiful, not nice, not okay. It's beautiful every day. Screw this. How about a tour? We're almost done the printer. How about a tour? Okay, let's go look at the new place. So here's my messy living room. I have the stuff I pulled out of the vehicle, trash I have to take care of, because I don't have trash service yet. No, fuel was about $1,800 for the bus. Oh no, I'm sorry, total. About $1,400 in fuel. So I got my door. I got it installed. I had to take 3/4 of an inch off the top and bottom, and I had to replace the window. The window is $100, $120 with shipping. The frame alone is $65. So I was like, can I have the window for $35? No, I had to buy the whole thing. So I ended up buying 3. There's number 2. There's number 3. Because it was $260 for 2 of them, or $300 total for 3 of them shipped. So I bought 3, which actually ends up being good because I'm going to put one of these in the back door And I'm also going to put one of these in the workshop door when I get it. This is my view out the front door. You can see the mountains over there. And more mountains. These are actually mountain tops. We're in the mountains. This is my front yard. I love this. This is so pretty. I mean, I got a lot of work to do. I mean, you see, I'm working on the place. It needs a lot of work. Gotta get the skirting done and all that crap. But I got the steps installed. I got little LED lights on the steps, which is really nice. I even got a little LED number sign. But this is my front view. And in fact, let's go outside. I know the Wi-Fi can reach. And out here, solar actually works because there's so much sunlight. Look at the sky. It's so beautiful. Here's the house. My new front door. I got these little, I live on Pinon Street, and these are called pignons. And apparently they actually have nuts that you can eat. And I've got these trees all over the place. They sell them on the side of the road. I was like, why do they keep listing my street? That's because these things actually make nuts you can eat. Not entirely sure what this stuff is, but it's very pretty. It's a pain in the ass to walk through, but it's very pretty. I'm going to leave it on the front yard. I'm going to create paths using paver stones because it's annoying to walk through. But visually, it's beautiful. Look at that view. I got a little circle driveway. I got cactuses too. You see we redid all the plumbing underneath the house. New steps. And then we have bedroom number 3. I need to fix that wall. It needs some work. The piece of the window is missing. Ooh, it looks like the window came out. Yeah, the window came out. I gotta fix that. That needs to be fixed. Propane furnace. I gotta get converted to natural gas. Sister's bedroom. I got her a nice bed. I got these amazing Natuzzi leather overstuffed chairs. $250 for the pair. Oh, they're $1,400 new each. Got her Chromecast set up. Finally got the shower and bath working. It was a bunch of wipes creating a big clog down there. Had to replace every fixture in the house, every single one, except for the sinks. The bathroom sinks seem to be okay. Oh, not yet. So apparently, fuck off, Tom, you Nazi punk. So we got to repaint that. I got this awesome cast iron or metal hat and coat rack. So I'm going to mount that right there. So I have a nice coat rack and whatnot for the winter time. I got all the mini blinds up, which makes a big difference in lighting. Surprisingly affordable. It's like $140 for everything, for all the mini blinds. I got these shelves, so I still have one more of these to build. I just discovered that I could fit the 2 of them here in between the windows, so I'm gonna leave them there. I got to get another 3-footer. That's going to go right here, and then the other 4-footer, which is in the box right there, is going to go right there. I measured it; it's enough. The internet equipment is going to mount on the wall face underneath here. One of the big selling points with this house for me was the kitchen. It's a beautiful kitchen. I really like the kitchen. Right now, I have a induction cooktop and a griddle for meals. I still got to get the microwave out of the bus to put in here. I got a nice fridge. Actually, the same fridge I had at the other house, except white, so it keeps it brighter in here. I'm getting the ice maker. He's got one. Got washer and dryer for free from one of my viewers, Mike, here in Albuquerque. Thank you so much. Amazing. Saved me $500. Then we have master bedroom. This is my bedroom. I don't got too much away in furniture yet because I don't really need it. But again, amazing chairs I got. Mattress I brought from home. Got that for free. I was like, awesome. And then, of course, master bathroom. I got a new shower head, which is so much better. I mean, the water actually comes out of there nicely now. So, and it's all magnets. So this just pops off by magnetic like that. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, I fit fine in the shower. A little tight getting in though. You got the dual sinks and stuff like that. Eventually, I'd like to put the shower over there, put the sink there, wall that off. Cut the closet in half, open that up, including this, to make this room a lot bigger. Maybe even make this an inside studio, so I don't have to use our living room as a studio. I can instead have the studio back here, its own space. That would be nice. But yeah, had to replace every fixture. It was all bad. It was all using that old stuff. No, this is New Mexico. And now for the backyard, which is just as big as the front yard. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah. So there's the trailer. There's my whole backyard, the bus. So I got camera in all four corners. Got power for the electric car. Steps back here as well. So pretty darn. So I'm happy. That's Interstate 40 right there. We get very little noise from it. See, all the skirting has to be replaced. All the skirting. And of course, every bulb in the entire house is now LED. So these are all nice day white LEDs. So there you go. Tour of my trailer, my home. Yeah, PEX is so much better. And also, PEX is impervious to the hard water. Oh, it needs a lot of work, but I can manage it. As long as I can make this place livable to survive a winter, I'm okay. Not a problem. Like I said, it's a lot smaller. I mean, I'm going from 3,500 square feet when you include the basement and the garage, probably 4,000 square feet, to 1,440 square feet. But I'll get another 1,200 feet. Wait a minute. I'll get another 930 square feet when I add the metal shop. And I also plan to put a concrete pad between the shop and the house, and to cover that area with like a carport kind of thing. So I'll have another 900 square feet of covered space outdoors with concrete underneath for grilling and just sitting outside. Because like this weather outside right now is perfect as long as you have shade. As long as you got shade, you're good. But you see that sky every day. In fact, when weather comes in, like when we get that little bit of rain that we get, it's even prettier. It's just so epically gorgeous. And oh my God, I can't wait to try some astrophotography at night. The night seeing here is so gorgeous, at least compared to Philadelphia. Yeah, they call this big sky country, and I know why now. Definitely big sky country. It is just so pretty. So, it's a lot of work, a lot of money, and, a lot more restrictive in some ways because of the space. But it's only two of us. It's just me and Michelle. So if I can get my 3D printing out of this living room, we have plenty of space. I could put a big screen in here. I mean, you can get 75-inch screens now for under $1,000. Put a big screen in here, a nice couch, and have a nice living room, and have that area back there where the half of the bathroom and whatnot, and the closet into a studio, because it'll be about this big when I open it up. And do that, and I can have a studio here inside the house, my workshop outside, right across the patio, and then have a proper living room. I want to keep that third bedroom as a bedroom. That's important that I keep that as a bedroom because if family visits, if friends visit, I want a place for them to stay. One of the reasons I chose here is that my sister and her family, they, not this sister, my other sister, Sarah in Tennessee, they travel to Vegas at least twice a year. And they have to drive right past my house to get there. So I'll be able to see them at least once or twice a year, which would be awesome. If I can make it through the first 6 months, I think I'm good. If nothing seriously bad happens the first 6 months, if I get everything taken care of, if I can make it until spring and I'm comfortable, I think I'm okay. I think I have a shot. I have gigabit Comcast internet, so I'm good. And apparently, better signal than at home, so good. All right, final assembly. Put the bed together. Nice, proper, large knobs that are actually injection molded with heat inserts. Very nice. And the good, proper die compression springs. Very nice. They actually like driving. It's so cheap for them because they have a Mitsubishi Mirage. And they're actually excited about the prospect of being able to see me. And I'm excited about being able to see them. They're a portion of my family that's not douchebags. Yes, very important that I don't overdo the sun. I already have several bottles of SPF 70 and SPF 100 to be careful because the UV index here is a lot higher. And my hair is kind of going crazy. I'm hoping that maybe with the sun out here, I can let my hair get longer. What I really, really, really want to do is get my hair long enough that I can tie it up into a ponytail, and then I never have to get a haircut ever again. I hate getting haircuts. It's like I'm pissing money down the drain every time I get a haircut. It drives me crazy. And if I can get my hair to grow long enough that I can tie it up, then all I have to do is grab the end of it every now and then, go snip, and I'm done. So, but the problem is I have a scalp issue. You know, I have a lizard skin up here. I guess a form of psoriasis. And so when the hair gets longer, it doesn't work. It stops. I'm hoping out here with the sun that maybe I'll be able to let it get a little longer. Just long enough for me to be able to tie it up and then I won't have to cut anymore. There's 3 things that I hate spending money on because all 3 of these things are things that are designed for you to throw away. Like you're paying to throw it away. Toilet paper, trash bags, and haircuts. Well, I'm hoping eventually to build my own bidet so I can stop using so much toilet paper. I'm going to burn anything paper, recycle anything recyclable, compost anything compostable, so I'll have very little trash to get rid of. Maybe if I Teflon coat the inside of a trash can, I won't even need trash bags. Just fill a trash can on a little trailer, go to the transfer station, and dump it. So maybe I won't need trash bags. Yeah, right, we're going to need trash bags. And then the haircuts would be taken care of if I could get the hair long enough. I hate spending money on those things. So, see, it's a pet peeve. It's really not that big an expense, but it's a pet peeve. Yeah, that didn't work so well for me. Well, trying to be. Like, trash service is about $300 a year, but I could take a cubic yard of trash over to the transfer station, and it's $5. Well, I measured my pickup truck bed. My pickup truck bed volume is almost exactly 1 cubic yard. So I can fill the pickup truck bed and $5 to empty it. I figure if I take care of the paper myself and the composting myself, I could probably get down to once every 2 months. Well, do the math. Once every 2 months means, what's that? 5 times? That's $30 a year for trash. Yeah, I can handle that. Plus, it gives me an excuse to drive the pickup truck at least once or twice every 2 months. Because that'll keep the parts from drying out, not being worn properly. Because you want to drive them enough to make sure you take care of the lubrication. Since I have the electric car, I don't have a reason to drive the gas vehicles very often. Yeah, the lighting is a lot more even. I got that covered up so it's not so bright. But even covered up, you can see it's pretty bright. Marvin. Oh yeah, we're going to have to slice the Marvin for this. Because I don't have any of my normal files. Although I do have my drive files. Yeah, the white helps as well. And it's just straight up brighter here. It's always bright. And I really like the always bright. It seems to have helped my mood too. You can't really make a dildo with a stock printer. You really want a 0.8 to 1.2 millimeter nozzle to make a dildo, because with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle, even with multiple wall perimeters, it's possible for the dildo to crack. And the last thing you want to do is, have your girl or your boyfriend get pissed off because the dildo cracked inside of them. So you want to use the 1.2 millimeter nozzle, and you print that bugger in vase mode. Yep. Don't forget the polyurethane coating, because 3D printing is one-time use. But if you polyurethane the part, you just clean it with IPA. Trust me, if I had that store for another 6 months, you'd have seen some unlisted videos on dildo production. I was getting ready to make my own bespoke, homemade dildos to sell. Go big or go home, right? You guys remember that troll who told me to print that dildo and stick it up my butt? And I just shut him up and I plopped that 12-inch dildo on the table. I was like, you mean like that? He was so not expecting that. That was great. And that's the other thing too, is I can solar power everything out here because there's so much sunlight. It's good to be back, buddy. Good to be back. Keep my victims happy. Keep my minion army going. I figure if I could consistently get my channel to 50,000 subscribers and get my views to 4,000 or 5,000 views per video, I could do pretty good here. I mean, I won't live like a king, but I'll be able to live comfortably enough to not have to fear next month's bills. That's my goal, to get to that point. Okay, this one bed nut needs to be tightened up. And there we go. Which one is loose? Still that one. Yeah, my first night here, I put a solar battery pack with light on the back porch and someone stole it. It's a $50 battery pack. It's a 25,000 milliamp battery pack with a big light panel on it. About that big. I put it on the back porch to charge up because it's solar, Someone stole it. Yeah, I know, man. That's my goal, though. I would love to hit 100,000 just to get that plaque from YouTube. I mean, that'd be a nice achievement. Nice and tight. No dipple, dipple, dipple. We're good. Last bed plugged in. Now we're going to need to adjust the end stop. Ooh, wait a minute. Glass plate. Yeah. The removal of all that stress really has a big impact. There's new stresses out here, big stresses, but those are stresses I can control to some extent. You know, I have a say in those stresses. And back home, I didn't have a say. You know, my life was literally at the mercy of other people's decisions and choices. Here, I mean, I've got some initial issues with the house and the rough shape it's in, because it was in pretty bad shape. And I have a very limited amount of finances before the money runs out. Because once the money runs out, that's it. I got to live on what I make each month. And I got to pay for 2 people. Yes. Well, there's people here who can rob me, but that's what Mr. 12 Gauge is for. And the freezer. And the chef's knife. But, yeah, no family to screw me out here. They're 2,000 miles away. They're on their own. Yes, I already said. In case anybody wants to know, that's the switch right here on the side. As far as I know, it's basically the same G-code, but of course you have a 3-dimensional component. And you don't program it. You have a slicer. That's a piece of software you run that you load the stereolithography file, the STL file into, and then it slices the file into the G-code for you. You don't have to manually program it. Oh, I think I just about nailed the end stop switch. That gap looks so perfect. Ooh. That bed looks nice and flat, too. I hope so, especially now that I can put full time into the channel. I was putting, you know, minimum sustaining labor into the channel at home because I had to work 2 other jobs and manage everything there. But now that, you know, it's going to be rough going until I get a workshop, until I get this situated, until I get the unloaded, until I get the house livable. I got to get a furnace so I can have heat in the wintertime. It's going to be rough until I get all that going, but it's going to be so much easier. It's going to be a lot easier here. These are nice. And this is actually pretty cheap for the specifications it comes with. It's a little more work to build, but it's got nice specs. It's got filament run out. It's got power off resume. It's got a nice glass bed. It's got a decent power supply. It's got TMZ 22.8 drivers, so it's going to be nice and quiet. Probably the only thing I'll have to upgrade is the fans to make it really quiet. It's got a beautiful touchscreen. I really like the vertical touchscreen. And I gotta get some filaments. Hang on. Where is here? Some filament right here. Let's do some. How about some local filament? I'm gonna have to make a trip to visit them because Filament 1 is here in Albuquerque, and here is some Filament 1 Glint Blue. And you know something I'll never have to worry about out here? Drying filament, because it's dry. Yeah, do a little video tour visiting their place. That's a good idea. There we go. Got past the wiki part. And does it fit? Yes. Oh, it's back here? Up here. There it is. Easy feed. No problem feeding it. Okay. IEC back here. Yep. Okay. Alrighty, the printer is assembled. I installed the bed. I did it last, out of order. I just like doing the bed last. Adjusted nicely, no problems. End stop is approximately adjusted. I'll do a live level with the springs once I get there. Filament loaded. I figured, hey, we're out here in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Filament 1 is from Albuquerque, New Mexico. So we got some Filament 1 Glint Blue to try out in here. And we are ready for first power up. Boom! Wouldn't that suck? Ah, that nice pretty screen. Oh, I really like that screen. I am getting readings from both thermistors, so we know they are good. The fan, as expected, is noisy. Which fan is that? Okay, the PSU fan needs to be replaced. That thing is noisy. Sounds like a turbine. And I wouldn't be surprised if the power supply fan is pretty. Actually, the power supply fan is pretty quiet. This fan is a little bit noisy. A little bit, not bad. The big culprit for noise is the PSU fan. That looks like a 40 millimeter fan. So I will be replacing that with a noise blocker because that is way too noisy for a fan with for a printer with TMC 22 minutes. So now we're gonna let's get something sliced. So time to go into the slicer. Okay. Might as well see if their little memory card reader works. Yeah, if you hear a snap, crackle, pop sound, that's wet moist. That's wet filament. Let's see. Go to Google Drive. 3D printing. Test prints. Ender 3 will do good. Bed leveling Marvin and a Benchy. Looks like they already have a Benchy, a bird, a small fox, a Zydan. They got a couple of different things on here already, but we're going to start off with the Marvin, of course. Let's see what's on here. I have one. They sliced a Benchy, which has a raft. Boo. They also have a little square. It looks like a miniature set of little cuddling owls. The little two-color fox, put in one color, of course. Then a Zhao He Shang. Looks like a little Buddha kind of figure. A Zydan. A bullet. Looks like a bullet. Okay. We'll probably try the bullet after we do my Marvin because that looks like a quick print. No sandstorms that I'm aware of. It is dusty because I live on a dirt road. If my road right here was paved, that wouldn't be a problem. But my road here is not paved; it's gravel road, and it's about a half mile to the nearest paved road. So the cars are always covered in dust. But beyond that, no. Once you're on paved road, it's not that dusty. There's no sandstorms that I'm aware of. TPU is especially hygroscopic, so you will have moisture problems with that. Let's see here, get that up, get that up. We now have files sliced. Where do they load? Oh, they load over here. Okay. So that's extrude. We don't need any of that. I like this interface. Why does it keep bringing me to this? So something's wrong with the touchscreen. It's like home keeps getting selected even though I'm not there. And now it's not responsive. Try unplugging it. It was not happy about that. There we go. Okay. So, how do I heat it up? I can't pick anything. Why not? I think something is holding down on the touchscreen. I had this problem on another printer where something was being depressed on the touchscreen, so it wouldn't respond because it thought you were already touching it. Yeah, we're going to print a Marvin first. We always print a Marvin first. And then we'll probably print something else off the memory card. Now, got to stay PG-13. I have both city water and a well, technically. I have what's called community water. So that's the equivalent of city water. There's a pipe and a meter running to my house. I pay a water company, which is one of my requirements because I cannot afford a well out here. Now, technically, out here, city water is well water. All the water out here comes from the aquifer. There is no city water like you would traditionally think of city water. So the company out here called Epcor is just, they have an industrial access to the aquifer, big giant well or however they do it. And I pay them for access to the water. That avoids me having to pay the $12,000 to $15,000 for a well. Yeah, because you're in the mountains, so you got to dig pretty deep if you want water. Yeah, we'll play with Cura at some point. Is there a screen protector on it or something? Oh, wow, yeah, there's a nice dimple right here in the middle. That can't be good. Ooh. Yeah, there was a nice dimple right here in the middle of the screen. Something was pressing down really hard on that. Hopefully, it's not damaged. Trying to massage the dimple out. That's what I'm thinking. Piece of plastic got jammed in it. Something came off when I opened it up. Hopefully, it didn't damage it. Boy, that's a heavy piece of circuitry and screen. That's a nice setup right there. Oh, Out upside down. Now, one thing I don't like is you have to sandwich them all together. Well, that's a stinker. And I do not see nothing pushing on it now. So hopefully that is okay. There we go. Just a little piece of plastic stuck in there. Let's see. Nozzle temperature. 210. Heat bed. Let's go 60. And we do have feed rate and nozzle flow rate and fan speed in here. Very nice. A lot of the times, the touchscreen interfaces are missing those options. And we are heating up, and we are heating up pretty fast. We've already hit 100 degrees. 34, 35 on the bed, so both are heating up pretty quickly. Before I do that, let's home it. Move, home. Woo. What is the temperature? No, that's good. Man. Whatever black filament they had in there was like bubbling out of there. Okay, let's extrude some of my new blue. Yeah, there was definitely some moisture in whatever filament they had in there. There's our blue. That looks nice. Let's just go for it. Bed leveling Marvin. I love this touchscreen interface. X is good, Y is good, and we already tested Z. That looks good. Now my bed leveling Marvin, I print a large skirt that's almost the entire size of the bed first. This guarantees that your filament's extruding properly and your bed height is correct before you actually get to printing your model. So what you're seeing me now do is a live level. I check the print as it's printing. So that looks a little high back there, so I will bring that up a little bit. There we go. You want that fishing line feel, not super squished, but a little bit of fishing line feel. But the filament shouldn't move when you touch it. Nice. No idea what that says. We've begun our first print, bed leveling Marvin. It's printing the skirt now so that I can verify the bed level is good and live level the knobs as it goes around. My eyeball level was pretty good, so I only had to adjust it a tiny bit. Otherwise, we should be good to go. It'll do this about 5 times, and then it'll print the Marvin in the middle. That fan has to go, so I will be replacing that fan because the steppers are silent. You can't hear a thing. More to come as we print the Marvin. Stay tuned. Alrighty. Sapphire, Order, Creality, TiVo. Take some notes. This LCD UI is awesome. I really, really like the UI. Let me give you guys a close-up of this UI. You're going to love this UI. I love this UI. If you want to change something, you just hit tune. Now you can adjust any of these parameters. Very nice. Home gets you back to your print screen. Very, very, very nice UI. All printers should use this UI. This UI is awesome. We have our temperatures. Can I touch to modify? No. That's too bad. That'd be nice if I can touch this to modify the temperature. But you can go here to tune, and you can adjust everything here. Okay? The name of your file, how long it's been going, the height that you're at in the print, and the progress of the print. You can pause it, stop it, do a filament change. Under tune, you can come in here and you can change your temperature up or down. This UI is awesome. If I were to design a UI, it'd be this. This is nice. Then again, having those not do anything prevents you from accidentally touching anything and messing something up. So I can bump into this all day and it's not going to mess nothing up. So that's not a bad idea either. Add a brim. Yep, add a brim. Do a 10 perimeter brim. Brims are wonderful. That UI is gorgeous. And the vertical orientation is so much better. You too, outsider. Yeah, it's quiet except for the fan. Once I replace that one fan, this thing will be silent. Yes, it is open source. It is properly released. It's running Marlin 1.1.9, and they have a GitHub. Click my link in the description. If you go down that link, you'll see the link to the GitHub, link to the firmware, including the firmware for the screen on GitHub. Yes! Good job, Longer 3D and Alfawise. Now, the next thing I'd like to see you do is the same thing you did with the Alfawise U10. Include the firmware on the SD card. I have no idea what board it's using. Probably a Makerbox board. Yes, this is an OEM of a Longer 3D printer. This is Alfawise, which is a GearBest brand, and they have worked with Longer 3D to make this printer. Nice first layer. Bed's nice and flat. This should take about 23 minutes. Maybe like 27 because of the skirt. But about 23 minutes from now, this will be done. It should be. Hey, do you guys still get the lighting change when I do that? No, you don't. Nice. Now we're going full speed. We're off the first layer. Very nice. That's looking pretty clean. $219 shipped. And that's with filament run out, a decent power supply, power off protection, a beautiful vertical 4.3-inch touchscreen, fully aluminum extruded. Everything is metal. Absolutely everything is metal. And TMC 2208 drivers. Not a bad freaking deal. If you, right below my video, there's a See More link to expand the description, and there's a link in there for this printer. I do make money if you buy with that link. And GearBest sent me this printer without charging me. 220 by 220 by 250. Basically same as the Ender 3. No, plastic extruder. Not a bad one, but plastic extruder. It is a standard 4-bolt, although the filament sensor is integrated. Hey, Gary Ribbit. If it's a Makerbox board, they're replaceable, but I don't know. I'll have to actually look. Let's see if it tells us. Sometimes they have pictures of the inside. I don't see pictures of the inside, so we'll have to open it up. But assuming it's a Makerbox board, it should be replaceable. But with TMC 2208s, why would you want to? No interior shots. So after we're done printing the Marvin, we'll pop it open and see what it looks like inside. So far, so good, right, Gary? The house needs a lot of work. Oh, UPS is here. Hang on a second. We'll wait till the guy comes out. I got goodies! It does. Replace that one fan and this thing will be a quiet monster. Hang on a second, I'll get my UPS. Hello. I'm stalking the UPS guy. Thank you very much. You have a great day, man. Oh my God, it's still gorgeous out. I love this place. Yep, it's on the way. Yep, beautiful. I love this place. You have a great day. Echo dot grab. Oh, that sounds cool. Bad Dragon. Amazon goes gold. Cancer Awareness Month. Ah, that's my new CD. I just saw that Britain's Got Talent Tokyo Mars. And so he makes some good stuff. So I bought a CD. And what is in here? Oh, my laundry basket. And because my cameras are inside the house looking out windows, I can't use the IR illuminators on the cameras because they'll reflect off the glass. So I got these. Actually, oh good, 90 degrees instead of 60. These are infrared illuminators that also have dusk dawn sensors. So they'll turn off during the day. Some nice big healthy infrared illuminators. So the east and west side of the house will be lit up at night, but they won't know it's lit up. But I will. This is Filament One's Glint Blue. No, actually that there is a piece of the stainless steel table. The other half is in the bus. This is just my folding plastic table I have. The first thing I pulled out and set up. So that's my IR illuminators, and this is my laundry basket. I had a very particular laundry basket that I really liked because it was big and had nice big handles, stand up on its own. Would you believe that's something else my brother stole from me? He actually stole my laundry basket. It's like, why would you steal my $12 laundry basket? I mean, you're that desperate to steal shit from me? That's illegal. I can't bury bear traps. I do. I do have motion detector lights, but they're LEDs. And they're not quite enough for the cameras. And obviously, they only go off if you're close enough to the building to set them off. If you're 30 feet out, they're not going to go off. Well, Matt, if you want to steal this laundry basket, you're going to have to travel 4,000 miles to do it. Okay. Nice, big, stiff laundry basket. It'll stand up on its own. It's got these nice, big metal ring handles, so it's easy to carry. So, good laundry basket. I wanted the blue one, but the beige one was $4 cheaper, so I got the beige one. Because there's somebody posted on Twitter, how many IKEA tool sets do you have? IKEA wrenches. I was like, well, if you change that to 3D printer wrenches, I have about 500. Since each printer comes with usually 4 or 5 wrenches, and I have 110 printers. That's a lot of wrenches. I wonder how many they're going to find in the old house. No, it's okay. I'm only worried about it once the end of the property. The front and back, I have a good view. It's the east and west that I don't have a good view, and that's what I got the IR illuminators for. I don't think I'm going to have any problem with people, especially now that it's obvious someone lives here. It's just more of my geekiness. I like having gadgets and hooking things up and making them run, and so why not? It's fun to do. So you see, hey, we got no PayPal. Veronica Bird, $50. Holy crap, you guys are knocking it out of the park today. Thank you so much, Veronica. So there's my security. There's the primary 4 cameras. You got front, back, east, and west. And then I have a couple secondary cameras lighting up different areas. That's all Wise cameras. I have them linked down below. They are the best deal in cameras that money can buy today. You're talking $26 a piece. It's expandable as much as you want. So I have a group here for outside. So that loads 4 cameras because I told it to. So there's the 4 cameras it loads. And when you turn it sideways, it gives you a quad display. And if you touch one, it goes full screen. And I can even talk through the camera. The camera's got little speakers on them. I can hit a button and talk to whoever's there through the camera. Really nice. Take a picture, record a video. Then, of course, I have a couple of extra cameras. Like, here's the living room. If somebody comes through the door, I'll have them on camera. Really? No monthly subscription. It's nothing. And the cameras also have, they've now added people detection. So it always records a clip when it detects motion, but it doesn't ping my phone unless it sees a person. And if I go to events, you can see the difference. So see, living room motion, backyard motion, motion. But my phone didn't go off for any of this. But my phone did go off for this, because when it recorded that 12-second clip, it saw me entering the room. Very, very nice. And there's a memory. I put a 32 gigabyte memory card in each one, so it also records the video locally, internal to the camera. So even if the network goes down, the camera is still recording. Very, very, very nice. I got Mr. 12 gauge. Mr. 12 gauge and I get along very well. Yes, they record, and it's nice. It allows. I mean, that right there is $150 in cameras for 6 of them. And I also have. I didn't set it up yet, but I have the little pan tilt one. What did I do with the other one? There it is. Oh. Okay, but I have to secure that shelf. So here's my. I have a little outdoor case for it, so it makes it water resistant. You see, this was outdoors. But this is the pan tilt one, So this will actually turn left and right and look up and down. So this one's a little more. It's like $37. But the little basic cameras are 26 bucks. It's like $51 for a pair of two. Do I have an extra one to show you? Nope, I got them all up. Little power brick, USB cables. Really, really nice units. I'm actually thinking about setting this one up in the field in the back so I can just look around every now and then and see if there's any critters. And it's totally scalable. There's no connected network. It's all over your Wi-Fi. You get a new camera. You tell the thing you have a new camera. You plug the camera in. It says ready to pair. It puts a QR code on your phone, and you hold the phone up to the camera. Just make sure your phone's connected to your 2.4 gigahertz network, not 5 gigahertz. And then USB cable. I got a 50-foot long USB cable. Actually, that one I could probably solar power. Yeah, that would work pretty good. I could probably solar power that. Little battery pack, backup in the solar. You know, that'd be enough. I haven't put it in yet. I got to figure that out still. But you hold the QR code up to the camera reads it, connects, negotiates with your network. Done. It shows up in your app. They are some of the nicest security cameras I've seen yet, and I've been using them for 6 months, and I have not had one die yet. I heard in the early days they had some die, but so far, I'm happy. And good quality, too. 2,300 hours in Sweden. You have a good night, buddy. Exactly. Plus, Mr. 12 gauge is very menacing. I have one camera outside. The backdoor camera is outside. I have a little outdoor enclosure for it. Another one of these little rubber things that keeps the water from directly hitting it. I think I want to keep the rest of them indoors. I'd rather have them indoors. Keeps them nice and safe. They can't interfere with them, you know. Hello, lame UFO. Well, the nice thing about the Wise is the price, the quality, the app integration, and the availability. They're cheap. It's like 26 bucks a piece, but it's like $50.98 for two. So it's like $25.50 each, which is really nice. Well, depends on whether you want to hurt them or not. Rock salt if you just want to scare them. There is no Wise outdoor camera. This is just the indoor camera. It's just inside of this silicone sleeve. I'll show you. You buy the silicone sleeve separately. See? That's just the Wise camera. And then you buy these. And they make them for the little ones too. And then the camera just slides inside. There you go. Now you have some rain protection. There you go. If bright whites or pink, that sounds like your IR filter is not pulling. Give it a tap. Oh, you have no idea how scary. I would have done everything differently if I had a chance with this knowledge to do it over again. Yeah. I got very lucky. I got extremely lucky. Yeah, always purple means your IR cut filter is not retracting. So turn off IR and then give the camera a tap after you power it off and power it back on. Maybe you can get the IR to pull. But basically there's a filter that goes over the lens to block IR light. You need that during the day. At night, when it gets dark out and you hear your camera go click, click, that's it retracting that IR filter so that you see IR light. Well, yours is stuck open, so it's getting IR light during the day. That's what's going to give you that purple-pink color. Yes, I do. If you go to my Amazon link down below, amazon.com/shop/Nerisse, under not 3D printing related, I believe it's under. Let me double check that. Viewer lists. Idea lists. It should be under here. I'll move them to the top. Yep, it's under here. Yeah, I got the extended cables. I got the SD cards. I got the outdoor mounts. I got the cameras. It's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 layers down. If you go to not 3D printing related, you'll see all the Wise cams. I got the pan and tilt. I got the outdoor mount for the pan and tilt. I got the longer USB cables, the $6 32 gig cards, the outdoor mount for the regular cameras, and the 2-pack regular cameras for $51. So just click on my Amazon deals page down below. Go to not 3D printing related. Scroll down a little bit, and you'll see all the Wise cam stuff right there in the middle. Oh, you just missed me. Yeah, out here we can get the key lime. Back in Philadelphia, I couldn't get the key lime. But back in Philadelphia, I can get the Fuji apple. Here, I can't get the Fuji apple, which sucks, because I really like the Fuji apple. I love the key lime, though. Also, the tangerine mango is really good. These are great nail cutters. You're in Pottstown. You guys were local to me 3 weeks ago. My buddy lives in Womelsdorf. That is nice and glittery. Yeah, I'm addicted to the key lime. They have the black cherry, which is good because I love the black cherry. And the tangerine mango is great. Orange and cream is pretty good too. That's okay. It's learnable. Every time I get a video where it falsely detects it, click share and say, I did not see a person. Anytime you have a video that has a person and it didn't mark it, hit share and say, I see a person. And it'll learn. It'll get better and better. I'm just glad I'm not getting notifications anymore when the insects fly in front of the camera in the IR because they glow in the IR. Because I constantly get insect notifications. So at least that stopped now. I do have an Amazon UK link. Whether or not you can get it in the UK, I don't know. Let's find out. So if you scroll down, you'll see my shop Amazon United States, shop Canada, shop Deutschland, shop UK. So if you click on my shop UK link and type in Wise, W-Y-Z-E, there you go. They're available on Amazon UK. Not as cheap, though. 46 pounds for a camera? Holy crap. The mounts and stuff are cheap. The wall mounts, but the cameras themselves are expensive. There's a Tree of Life smart camera, 1S 1080p network camera for 22 pounds, which is pretty comparable. But I don't know if it's compatible with Wise or not. Yeah, the only one I see is 4667, 47 pounds, which is pretty high. Oh, yeah, that's a pretty high price. I'm not sure why. But you can order from other Amazons, can't you? From Europe, you can order from like Amazon Deutschland? Yeah, absolutely. It's almost done. We are at 31 minutes elapsed. So, Amazon France. Looks like 27 euros for the Wise Cam. I think that's the Wise Cam. No, it looks like the same ones. I'm not sure. It's in French. What about Amazon Deutschland? €52. They have the cameras under different names. I don't know if they're Wise compatible or not. It's the same camera, but it might be different firmware. So I'm not 100% sure. You'll have to check out those links. If you find them, though, you can just click on my shop link for whatever country you want, and that should work. I also have a Walmart affiliate account now. So if you're in the US and you want to order from Walmart, even grocery and stuff like that, just click on my Walmart link first and then shop for whatever you want. And you can bookmark that link, the Walmart link. Praying mantis on the window. Nice. Oh, yeah. I love the peach. The peach is good. And the mandarin orange is really good, too. But the peach is good. That's a skirt. And the reason it's so big is so you can level your bed. I purposely made it 75% the diameter of the bed so that I can live level the bed as it's printing the skirt. Yeah, I noticed that. Now, they have the same camera under a different name at a normal price, £22, which is about what it costs here. Actually, that's cheaper than here. But I don't know if they're compatible with the Wise app. I have no idea. But then again, it might just be a rebranded Wise camera with the same app rebranded, so it might work just as fine. Buy it. Send it back if it doesn't work. It's the nice thing about Amazon. Somebody wanted to see the print up close. You might be seeing what looks like fuzziness. That's actually the hefty amount of glitter that's in there. There we go. That's a good view. I should be able to zoom in a little bit. There we go. Oh, yeah. Look at that glitter. Well, a properly built printer only has to be bed leveled one time, and then I have no pin to probe to fail. No pin to probe to fail, nothing to go wrong. They're dead simple. I like that. I'm not a fan of automatic bed leveling. Finicky. But the BL Touch is okay because mechanical. Yes, I do print PETG. And I want to get into ASA. ASA handles the outdoors better. Oh, really? And it works with the Wise app? So you can install the Wise camera app and the camera will mate? Yeah, I've heard good things about this printer. Joe, 3D Maker Noob, really liked it. A BL Touch that rolls a D20. That's good. Is it a knockoff? Now, I heard you can flash the firmware on these cameras. So I'm wondering if you could flash Wise firmware to it. Oh. I slept with a crooked neck last night because I still haven't gotten my pillow out of the bus. So I rolled up my wool blanket and stuck it in a pillowcase, and it kind of works. I got to get my pillows out. Yeah, I would stick with trying to get the Wise cams then. Yeah, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 regular Wise cams and 1 pan pill. Huh. I guess it happens as long as they replace it. Oh, somebody asked about the filament. Who was that? Don't know who you were, but this is Filament 1 out here in Albuquerque, actually. I'm going to have to go visit them at some point. Filament 1 Pro Glint Blue. Oh, that's too bad. The only thing I don't like about the Wise cams is that it's dependent on the app. So if support for the app dies, the cameras die. But then again, they're so damn cheap. I mean, they're 25 bucks a piece. And they work so well. See, this is just my skirt. I can't take it off right now. I don't want to mess up the print. RTSP, what's that? PayPal. There we go. $5 from Richard Crook. Thank you. And what do we have here? Web search. Ah, the gramophone for the Echo Dot. Oh, wow, that is cool looking. Nice, thank you. And thank you for the $5 too. Yeah, I had mine out in, sub-zero temperatures, and it was fine. No problem. What I would like is, I would like an app like the Wise app, but that I can host locally, like run my own server from my own system here, so that I wasn't dependent on anybody else. That's a kind of a wish item, though. Oh, that's good to know, because Phoenix gets hot as hell. Well, here we get to see how good the cooling is. We're printing the keychain. You can run a local Wise server now, so you don't need connection to Wise. You can store the video locally, but I want the app convenience. the motion detection, being able to log in, receiving the 12-second clip, stuff like that. I just want to be able to run that server locally on my own system, so that if the internet disappeared from planet Earth and all I had was my local WAN, I could run that. Ooh, that looks nice. And it's nice and strong. Oh, that's a clean Marvin. Ooh, that's a really clean Marvin. Oh, you guys are going to like this. Blue iris, huh? And it can use the Wise cams. Too close. There we go. Look at that Marvin. Droopy butt? Nope, no droopy butt. Oh, that's a clean Marvin. Ooh, look at them clean layers. Come on, give me focus. There we go. Look at that. That, gentlemen and ladies, is a clean freaking Marvin. It don't get much better than that. Yeah, actually, that is the very first print. First print in the new house. That is a very nice print. I don't see any zigzags in that at all. Skirt came up nice. Yes, it's a regular fan going through a duct, which I'm surprised that works that well. But you can't argue with the results. That's beautiful results. Let's print the owls. I want to print the owls. And it says finish. This UI is so beautiful. Every printer manufacturer out there, actually, you know, the White Knight has a UI like this, doesn't it? But every printer manufacturer out there needs to take note of this UI. I freaking love this UI. Ah, you missed it. I did the tour earlier. So make sure you play back the stream to see it. I go outside, I walk around, I show everything. Let's print the owls. I want to print the owls. Which one was the owls? Was the owls the Xiao Heshang? Was that the owls? The Zidane was the Buddha thing. Oh, it might have been bird? It might have been bird. I haven't seen any snakes. Hey, Knack3D. Yeah, I haven't seen any snakes yet. I was kind of hoping I would see a little bit of snakeage here and there, but I don't think they come up this high. They don't like the higher altitude. Either which way, I'm not worried about them. As long as you stay away from the areas they like to go to, you're fine. Here we go. Blue Iris software. Up to 64 cameras. That's a pretty restrictive license, though. $70 per PC. And this will work with Wise cameras, and it doesn't require any internet. Like, once I have this set up, it'll work on my local intranet without any connection to the Blue Iris company. Yeah, I just saw your name pop up. This printer is almost silent, except for the ridiculously, stupidly noisy fan for the brain box. So I'll be replacing that fan. The printer itself, though, is silent. TMZ 2208 for the win. All right, it's printing a raft. That's pretty cool looking. But do you lose all the functionality, all the motion detection stuff like that? Oh no, we didn't open the brain box yet. Probably a bad idea to try doing it while it's running. I'm almost tempted to try. That is a really clean print. Since that's the first print in this house, I think I'm going to glue him to a post outside. Just dab a hot glue and just stick him on top of one of the posts out front. With less consequences. What the hell? Let's try it. Worst it can do is fail, right? That's assuming the brain box can be easily opened. Okay? Yes, it can. That screen is amazing. That is the best printer UI I've ever seen. I even like it better than Creality's CR10S Pro screen, and I love that screen. Let's just hope that nothing is attached to this panel, or I'm about to burn this printer up. Did it shift? No, we're good. We're good. I would say this is, yeah. I would say this is better than an Ender 3. I'd say it's about equal to an Ender 3 Pro with some upgrades. And so far, the print quality looks equal too. I would say the printer is equal to an Ender 3 Pro with the benefit of a much nicer screen. So the difference between this and an Ender 3 Pro is the screen. Good evening, Alex. And thank you. Oh, I gotta take these off too. So the problem is I don't know what the brain board is attached to. It does not look like it's attached to this though. So I think we'll be okay taking it off. Alpha, Gearbest is probably watching me do this right now and cringing, like, don't do that, not while it's running. Yeah. Stock? No. Replace this fan? It's silent. That fan is the only thing making noise on here. You hear the difference? Here's the printer going now. Stop the fan. You can't even hear it run. I don't know. Doesn't matter. I have voltage converters. But probably 24 volt. This fan might be 12 volt, but this one's pretty quiet. This fan's probably 24 volts. Pretty good. We're performing open heart brain surgery. I forgot to open up the rain box before starting the next print, so I said, screw it. Let's do it while it's printing. I actually hope I don't damage. The weather has been amazing. The sky has been amazing. It is so much prettier out here. It's incredible. I do not regret moving here for the weather. It is amazing. Okay, one more. All right, if anything is attached to this bottom plate, we could have some serious problems right about now, but I don't think anything's attached to it. You know, I could probably quiet this fan up with just a buck converter to slow it down a little bit. All right, I think there's another screw down there, which I'm not going to be able to get to, but this is enough for us to get in here, and we do have replaceable drivers. This is their own custom board, LGT Kit V1.0, and it does have replaceable drivers. All is well? I don't know. The potential to be better than where I was from? Yes. Here we go. Brain surgery. So there's your USB and your SD. I'm not sure what that heatsink is for, but you do have 4 drivers. Yeah, I see 4 drivers. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And there are heat sinks on top of those drivers. There's all standard connections down there. As you can see, it's an LGT Kit V1.0 board. The noise culprit is this fan right here. Get ready. I'm going to shut this fan off. Hear how quiet this printer is? That fan is all the noise. So with a $12 to $15 fan upgrade, you can have a silent printer. I would say this is slightly better than the Ender 3. Well, that's why I was doing the difference up close here. Because with me talking, you should be able to hear the whine from this fan. Hear it warbling? The whine from the fan? Now no noise. This printer is silent. The parts cooling fan is quiet. The hot end fan is quiet. The power supply fan is quiet. Only that fan right there is noisy. And that might even be a mistake. I may have got one with a noisy fan. the fact that all the other fans are so quiet leads me to think that that might be a mistake. But either which way, you're talking, 10 to 12 bucks to fix that. All right, close up the brain. Reattach the skull cap. The patient is still alive. Really? 39 bucks for that board. Oh, nice. What about this LCD screen? Because I wouldn't mind upgrading I wouldn't mind upgrading an Ender 2 to have that board and that screen. I don't see any crack on mine. I love this UI. I would pay money to upgrade all my printers to have this LCD interface and UI. That's how much I like that UI. In theory, I don't see why not. The board's about the same size. And you'd have to replace the board and the screen. You're not going to be able, I don't think you can adapt this screen to the Ender 3 board. See, what other channel's going to give you live brain surgery on your printer while it's printing on its second print? I don't know. Well, that price is a sale price. I know that's a flash sale. It's not the normal price. So if you want it that cheap, you're going to have to grab it now. I don't know what the regular price is. I would say probably $260 to $300. That would make sense. Now, see, I want this screen and this housing. Because I just bolt this bad boy right up to an Ender 3. It's the same bolt pattern. So this will bolt right onto the frame of an Ender 3. Alrighty, we're buttoned up. Let's see if we can erect it without killing it. And the print is still good. Printer brain surgeon. And watch, I get up and I bump into it and I ruin it. Build quality seems good. I got no complaints about the build quality. There are some things that I would change, but those are personal preference things, not necessarily required. Fit and finish was good. Quality control was good. I have no issues, no complaints. The few issues you sometimes have with these machines, adjusting the brass collar, adjusting the eccentric nuts, were actually addressed in clear language in the instructions. It's great. Well, if you're grumpy, you're dinner. Okay, so if I'm not funny, I'm a cannibal and I'm just going to eat you. I don't need that. I don't have to be funny. I just have to be either entertaining or informative, preferably both. Does that include the housing? You just got to be close enough, Nut. Just close enough. True, but I love the metal. That would be pretty easy to 3D print. Because $80, you could put this on any printer then. I like that. I mean, the TMZ 2208 will cost you $40. So now, does that board include the drivers? That $40 board? It doesn't get much better than this, dude. It's pretty slick for the price. I love this UI. I am absolutely in love with this UI. Love it. Me too. Underneath, out of the way, cleaner. That's why I like the legs. That's why I'm a fan of the feet, because everything goes underneath. I do have an enclosed printer. I have the FlashForge Guider 2, which is amazing. If you want an ABS monster with a big build volume, 300 cubed, it's expensive. It's $1,500, but that's a bitching machine. The group that I printed for the bus, I printed on the FlashForge Guider 2. And by the way, Groot held up with absolutely no damage whatsoever, no warping, no deformation. The 3D Hero Works 20% wood PLA held up great, even in the blistering Oklahoma and Texas sun. I mean, we hit 108 degrees on part of the drive. It was hot, and the Starbond CA that I used to glue the two halves together, no problems, didn't come apart, didn't peel, nothing. Well, that's eBay. eBay. No, that's the wrong screen. That's the screen from the U20, U30. This is the U30 Pro. It's a different screen. Yeah, that's completely different. That is not even remotely close to this. Do they sell parts? I'm gonna have to contact Longer 3D and see if they sell the individual parts, like maybe an end user kit, screen and board all ready to go. You just put it in whatever printer you want. Because if I build my own printer, I want this. I don't know for sure. Obviously I haven't been involved in this stuff too much because I've been busy. But I suspect bad rep. Because I've interacted with Sunlu. They also wanted me to do the pay and get a refund thing for Amazon. Now there's a reason they do that. The reason they do it is because if you buy the product from Amazon, like if you actually place an order and buy it, and then do a review, that review has more validity because it's counted as a verified purchase. You can, without even having ever purchased anything on Amazon, you can post a review on Amazon for Sunlu Filament, but it won't have as much credibility to Amazon because you didn't buy the filament from Amazon. So Amazon doesn't know if you actually ever used the filament or where you got it, etc. So that's what they're trying to do. All they want is that verified purchase review status. That's all they're after, okay? Now, I explained to my Sunlu rep, the guy who I dealt with, I was like, okay, I can't do that. I earn 70% of my income from Amazon, and that's a violation of Amazon's rules. Even though Amazon won't know that I'm getting a refund from PayPal, it's a violation of the rules. If they find out, they will can me, and I will lose my primary income source. I was like, you can either send it to me outside of Amazon or through Amazon, and it won't count as a verified purchase, or give me a coupon code. And then I'll just use the coupon code to buy it, and it's a verified purchase. Usually what they'll do is they'll give me a 99% off coupon code, and then I can just buy the filament. I think Sunlu didn't even bother. They just sent me a bunch of filament. Yeah, me too. But they had no problem adjusting to this with me. They didn't give me any argument at all. They said, okay, no problem. So I'm wondering if there's probably more than one person out trying to drum up sales for the company. That's how they do it out there. They tend to have a bunch of people. It's commission-based kind of thing, You have salesmen, basically. And so there's different reps you're going to be dealing with. I suspect that there's this one overzealous rep who's being a little pushy. And so what I suggested was that, hey, contact Sunlu official. Let them know what's happening. Maybe they don't know this rep is doing this. Ooh, spider. I see a little spider. We're going to go check out the spider. Aw, he's a little jumper. He's a cutie. You're safe as long as you keep eating bugs. Does anybody know what that's a classic example of? Squirrel. Okay, we're back. I personally love spiders. Spiders eat the apple. Oh, he's on the ceiling now. He's actually upside down on the ceiling. That's awesome. But spiders eat bugs, so I like spiders. And snakes eat rodents, so I like snakes. You're going to want filament with the highest degree of consistency. So you might actually want to get something like Filament, which has a 0.2 or 0.02 millimeter consistency. That's going to make it much easier for you to fine-tune your calibration on your printer and achieve better results. And they're actually not that expensive, $30 a kilo. Nah, that spider can't hurt me. Those are little jumping wolf spiders. They're safe. As far as I know, there's only 2 spiders I have to actually be afraid of out here, and that's black widows and brown recluses. And I don't think they like coming up this high. I'm okay with snakes. As long as they stay away from me and do their job and eat the rodents, I'm happy. Where's my raid? What's that mean? I didn't have that problem. Then again, the guy could be lying and saying that. Ouch. Oh. There's surprisingly few insects up here, at least the pest insects. For example, no gnats, no mosquitoes so far. I haven't noticed any gnats or mosquitoes. That makes me a very happy person. Just moths and flies and grasshoppers. Lots of grasshoppers outside, moths and flies inside. Oh, no fruit flies either. I left fruit out for days. No fruit flies, none. And we have bats too. I saw a couple of bats. So that's good because they'll take care of insects too. I like the design of the Tarantula Pro better, but I like the performance and the LCD screen of this better. Yeah, I wish. The yellow PSU. Oh, that thing over there? You're talking about these things here? Yeah, these are my power distribution boxes. So this is basically a battery-powered UPS. It's the same thing as that one, the exact same thing. So there's a 288 watt-hour battery, over 100,000 milliamp lithium battery inside of here. It's also a UPS. It's got 3 AC ports on the back, as well as solar input and AC input. It's got 4 USB ports on the front. It's got a flashlight. It's got 4 DC outputs, 3 amp, 12 volts each. This thing's awesome. It's about $260, worth every damn penny. And the AC is 500 watts sustained, 1,000 watt surge. Damn. That's some bad luck. This is the Alfawise U30 Pro. Actually, I'm on a laptop. I can type that. And link is in the description. That's a standard UPS. So that's the Cyber Power $140, 900 watt, 1500 volt amp UPS. That's lead acid batteries. Damn. No, this is the only, besides prints that I have in boxes somewhere, I believe this is the only 3D print in the house. Or at least the first 3D print in the house. That's the second 3D print in the house. You've been marked as prey, and other spiders are answering. Spider bites me, I just eat it. That sends a message loud and clear to the rest of the spiders. Bad news, don't bite this one. No, don't eat spiders. I have no idea if that's harmful or not. Jesus, dude. Pretty much everything else is in the bus. During the tour, when I walked around the house, you can see the little bit that I pulled out. But I have a stack of 4 bins that are blocking me from getting anything out of the bus, and it's going to be very difficult for me to remove them. Once I get storage set up, once I have a building set up, then I have somebody who's going to come over and help me. Cool. Looks like it's over extruding a little bit on this print. This was sliced from the manufacturer. Yeah, wall thickness is way too high. I wouldn't have done this many perimeters. Might only be 3. Yeah, it's only 3 perimeters. Looks thicker. No, I have Comcast. There you go. I was going to put them on a post out front. Top of the door frame's not a bad idea. I might do that. Good. Apparently slightly better than at home. So I got gigabit, so gig down, 35 meg up. I always use UPSs on my printers if I can, especially long prints. These don't really count as motors. When they say motors, they're talking about drills, dryers, stuff like that. They're talking about motors. They're not talking about little stepper motors and fans. I did do a giant Marvin. I have a Marvin this big using almost a whole kilogram of filament and a 1.2 millimeter nozzle. I could beat you over the head with it and catch your skull in with it. Yep, you're totally fine running these on UPSs. No problem. Matter of fact, the best thing you can do with these things why can't I? Did I turn it off? Oh, I did. It worked. I just couldn't see it in the light. Best thing you can do is turn off the heat bed. Now your 300 watt printer is a 50 watt printer, and it'll run a very long time on a UPS. So usually in my G code, that's one of the reasons I don't like printing on PEX or PEI or glass. That's why I prefer the sticker surface, the fake tack surface, is because well, you've got the upload. The upload's what you need. As long as you have decent upload, you're good for streaming. Yeah, those are portable lithium-ion power supplies. They also act as UPSs. Boy, 50 up would be nice, though. So I usually program my prints at layer 10 to turn off the heat bed because you don't need it anymore once you're past layer 10 or 15. And by turning off the heat bed, this will go from running 20 minutes on a UPS to running hours on a UPS. Nice. Now that's what annoys me. They do have fiber up here. Gigabit synchronous for $70. And the community center right at the end of my street has it, but they won't run it here. No, it won't, because it'll be expensive and nobody will be able to afford it. You know what's going to change everything? Yes, 3D Print Viking. I so far very much like this printer. I like it a lot. There you go. Make your own little Tesla, power wall. Really? That's interesting. I've never had that. I actually get that on the Alfawise stuff. These logos tend to peel off, imprint in the bottom of the print. But yeah, latency's gonna suck. But what's really gonna change everything is Starlink. If Musk can get that satellite gigabit network going, oh yeah, that's gonna make some changes. Because that will break monopolies. I don't like the slice. They did a bad job slicing this file. Maybe. Give you cheap internet, then take over the world. Well, the printer is running very well, and our first print is fantastic. It is a very, very nicely done Marvin. If the autofocus will catch it. Come on, baby. Catch that autofocus. There we go. Come on. That's not going to work. There it goes. Nope. It's trying. It's hard because it's reversed. So when I move my hand right, it moves left on the screen. But the first print came out fantastic. And I'm waiting for the second print now to go. It's probably going to be 2 hours for that print. Actually, the way I think it works is latency is supposed to be pretty low. The way I think it works is that you don't connect directly to the satellites. A local ISP would sign onto the surface, downlink to the ISP, and then distribute to you. I think that's how they plan to do it. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know. Musk doesn't have the monetary monopoly incentive. Meaning, I don't think he cares. I think he wants to be the backbone. And then let little companies, downlink from the service. And he just wants to be the carrier. I don't know. Good question. Yeah, for sure. With that many satellites up there. But once we break the monopoly, internet will start to get cheaper. You'll notice Comcast has pretty good prices where they have competition. And they don't have such great prices where they don't have competition. Duh. Make sure you drive him far enough away from your house, or he'll just come back. Or pull a mousetrap Monday. Drown them, put them outside on a rock with a camera facing them, and see what critters come along to eat them. But it doesn't matter if they compete in your building. In the general area is their competition. For example, there's 4 ISPs here, but they're not really competition. Yep, exactly. Wherever Google Fiber went, real competition. Good luck, Tim. Be safe. Thank you. I think you'll be pleased with this. Joe from 3D Maker Noob, he was happy with it, and so far I'm very happy with it. Well, for me, that was a requirement of buying the house. The first thing I did was, can I get Comcast, and can I get community water? As long as I can get those two, the house was a valid option. If either one of those wasn't available, looked elsewhere. Yeah, are they actually competing ISPs, though? Then again, you live in Chicago. Illinois is crazy expensive. 32 pounds a month for $350.35 is a pretty good deal. This gigabit, which is also 35 up, is costing me $110 a month. I don't need gigabit. I have no need for gigabit down. The only way I can saturate a gigabit connection is by multi-threading a torrent, and a good torrent. Usually it takes multiple torrents for me to saturate a gigabit downlink. But the gigabit plan is the only one that has the 35 megabit up. The only one. If I can get 400 down with 35 up, I'd take that. Hey, Steven. Yep, need the 35 up. The community water is kind of like city water. There's a water company. They get the water and deliver it via pipe to the house. So, plumbed water. Pretty good, Brian. It's not quite the same as city water because it's actually just their version of a well or an aquifer, and then they deliver from that. Yes, YouTube is my only source of income right now. These videos, the money you guys pay me, the revenue you generate from the affiliate links, the Patreon support I get, that is my sole source of income now. And if it continues to work that way, I'll get more and more content. Because they want you to pay the $110 a month. That's why. 150 is nice, though. Believe it or not, 100 megabit down is plenty fast. 50 meg up is nice. Not yet. My typical max temperature is 91, 92. It is currently 79 degrees outside with a humidity of 35%. So really nice. Visibility 10 miles, ceiling 29,000 feet. The weather here is really, really nice. Every day is nice. Remember that beautiful sky I showed you guys earlier when I went outside? It still looks like that now. It's incredible. That sucks a little bit, but still, even 30 to 20 is pretty good. Yeah, 60 for 40 for 450.25. I'd pay for that. Yeah, 350.25. I'd pay for that. I would drop down my service to that. Because see, with Comcast, you have two choices. You have 10 meg up or 35 meg up. That's it. Those are your only choices. All their plans are 10 meg up, except for the gigabit plan. That's 35 meg up. So the only plan I can get with faster than 10 meg up is the gigabit plan. Yes, I'm very happy I moved. I think in hindsight it was the right call, and so far I'm really liking where I moved to. I mean, I'll have to make it through a winter first. We'll see how that goes. But so far I'm very much liking it. Like I said, my only real concern is food prices. Very high here. I just got a deal yesterday. Ground beef for $2 a pound. So I bought 2 5-pound chunks of it, and I broke it up into 1-pound bags and froze it. So that's enough for 10 meals right there. Winters should be about the same here, if not slightly milder. The no Aldi stores. Aldi and Save-A-Lot stop at Oklahoma City. They do not go further west. The problem is this is a manufactured house. It's a trailer, okay? It's a full-size house, but it's a trailer. Trader Joe's, I believe there is a Trader Joe's in the city, but Trader Joe's is expensive. Exactly, no loans and stuff like that. But remember, my cost of living is lower, but so is my income. So the trick is, did my cost of living drop more than my income? If it did, I'm good. Let's check my ban. What's that? I have 12 grand in debt left. That's it. I went from $160,000 in debt to 12 grand in debt. I call that a win. Yeah, that's what it normally is here. Normally about $4 a pound. But they had a sale yesterday, so I stocked up. Well, the last time I went to a Trader Joe's, the prices were pretty high. They were not like Aldi's. I'm hoping I'm allowed to have chickens. I think I am. I've seen chickens in other yards. Because I would love to, I think it would be fun. I would love to have eggs, access to easy eggs. I think that'd be pretty cool. Ground turkey actually costs more. Which is a pity because I love ground turkey. Well, Alex, that's where it gets complicated. Legally, I didn't inherit the debt. In reality, I did. The way they did it, here, turkey is more expensive. Keep it kid safe, buddy. I don't mind trolling. I love creative names. I love people who like to screw around, but you got to keep it PG. So the way it happened is 20 years ago, I bought the house from my dad. He was in foreclosure. They were about to take the house. I had an internet job. I worked at an ISP. I was making almost 50 grand a year and didn't spend the money on anything, so I didn't have a lot of money needs. It doesn't matter if I find it offensive, man. It matters if the YouTube algorithm and children and their parents find it offensive. That's just the way it is. It's the world I live in, man. Content creator. You know, I have no choice but to consider that. You know, you used 4 words there that can get me demonetized, so I got to be careful. And yeah, see, ground beef was $1.99 a pound. So so I gave my dad $80,000 to pay off the house. Now, he didn't pay off the house. He actually used it for other things, which was fine. You know, I would have preferred to know about it, but whatever. Anyway, fast forward 20 years, he dies. The house is not in the will because it's not his house. It's my house. I own the deed. You know, I have the contract purchasing the house. It's legal and binding. The city declares, for the purposes of probate, the house is not mine. That for the purposes of probate, the house is my dad's, because it's still registered in his name. He never actually did a name change. He didn't. Basically, he sold me the house, but he never told the city he sold me the house. So as far as the city was concerned, the house was still his, even though I talked to a lawyer. Legally, the house was mine. Okay, but because the city still counted the house as his debt holders were able to apply liens on my house for his debts, effectively forcing me to inherit 100% of his debt. On top of that, the state of New Jersey went to court, lied, declared a bulk sale transfer, lied to my accountant so that he would not file the correct paperwork to dispute this, and got a default judgment against me for bulk sale tax. Yeah, it was a mess. Yep. Meat went up and never came down. So I effectively inherited a little over $200,000 worth of debt. Yeah, it was fun. And both lawyers told me I could fight it and I might win, but financially I would still lose, because they chose dollar amounts to where the legal fees would exceed the win if I won. And there's no guarantee I'd win. So, yeah, that's why I was working 3 full-time jobs, 120 hours a week, paying down all this debt until I could sell the house. It's meta meat. Yeah, it's a special meat. Yes, that's printing 3D. And I can show you closer. That's actually pretty easy. Yeah. Yes, this is plastic. So, let me zoom out here. Come on. Come on. There we go. So this is a roll of PLA. So it comes on, it's 1.75 millimeter strand, kind of like string trimmer string, like for your weed whacker, except it's made of this type of plastic that we use in the printer. This is the feeder unit. It's part of the extruder assembly. It feeds the filament through the tube, the hot end. So the block at the bottom here has a heater in it that heats to over 400 degrees Fahrenheit, melts the plastic. Yes, this was pre-sliced from the manufacturer, so they included a raft. This is a print that I just made. Came out very nice. Even the zipper line is barely visible. Very clean zipper line. That is an exceptionally clean print. And then this is the OWL print that comes on the printer. It's included on the SD card. Yeah, polylactic acid, correct. pretty neat and shockingly affordable. I mean, this printer here is $219 shipped. It's almost silent except for that one fan I'm going to replace. It's got a beautiful touchscreen, a decent build volume, easy to assemble, and it's $220. I mean, 5 years ago, this would have been $5,000. Literally. I can try. I can't print it here on the show because these prints take hours. Unless you print something very small like this, which took half an hour, this print's probably going to take 2 hours. We are 57 minutes in, and it's got at least another hour to go. But if you send me a Twitter or an email, and if I think it's interesting, I'll print it and I'll show it on the show. Yep, new house is pretty much, it's going. I got electric, I got water, I got septic, I got internet, I got a fridge, I got basic cooking. The last thing I have to do is finish the skirting, and I have to get the furnace going. So I need to get some form of heat. So far, yes, Solomon, I think it is working. I think it's going to work. I think I've got a decent shot. What's the coolest thing I've made or created? I don't know. It might sound silly, but I broke it already. I got to print a new one, actually. I don't know if I brought it with me. I'll have to see if I brought it with me. I might have left it at home. But I had this noise. They had this little thing, and it had a gear inside with a tab. Remember the old party noisemakers? You spin it around, and make a clacking sound as you spun it around. Well, I made a gigantic one about this big, and it was really, really loud, and I really liked it. So that was pretty cool. I love the castle I made. I love my gigantic Groot. I have a big sitting Groot about this big, and I have a standing Groot about this big that I printed, about 1.5 meters tall. Yes, but ABS has the advantage of being very high temperature tolerant. So I'm learning to enjoy ABS. Because for my rocket parts that sit out in the hot car, ABS is nice. Hell no. I have no desire to go back to Pennsylvania. You got it. Send me an email, because otherwise I'll forget. Nice. Actually, I gave all my little Flexi Rexes to my buddy who's helped me out at the house. For some reason, he's obsessed with the Flexi Rexes, so I gave him like 20 of them. He's got them scattered all over his house. He just loves the little Flexi Rex. A Zoltar, what's that? Oh, nice. Oh, you're the one who got the low spot? Did you get it working? Get the wiring harness taken care of? I've heard it's very good stuff. Nice. My biggest FlexiRex so far is about this big. I made a FlexiRex 300 millimeters tall. I want to make a bigger one. $219 shipped. And that is with filament run out, all metal, beautiful touchscreen with an excellent UI, and TMC 2208 drivers. I think so. It's all metal. Every piece on the printer is metal. Of course, if I were to go like this while it was printing, I'm going to ruin the print. That was probably where the problem was. On the U30 Pro, it's on the brain box back here. It's a little micro SD slot back here. Just use the 3D printing at Nerds.com. I wonder why it flagged your message, Richard. There's nothing wrong with your message. 45 hours each. Nice. Clicky. So you push, click, release, push, click, insert. What setting causes that? Retraction. It's a retraction setting that causes that. Your printer is retracting between each wall. There's a way to stop that. I believe it's going to be on the Advanced tab, and you're going to want to... I have all of them checked except the first one. Only retract when crossing open space. So minimum travel for retraction, 3 millimeters. That will stop it from doing, perimeter, retract, push, perimeter, retract, push, perimeter. That'll stop that, because that's the pause. The pause you're seeing is most likely because it's retracting for each layer of the perimeter. So set minimum travel for retraction 3 millimeters. That should stop that. Also, check the next two. Perform retraction during wipe movement and only wipe for outermost perimeter. This way it doesn't try to retract and wipe for each perimeter. That should cause it to go perimeter, 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 wipe, retract. Okay, and set your wipe for 8 millimeters. So on the ooze control behavior box on the advanced tab, you want to uncheck the first one, check the next four. So force retraction between layers, minimum travel for retraction, perform retraction during wipe, only wipe for outermost, set the minimum for 3 millimeters. And then also set your wipe for 8 millimeter wipe. And that should take care of that pause you're getting. There we go. But yeah, do that. You're good. These owls are looking not bad. I don't use Coast most of the time. I've found that it's pretty much trouble. Coast is very, very print specific. Too much coast on a print with very tiny islands can actually result in negative retraction, meaning you pull the filament out instead of pushing it in. So be careful with coast. I don't mess with it. I just use white. You know, coast has a place, but typically you can fix other parts and not need coast. I don't care either way. I don't use it, and I never will. My brother is addicted to heroin, and my other brother is addicted to what I assume is meth or pills, and we have the same genes, so I have to assume that I'll have the same kind of addiction problem, so I will never use drugs of any sort. No smoking, no alcohol, nothing. But I don't have a problem with it. Did they release a new version of Simplify 3D? No, it's still 4.1. That's what I'm using, 4.1. So I have no problem with people smoking pot. It's fine. I don't think the government has any business regulating it at all. It's a goddamn plant. The government should butt out, and it sure as fuck shouldn't be sure as hell shouldn't be a Schedule 1. But it's the nature of government. Until the people wake up and fix it. I just saw that. That looked pretty neat. Not super useful until we have different head designs for the printer, but pretty cool. Especially if it can be automated in the slicer. I don't use Social Club. I limit myself to YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, and a tiny bit of Facebook for the places where I can't get it from anywhere else. Butt out. Make like a tree. Branch out and leave. I'm going to have to watch Chep's video on that. Well, I have a plus link down below if you want to see any of my social media. Yeah, I've heard the improvements to Prusa Slicer are pretty substantial. I haven't had a chance to play with it since I've been doing the move and all that crap. So I'm going to have to download that latest version and play with that. I've heard very good things about it. Gotta take these shoes off. Ah, much better. Yeah, it'd be really nice because once I get the background of the video there on that wall, I can leave these windows open and it'll add natural light and make it even nicer. I got lots of hose, man. I had to replace every piece of hose in this house from one end to the other. The entire plumbing had to be replaced. All of it. From the input line in the ground, from the water, all the way to every single faucet. All the hose had to be replaced. Overhangs. Have sufficient cooling. Don't print too hot. Lower your layer height to decrease the extremism of the overhang or add support. Good night, Mark. Yep, assuming I can get it out of the bus by next week, next Wednesday will be Ender 5 Plus. I stream directly through my phone. So literally, like I can't show you easily, but literally I have a phone on a mount right here. And I run the YouTube app and I click live. Very, very simple. I would like to play with live Streamlabs eventually. If I get a proper studio set up here, I'll probably play with Streamlabs. I do my best to keep my victims happy, because happy victims keep coming back. Yes, it is. For a 45-hour print that you have not tested that heat bed before, I would be inclined to leave the heat bed on, maybe lower it to 50°C to be safe. If you know it'll stick to that bed without letting go, turn the heat bed off. That's not a fair comparison. There is no comparison between an Anycubic i3 Mega S and a CR10S. They're not even remotely comparable. That's like trying to compare this printer to a CR10S. This printer would lose every time. This printer has no chance against a CR10S because I want the 300 by 300 by 400 build volume, which this doesn't have. So the i3 Mega is going to have a build volume similar to this, while the CR10S is going to have a 300 by 300 by 400 build volume. No, actually, it's a aluminum phone mount. I can unscrew it. It's really nice. Because it's also nice because I use my phones to do a lot of recording, so it's got a hand grip on it. So I can use that hand grip to hand hold the phone and have a good solid grip on the phone. I did 3D print an adapter for it so that I could stick this phone with this extra thick battery pack into it and have it work. Yes, quite a bit better. It's not even close to comparable. Oh, we got a PayPal. Holy crap! Nuclear Armageddon taking the lead. Kevin Schofield, $125. Dude, you are the name of awesome today, man. Holy crap. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is extraordinarily generous. Let's see here. Let me show you the kind of views we get out here. This is what I get to see almost every day. Yeah, no kidding. It's like every single day, it just gets better and better. I mean, look at this. This is out my front door this morning. I mean, look at that. Every single day is beautiful. I have not had an ugly day here yet. I mean, I've been here for, what, 3 weeks now? And it's just, or 2.5 weeks? It's amazing. Every day is gorgeous. Even the rain is awesome. It's even prettier when it rains. A lot of stars. I haven't gotten a chance to truly sit back and look at it yet because I've just been so busy. But the few times I've looked up at a clear sky, it just blows my mind. Well, you didn't miss it yet. I'm about to post it. I got all the videos downloaded onto the laptop here. And it's a lot of video. I'm missing a couple videos, though. A couple of them got corrupted. Did not download. I've never had that happen before. Let's see. Move video clips. I have 64 videos sitting here, totaling 9 gigabytes that I've got to process to post a video of the move for you guys as I was moving. That's what I was thinking, but it just gets better every day. It's beautiful every single day. I think it's just going to be one of those places where it's just always nice. Yeah, this is my primary income source, Ricardo. This is what I do for a living. I am a YouTube content creator. I create content for my critters, my minion army, and they come back to watch my content. Very few critters, but cool critters. Like next spring, if I'm doing okay, I'm putting up a pond. I'm going to build myself a little water thing outside in shade to keep it from evaporating too quick, because I've visited a couple people's places who have them. They got hummingbirds, lizards, tortoises, turtles, rabbits, all kinds of different critters, dragonflies. I was surprised there was that many critters around here. I'm very pleased by that. So I definitely want to build one. Well, I'm very open about what I do here. I currently make between $800 and $1,600 a month on my channel. Now that's multi-part. I get about $100 to $200 a month from YouTube for AdSense. I make between $400 and $1,100 a month from Amazon. I make about $350 a month on Patreon, about $30 a month on eBay. I have a bunch of other affiliate accounts, but currently they don't make me very much. And the touchscreen is amazing. The touchscreen interface on this printer is absolutely beautiful. Print a band, that'd be cool. I'm going to fly mine a little bit here and there, but technically I'm banned from flying RC aircraft in the US. Because they now require, although I think the 250 gram ceiling still applies, so there's a couple I can fly, but I refuse to register to fly my RC aircraft because I don't believe the government has any right to require me to register with the government to fly a fucking RC styrofoam airplane. And so I refuse to register, which means I'm effectively banned from doing it. That's part of the problem, Ricardo, is that I don't know exactly what I'm doing right. So it'd be hard for me to help you. What I can say is you have to find a niche that you can fill. You have to have some means of talent to fill that niche. And you have to treat it like it is a full-time niche. Like my niche is 3D printing, okay? You know, it's a niche that I was able to fill. I discovered it by accident. I had 2,000 videos posted to YouTube before I even monetized. I have a pay it forward kind of mentality. I believe if I'm going to collect content, that it's silly to have all of this without sharing it. So I tend to share my content just because, why not? Expand human knowledge, even if it's my tiny little insignificant part. So I discovered that I could actually make money doing this. And so I started monetizing. I actually didn't start the 3D printing thing to make money. I started the 3D printing thing to make nose cones for rockets. And it turns out, for whatever reason, people like me. And they like the content I make. And I keep doing it. You have to remember, though, that if you actually want to make money doing this, and this is something that I did from the very beginning, I told my viewers, this is a business. The purpose of this channel is for me to make money, okay? And they know that going into it. And I'm open and honest with my viewers about it. Don't ever lie to your viewers. It's very important to remember that my boss is the 146 people watching this stream right now. The 14,000 people who are subscribed to me. Those are the boss. Not GearBest, not Amazon, not Creality. my employer is my viewers. So you have to be honest with your viewers. I get paid in multiple different ways. AdSense on YouTube. Once you're past a 1,000 subscribers and I think it was 40,000, 4,000 watch minutes in a year. Once you've exceeded those, you can monetize. That means when you watch ads on my channel, I get a payment. I average about $100 to $200 a month from AdSense. People donate on the streams when I do streams, so I get that. People donate by PayPal, I get that. I have what's called affiliate accounts with different vendors. It's basically a commission account kind of thing. So, for example, let's say I make 3% on a sale on Amazon, and you buy, like this printer, I probably make about 6%. It's $200. So if you buy this printer using that link in the description, I'll make about $13 or $14. When you use my Amazon link, I make a commission. When you use my GearBest link, I make a commission. Amazon is your best bet. Sign up for an Amazon affiliate account. Have 3 of your family members who do not live at your address. Have them buy stuff using your affiliate link on Amazon. You need 3 sales to lock in your account. Once you get your 3 sales, you're good. That's still possible to do what PewDiePie does, but as you've noticed, it's a limited pool. They just had to make a new award for PewDiePie and T-Series because they have so many subscribers now. My style happened to resonate with my audience. I hope I can keep doing it and keep doing a good job, but you got to treat it like a job. I do this 40 hours a week minimum. Okay, if you put 5 hours into it, you're going to get 5 hours pay. All right, you put 40 hours into it, you could make a 40-hour wage. You could make a full-time wage doing this. True. Yeah, the adpocalypse was pretty bad. My AdSense revenue got cut in half. Yeah, that hurt. So now AdSense is not really a money source. As you've seen from the numbers I just gave you, AdSense is one of my smallest sources of money. The only source of revenue I have that's smaller than AdSense is eBay. I make about $30 a month from eBay, 17 to $40. Yes, you have to treat it like a job. You have to know who the employer is and who your job is. You know, for example, you know, if this printer is not good, I have to be honest with my viewers and tell them that. Because otherwise, they're going to buy this printer, realize it's garbage, if it is. This is actually pretty good. And then they're not going to like me because I lied to them. And then that's it. You're done. Once you violate your user base, you're done. Well, you should bother with it because it's basically free money you'd be throwing away. So obviously, once you qualify for AdSense, turn it on. Assuming your content is ad-friendly. Now, how good is the advice I'm giving? I don't know. Yeah, I'm giving you real-time, seat-of-the-pants information as I discover it. So I'm not an expert. Yeah, you need 1,000 subs and like 4,000 watch minutes. Once you have 1,000 subs, getting the watch minutes easy. Just run a couple of 3 or 4 hour long live streams, just randomly every now and then. You get a lot of watch minutes from a live stream. I'm trying to avoid a haircut. I'm hoping that maybe the increased UV will help keep my skull clear of the psoriasis problem that I have. Because if I can get my hair long enough so that I can tie it up, then I'll never have to get a haircut again. And I would really love to never have to get a haircut again. But I'm probably going to have to get it cut. We'll have to see. This is usually about as long as it gets, and then it stops getting any longer. So we'll see if it gets any longer. I wouldn't care. Whatever. Just anything to allow me to ponytail it, whatever, so that I can get it back here all in one thing, keep it out of my face, and then all I have to do is grab that ponytail every couple months and snip, cut it down. No more haircuts. That's like $20 I'll save every couple months. 1/2-inch clearance, nice. Yeah, sometimes it gets so bad that you can look at my scalp and it looks like a lizard scaling. Like literally a peeling lizard, and I can go and create a pile on the table. Hey, got a new patron. Welcome to the collective, Alan Hinchcliffe. Welcome, buddy. Thank you very much. Join the collective. Your technological distinctiveness will be added to our own. Resistance is futile. What was the question? I got some hats. I got to dig them out of the bus. You're going to love these freaking hats. I got bus hats. Yes. Uh-huh. Those are portable power backs. So these are 288 watt-hour lithium-ion batteries. Massive. You cannot take these on an airplane. They will not let you take these on an airplane. But over 100,000 milliamp hour battery pack with AC inverter, 12-volt USB. It also acts as a true UPS with power pass-through. These things are nice. They're about $260. If you have an actual legit need for something like this, worth every penny. I very much doubt he had the money to buy. I wish he did. I would love it if he could buy, but I doubt he has that kind of money. Where he lives makes my financial situation look like nothing. I mean, I bought this house for what he probably pays rent in a year. Yeah, or a couple of years. Oh, yeah. I cannot wait to get that bike going. It needs some maintenance because I haven't ridden it in 3.5 years, 3 years since my pop died. But yeah, I can't wait to get back on that bike. Yeah, so this is a lithium-ion UPS. That's a standard UPS. That's your standard 1500 volt amp, 900 watt cyber power UPS. We are printing a pair of little owls, little cuddling owls. That would be fantastic. Hopefully not premature, but Angus, if you bought that house, fucking awesome, dude. Get out of that rent hell. Smaller versions, yes. I have a small... Actually, I'll get it. Hang on. Actually, I forgot. I brought it out here. That little unit right there has USB and AC ports. That's 20 or 25,000 milliamps, so you could bring that on an airplane. I hope he bought it. That would be amazing. I somehow think that's a a mistranslation, like a confusion in wording, because buying out there is very expensive. You got to have enough hair for that. Agreed. That would be awesome if you bought it. My primary objective is to have all of it in one so that I can stop having the hair in my face and stop having to go get haircuts. I'd love to have blue hair, but with my psoriasis problem, I would probably lose all my hair. Even my eyebrows sometimes get peely, and you know the skin will peel underneath my eyebrows. And if I let my facial hair get too much, I get 2 spots right here where the skin starts to build up from the psoriasis. Can you see it? Not really, but right there and right there, the skin will start to stack up. Exactly. I don't want to mess with it. Pink is good. I'm fine with pink. I mean, not dull pink. It's got to be in your face, nuclear, you know, retinal burn, hot pink, or lime green, or ultra bright orange or blue. I'm an in-your-face kind of guy when it comes to color. I like bright. This is boring to me. I was just too lazy to change. Nothing. Either you decide you like me and you sub, or you don't. Now, if you want to pay me money, there's all kinds of things I might be willing to do. This is actually not looking too bad. So keep this closed before I cut myself. I got a scratch. Definitely going to have to watch out for the dry skin. Keep an eye on that. I would say equal print quality to the Ender 3, but it's got the TMC 2208s to make it quiet, and it's got this gorgeous touchscreen. But basically, the only difference between an Ender 3 with a 1.1.5 board and this is the touchscreen. So you could put together an Ender 3 with the upgrade board for about the same price as this, but you won't have the screen. And I like the screen. Yes, my IR illuminators came in. I got infrared illuminators so that my night vision cameras can see at night. And I got Tokyo Myers CD. I just watched him on YouTube last night for Britain's Got Talent, and he was amazing. So I grabbed his CD. Yes, not only is it a touchscreen, it's a large touchscreen with a impeccably designed UI, and it's responsive. No, I cannot play that CD. That's a good way to get demonetized. That's what I'm hoping. I want to put this one out in the middle of the yard so I can move it around. This will even track motion, so it'll follow the motion if something moves. So I'm hoping to catch some critters. So I'll have a critter cam. Yeah, the Creality has just fine-tuned it. They've just really nailed the fine-tuning, and their machines just print well. This is running Marlin 1.1.9. Both the brainboard and the screen are open source, and the firmware is released, and they even have a GitHub. Critter Cam to catch critters. I just discovered this morning we have squirrels. That makes me happy because I like squirrels. Oh, good point. But then again, a camera is less likely to walk away since it's filming you. No, we do have squirrels in PA. I didn't think we had squirrels here, since I didn't think there was that many trees, but there's plenty of trees. They're just shorter. And I had a squirrel on my front doorstep this morning. I was like, cool. Yeah, I could do that too. No pets. I told Michelle that we are not allowed to have pets until we are moved and we are established. Meaning, I didn't want to, if you have a pet, you have a responsibility to take care of it. So I have to be in a position to do so. Yeah, there are lizards here. I saw a couple lizards. They're fast little buggers, though. It's going to be hard to catch one. The temperature outside, $80 degrees. 80 degrees, 33% humidity. Very nice. I'll probably get a couple cats. They're pretty low maintenance. They're nice. They're indoor. I like cats. I like dogs too, but right now I don't know if I'm in a position to take care of one properly. The stand, well, actually, that's about it. The brain board is brand new. It's got the TMZ 2208s and the LCD screen. Otherwise, they're basically the same printer. Personally, forget the $70 difference. I wouldn't touch the U30. I'd get this one. Nice. You hate cats? I like cats. Cats are playful and they're pricks and they're smart. So I like cats. Sometimes. Well, I won't exactly be lying because it'll take their picture and send it to me immediately, and I can send that to whoever I want. Have a good night, DT Mash. All cats are trying to kill their owners, slowly, carefully. As long as you keep feeding them, he'll let you live. As soon as you stop feeding them, that's it. You're done. Bike needs some work. It's been sitting in the garage for 3 years. So I gotta do some maintenance on it. Probably need 2 new tubes at least. Definitely gotta get the pillow out of the bus tonight. I gotta find where I put it. Because I slept with a crick in my neck last night. Ah. I like this glint blue filament. It's very pretty. Ouch. That's too bad. I hate to see any pet suffer. But I tell you, this sky never gets old. It's so pretty every day. I don't know. I haven't run into any thorns. There are cactuses. You gotta watch out for those, but no thorns yet. Pop tires? Oh, bike tires. That's good. Under extrusion, watch my video on disassembling and reassembling the hot end correctly. You most likely have a gap between your PTFE tube and your nozzle, or the another common problem, the spring arm here. If the screw is too tight, the spring arm doesn't spring. Also, sometimes the brass drive gear here inside the feeder unit, sometimes that comes loose. So you might need to tighten up the grub screws holding that in place. Semi-recumbent. It's halfway between an upright and a recumbent. It is a company called Day 6 Bicycles, and it's the Dream 21. I agree. Just the reduction in stress and hopefully eating better. And my appetite is already down. I'm not eating as much. So now I just got to get my metabolism up, and I think it's going to work. It's good for my back. The regular bike just hurts. Well, a stock one, no. The bike frame itself will hold you, but the rear wheel, you're going to destroy the spokes. You will have to do what I did to mine, is get a tandem wheel bicycle hub and rim, so that you can have 44 spokes instead of 30 or 32 or whatever the stock is. So you're going to need an increased number of spokes to handle the weight. So the frame will hold you as long as you're careful, but the wheels will not. They will eventually give on you, because I'm 460 pounds as well. Now, you're also going to have a problem with the seat. The seat is a piece of rigidized foam, with soft foam around the outside. But the problem is you have a seat this big with a metal bracket this big underneath the seat. What's going to happen is you're going to break the seat on the ends. Okay, so you're going to have to do what I did, separate the two, put a piece of plywood in there, and bolt them back together so the plywood extends the support out and supports the edges of those seats. If you make those two changes and you don't try to race this thing, you'll be fine. Don't try to stand up and power into it. You will shred the crank. All right? People like us can't do that. We're too heavy. But put the tandem wheel hub on the back and new rim, and reinforce the seat bottom with a piece of plywood, and you should be okay as long as you're careful. I've got 1,200 miles on that bike. Yeah, it looks like it is turning out very good. So when I finish a studio, I'm going to do it the same way, nice and bright white like this. New, those I don't even know if they're still available, but new, they're pretty expensive. I think they're like $1,200 or $1,100, something like that. I don't remember. Let's see if they're still in business. I got very fortunate and got mine used. I don't even know if they're still in business. Well, there's the bike, so they're still there somewhere. Day6bikes.com. Okay. So it looks like they are still in business. That's good. But how do you buy one? That's it right there. So how do you buy it? Oh, order now. Here we go. Yeah, go to day6bikes.com. I don't see a way of ordering directly. It says call or email. Looks like they're founded out of Logan, Iowa? Is IA Iowa? Well, that would do it. I think IA is Iowa. So Logan, Iowa. You have Kelly at day6bikes.com, DAY number 6 bikes.com, and the phone number is 406-570-1927. So you can call them to get a price. But it looks like they don't actually list prices on the site. But that bike looks like my that bike looks just like my Dream 21. I know it's changed ownership since I got mine. Nice. Yeah, we had up to 185. And I still only have 123 likes. So yeah, go to day6bikes.com. They are heavy. They're not light. Let me tell you. I think that bike weighs like 50 pounds. With my add-ons, of course. I got a basket for the front, so I can toss my half-gallon growler up front with my water in it and whatnot, and it's nice. Hey, 133! I got 10 more! There's 2 more! Mine is the Dream 21. I think that's because it's 21 speed. Thank you. Likes don't really change anything. Well, the good thing about likes, including dislikes, the good thing about likes and comments is it shows interaction. So the actual number of likes doesn't mean a thing. But the interaction, showing that the users are interacting with your content, that shows good on the metrics for YouTube. So that's why I always encourage people to ask questions, post comments. Exactly. Engagement is good. The YouTube algorithm smiles upon engagement. I got some yum-yums here. I'm hungry. Yeah, day 6 is nice. The bike saved my life. I can actually ride it. I love those little Cheez-Its. That's all right. I'm pretty boring sometimes, too. This looks pretty nice. What's a chapel? Thank you, Richard. I would love some nice multicolor. I'd kill to get myself a Palette Pro. Oh. Yep, one Z-screw. That's all you need. You do not need dual Z-screw on a printer this small. A dual Z-screw just adds complication you don't need. I love eggs. I have my own commercial grade waffle maker, the only kind you turn over. I have one of those. I love making waffles. I tend to do pretty good with the haters. I mean, I engage them. If what they're doing is actually funny, I call it like it is funny. I don't mind the trolls and the raids and stuff like that as long as they keep it PG. I just go with it, Plus, I deliver pizza, run a YouTube channel, 3D printing, fly rockets, wear bright colors, and owned a porno shop. There's not a whole lot of angles left for them to attack me. Show the print? Yep. I can show you my mount. There's a little mount I use. They're not cheap, but they're nice. And that's a strap on the back that you can put your hand through. But really nice mount. Oh, I love cottage cheese. I love cheddar cheese. Yeah, it's not bad. For a file I didn't slice, it's not bad. And I just slide the phone back in there and tighten up a screw. And we good. Got a phone upgrade. I decided to give the a try. Oops, it just cycled. I saw it do its cycle thing. And I'm not a fan because it has a built-in battery. I do not like built-in batteries. But I wanted to play with the 3 cameras. Because this one has the regular, the wide angle, and the telephoto. And it's pretty nice. It's got some pretty nice cameras built into it. So we'll play with it. We'll see. We'll see how long the battery lasts. Thank you, Radio Man. Well, I kind of had no choice. My dad owned the porno shop. So I had to take that over to have any chance at all of paying these bills. My cost of living back home was $4,500 a month. The only way I was getting that kind of money was that shop. So I had to take it over. The YouTube was an accident. It just happened to work. And pizza delivery was something I was good at. Could make decent money on the low. And it especially worked with an electric car. So I didn't have to buy any gas. So the 3 jobs just happened to work together. People think, oh, 3 jobs is bad. Do you know how difficult it is to do 3 jobs? To get schedules for 3 jobs that line up? That's hard to do. Yep, and they're all doing it. You got iCrap, you got Samsung Scrap, you got LG LeCrap, and you got Google Crap. I hate it when you can't replace the battery. Yep, that's a pair of cuddling owls. That was yummy. And Marvin was first, of course. I have a Nissan Leaf, and it fits great. Yeah, I fit nice in that Leaf. Very, very comfortable seats. I mean, at home, when I was stressing and just did not want to be in the house, I would sleep in the damn car. I would just sit out there with that Bose sound system and just crank it up. Yeah, I fit in a Geo Metro. I actually had to modify my Geo Metro. I had to give up my Geo Metros. I can't have 6 cars out here. There's no point. So that sucks having to give up my Geo Metros. But anyway, one of the problems I have is that I'm tall, but I have short legs. Okay, I buy petite size clothing. That sounds a little weird, but the problem is I'm 6'4" tall, but I have a 27-inch inseam. So I'm tall but short legs. Most people are tall, long legs. I'm tall, short leg. So most of my height is in my torso. And well, my Metros were my toys. I love my Metros. I love my Geo Metros so much. If I have the opportunity to acquire a decent one in the future, I'll probably try. I had a 94 Geo Metro XFI, and I also had a 93 XFI that was heavily modified. Bright orange with all the GTI Swift parts. Had $3,000 in that car. But what are you going to do? I need the utility of the minivan and the pickup truck more than I need the fun of my Geo Metros. So the problem I had in the Metro was that, oddly enough, I fit. I fit in the car. The problem is my head was in the ceiling. Like literally, I was putting a dome in the ceiling. So my solution was I took a bowling ball and I opened the door. I aimed for where I wanted my head to be. I took the bowling ball and I went, thump! And I put a dent in the roof so that my head would fit. It worked. But if I ever kept the orange one, I plan to raise the roof, raise it up 2 inches. Hell yeah, you could fit a lot of crap inside of a Metro, man. Woo! Put that seat down and put the front seat down. You could fit all kinds of crap inside of one of those. So far, I have not dared to open the minivan yet, so I don't know how well the 3D prints fared. I'll find out when I open it. The little glimpses I got through the window are looking good. So, we'll see. That was an insane trip. It was batshit insane. It's just, I cannot believe I got away with that. That should have failed so miserably. There were so many ways that trip could have failed so badly. I consider myself one of the luckiest people on earth that I got away with so little problems on that trip. What did you say? What's 6 hours and 41 minutes? What record? Because I've done 10-hour live streams. I never used my Metro for pizza delivery. Too uncomfortable. I'll get to that in a minute. But in theory, 2 triple stacks will fit no problem before the pizzas will start to crush. 1, 2, 3, 4. 24 in the back, no problem. 3 on the floor, 6 on the seat. So I could fit probably 35 pizzas in a Geo Metro, no problem. There's room for more, but if you stack pizzas more than 6 high, they start crushing. With my, I actually used a trailer to deliver pizza once. I'm not kidding. It was like 60 pizzas. I used a trailer to deliver it. It was an order that was planned ahead, so I knew it was coming. So I brought the trailer to work with me that day, and I put 24 pizzas in the trailer. I got very lucky. I appreciate it. What I will believe in whatever deity and whatever method and whatever sorcery, I don't care. We made it. And that literally is a minor miracle. Yet most people don't realize the Geo Metro was just a Suzuki Swift. I averaged 62 miles per gallon on my Geo Metro. So why couldn't I use the Geo Metro for delivering pizza? Well, I use it as my backup car. I kept my Geo Metro parked at Papa John's as my backup to my electric car. But without that, I had to use the minivan. Because the problem with the Geo Metro is not me fitting in the car. It's not me driving the car. The car is perfectly comfortable. I have no problem driving a Geo Metro. The problem is, with a Geo Metro, my ass is this far off the ground. Now imagine a person my size, my weight, with your ass this far off the ground. Now stand up. Good luck. Doing it once to get in the car and doing it once to get out of the car, no problem. I average 25 deliveries a day. That's 52 times I would have to get into and out of that car. No, that did not work. No. I hope so. We'll be done within the hour. You know, as long as we're over 100 people, I'll keep going as long as you guys want to. Basically, I let the live view count tell me when it's time to end the stream. Either I have to go do something, or the view count starts to dwindle off, and the people are telling me, okay, it's getting boring, it's time to go. The print is, I don't know if you guys remember this in one of my old videos. I made the big white pair of cuddling owls. You know, the two owls that were leaning against each other. It's a little one of those. I try. I mean, I tell people that ultimately there is no such thing as, well, there's not truly such a thing as, what's the word? What's the word when you give to others and not care about yourself? Altruism is the word? I have a 220 volt outlet and I plug the car in. Altruism, I guess that is the word. Altruism is kind of a farce, okay? Because we don't help people just to help people, even though I like helping people. But why do I like helping people? Because it makes me feel good. That's not altruism. I'm doing it because it feels good. All right? So, no, philanthropy is different. Selflessness is another word, but I think it might be altruism or selflessness. There is no selflessness in it. I mean, we do it because it feels good to do it. And people have to realize there's nothing wrong with that. It's good for our species that being nice feels good. Because we'd be in deep shit if it didn't. I mean, philanthropy is like professional acts of kindness. It's where you dedicate your wealth to doing that kind of stuff. Yes, I am. You have to make sure, unless you have the money to buy a Tesla. If you have the money to buy a Tesla, you're fine. Because those will go 225 miles on the charge. Buy the biggest battery. Okay? Don't even think about it. Pay the money, buy the bigger battery. If you can't afford that, then you're looking at a Nissan Leaf or something similar. Then make sure you get at least a 30 kilowatt battery. Okay? You do not want the original generation batteries. Well, yeah, I have 4 cars. So when I need a minivan, I get in the minivan. When I have to haul some shit, I get in the pickup truck. All right? When I'm doing my daily driving, which is 99% of my driving, I get in the electric car. I have to fill out a form for the insurance company. They want to know how many miles do I expect to drive that over the next year. I'm going to put on it 0. I expect to put 0 miles on that bus in the next year. Because I have no reason to drive that thing anywhere. And although, I gotta say, I got almost 6 miles to the gallon, which is huge. There are parts of the trip where I got 5.8 miles per gallon, which is amazing. On something like that, that's amazing. I was expecting 4. The problem is, it's the old generation tech in the NV200, because I was super excited about the NV200 until I realized it's got the same tech as the 2012 Leaf. It's like, well, that sucks. I don't know where the electricity comes from. I know it's a co-op, Central New Mexico Energy Cooperative. That's where I get the power from. No, that was climbing hills. That was getting out of Pennsylvania and West Virginia. I couldn't believe it. Yeah, I figure every 2 or 3 months I'll start it up, move it around a little bit just to keep things lubricated and stuff like that. Keep the gas circulated, stuff like that. But if you get a 2016 or newer Leaf, you can get a 2016 Leaf for about $15,000. It's got the 30 kilowatt battery and it'll go 100 miles on a charge. I plan to eventually. I do want to put up solar panels. I got plenty of land. I got plenty of wind. I want to put up a wind turbine. Actually, I don't want to put anything on the roof of the house just because I don't want to compromise the roof. But the workshop, the patio, everything else, mounts out on the ground, yes, I want to put up lots of solar panels. Not as many as you think. Out here, I got to charge the car once a week. So that means I need 120 kilowatts of electricity a month just for the car, 120 kilowatt hours. I'm probably going to use about, I don't know, 60 or 70 kilowatts in the house. Call it 30 a week. So that's 240 kilowatt hours. So if I do some math here, let's say I need, let's go extreme, 400 kilowatt hours I need. So 400 kilowatt hours divided by 30. That means I need 13.3 kilowatt hours per day. But I only get 10 hours to produce it. So divide by 10. I would need theoretically 1,300 watts in solar panels would be enough to provide for all my needs. That's actually not that expensive. That's too low. That doesn't make sense. That's too low. I did the math wrong somewhere. There's no way I use that little power. Tomorrow, the lady's coming out to talk price with me to put up a 30 by 30 shop. It's going to be a long, drawn-out process because it's just going to be a metal building. No floor, no insulation, no heat, no electricity, no lights, no nothing. So it'll be storage at first because it's going to cost 10 grand just for the building. And it's going to cost another 10 grand to put in a floor and insulation. So I don't have a second 10 grand. So it's going to take a while. It's going to be a 3-season shop in the beginning. Bottom left lays a strip 2 or 3 inches, then starts to print. I don't understand what that means. Exactly. I want to keep the tires from getting flat spots. I got good quality Goodyear tires on there. I want to keep the joints greased up, stuff like that. No, it's not. I wish. Oh, no, the shop? No. I can't put the shop on a concrete slab. I was going to have a guy put down concrete and then put the shop on top of it. I'm not allowed to do that. In order to put the shop on top of concrete, it has to meet engineering specifications for the area. But if I put the shop on top of dirt and they simply use mobile home anchors to hold it down, that's perfectly legal. I can then have him pour concrete inside. So I hope to have a concrete floor on most of it. The only problem I had was one flat tire. Otherwise, the bus gave me no problems. That bus is an amazing machine. Well, that's why you just add 50%. So whatever solar you calculate you need, add 50%. That compensates for snow, storms, shift in light angle, all that crap. Just add 50%. The advantage is I'm at the higher end of that efficiency here. I'm 300 days of sunshine. It's always sunny. And my backyard faces south. Yeah, it's going to be nice. Solar is going to work very well. Not concrete tiles, just pour concrete. I got a guy who can do 1,600 square feet for $4,000. Almost 2,000 square feet. He says you can do 2,000 square feet for $4,000. And because I also want a concrete pad out back here so I can barbecue, stuff like that. Yes, I do. I don't care if, yeah, pole bar style, metal building. I don't care if every power plant on the earth is coal and you take the batteries from the car when they're done and chuck them in the ocean. It's still better than gasoline cars. Once the range of EVs reliably exceed 225 miles and we enable infrastructure to charge them, there will be no range problems with EVs. Oh, you're talking about the little line that it puts down? Like it prints a line and then does the print? That's a good thing. You don't want to get rid of that. Quality of the print's identical. This print's as good as the Ender 3, and that's a very good thing. That's saying a lot. The advantage this printer has is the screen. It's the only advantage. And I think that screen might be worth it. If you don't want to do the 16 points for each print, change the G28 in your, or the G29 in your start code to G28. You have a G29 in your start script. That G29 tells it to do the 16-point auto level. Okay? So change that G29 to a G28, and it'll stop doing that. Yeah, you want the little strip. The little strip is good. It's called a purge line. Now, if your driving habits are compatible with an electric car, of whatever you're looking at as far as budget, I say go for it. If you have the room for a second car, go for it. It takes 28% of my battery to, what was it, 4% or 6% of my battery to get into Albuquerque, 28% of my battery to get out of Albuquerque back to Edgewood. So I need 34% of my battery just to get up and down the mountain. So I have 60% of my battery left to roam Albuquerque. So I can reach about 60 to 85% of Albuquerque on a charge. Your nozzle's too close to the bed. When you get that kind of stuff on your first layer, what's happening is you're extruding too much filament because your nozzle is too close to the bed, so the filament is squishing out. And what happens is it squishes outside of the area it's supposed to be. So let's say I draw a line this big, and I want to draw a second line next to it. Okay? Now, if this line stays within its confines, you're fine. Okay? But what happens if I splooge out into this space? Well, now when I try to draw my second line, there's too much plastic there because I got the plastic from your over extrusion here, and then I got the new plastic I'm laying down. You get what's called snow plowing. The plastic is too thick because you got too much plastic there, and the edge of the nozzle is literally snow plowing into that excess plastic and pushing it aside like a snow plow. And that's why you're seeing that bubbling and that rising, because you're snow plowing. That's because your nozzle is too close. So you need to move the nozzle just a tiny bit further away from the print bed. So like add, 0.05 to your Z offset. I never heard that song. I'll have to look it up. Now, the problem with solar is that solar panels don't do me any good. Because solar panels only generate their power during the day, and that's it. You use it or you lose it. To make solar panels truly effective, I need batteries. And that's where it gets expensive. Because you need a large enough battery array to cover you at night and for when you're above your solar demand. 17 minutes? Wow. You might have a bubble in your PEI. Okay, there might be a bubble there. So get a straight edge ruler. Get a nice steel straight edge ruler like this. Put it on the bed and see if it's actually flat there. Was that a Prusa? No, I do not think so. You need to make G-code. They're not going to take the file directly. You have to parse it through G-code. So if you have a Prusa, then it's possible your Pinda probe is not reading correctly on that one test spot. That's possible. I don't know if you can adjust that or not. But the first thing to do is the simplest. Check for flatness. Okay? Heck, it could be as simple as you got some dust on the freaking mag plate underneath and it's pushing up on the bed a little bit. Yes, but that's the file format the slicer that they include with the printer will read. So the Cura that comes with the printer will read OBJ, STL, and G-code. The printer itself, however, the actual brain board in the printer will only read G-code. Apple fritters. I like apple fritters. They're pretty good. Greets and yums. I'm actually going to order a fan this week. I'm not even going to try to. Actually, I think I put my 3D printing stuff in the bins in the front of the bus. So I might be able to dig out a fan because I want to replace the fan on this. Because I think this is going to be a very, very quiet machine. It's just that one fan that's making all the noise. And Filament 1. Nice job on the glint blue. It's nice. I like it. You don't need to go overkill with fans. Most of these printers already have overkill with fans. There's only one fan that you can never really have too much of, and that's this one, the parts cooling fan. But otherwise, most of these fan printers have way more cooling than they need. On this printer, the board overheating, and I might need to use 2 fans. Because one of the ways the quiet fans are quieter is they have less throughput. So I might need to put 2 fans in there. Okay, mods. Obviously, I'd modify the fan, make that quieter. Off the top of my head, only having this printer for 6 hours, I can't think of anything I particularly want to modify. Maybe put an all-metal feeder unit. Maybe. We'll see how that one holds up. Otherwise, I can't really think of anything off the hand that I would modify. Hydrogen cars are a scam. They are a ripoff. They are snake oil designed to screw you. Not because they don't work. They work fine. My 2002 Bluebird school bus will run off hydrogen gas just fine. Okay? The problem is it's expensive. It's very expensive, and it's very inefficient. Okay? A hydrogen fuel cell car is literally an electric car. It's electric. The fuel cell is generating electricity for an electric motor. A hydrogen fuel cell car is an electric car where the consumer-friendly, affordable battery has been removed, and they've replaced it with a government corporate-friendly fuel cell. One of the reasons electric cars are so good is that it removes the slavery of the consumer to the fuel pump. It allows you to use your own electricity. So if I don't like what my electric company is charging me, I can make my own electricity. Okay? Go make some gasoline in your garage. It doesn't work. Okay? The hydrogen fuel cell keeps you tethered to a high maintenance, many moving parts, non-end user repairable hydrogen fuel cell vehicle. And it also keeps you tethered to a fuel pump you don't control. It keeps you a slave to the fuel pump. Do you know what the primary source for hydrogen is? Do you know where we get most of our hydrogen? Oil. Now do you see why oil companies don't mind hydrogen fuel cell cars? It costs at the last time I checked, this could have changed, okay? A few years ago I checked. A hydrogen fuel cell car cost you the equivalent of $7 per gallon and only got the equivalent of 35 miles per gallon. So that would be like you having your gasoline car with $7 a gallon gas and 35 miles per gallon. On top of that, it's not efficient. My Nissan Leaf is about 89% efficient, grid to wheels, meaning the wattage I get out of my outlet to the energy I put into the ground to move the car. It's about 89% efficient. A hydrogen fuel cell car is 24% efficient. So you're going to use more than 3 times the amount of electricity to do the same job, and you're going to pay $7 a gallon for it. No thank you. Does hydrogen work? Yes. Can you power a car off it? Yes. Is it viable and economical for the average user? Fuck no. It's a ripoff. It's designed to screw you. Because there is no greenhouse vapor H2O. It's water. It's going to fall to the ground. I mean, that's what you get out of propane. That's what you get out of CNG. That's what you get out of your gasoline car. You get H2O. That's why water comes out your pipe. Ouch. Yeah, but at least you get 60 miles to the gallon. No problem. Eventually, they will crack batteries. See, right now, the problem with batteries is not their capacity, it's not their price, although price can also fix the problem. Right now, the problem with batteries is their degradation over time, their longevity. Okay? The batteries degrade with usage. Once they crack that, the problems will go away. Still, 35 miles per gallon in a van is amazing. Yeah. But they're working on that. Like, for example, if I were to do this house in electric, I would probably try to go with nickel iron batteries. They're not very efficient. They're very heavy, but I'm on the earth, so I don't care. But they last forever. They literally don't wear out. And they are incredibly tolerant to abuse. My dream is to get that 3-cylinder 0.8 liter diesel engine and 6-speed manual transmission that they have for the Smart 42s up in Canada and put that in a Geo Metro. 100 miles per gallon all day long. Hang on a second. I want to go take some hamburger out of the freezer so it thaws. See, I just buy the 10 or the 5-pound, 10-pound packs of ground beef. I split it up into little 1-pound bricks. And then I just take one out, thaw it, and that's dinner. We actually had a car called the City Car here, too, in the U.S. It was a little homemade car that was electric. A little tiny, little pyramid-shaped car. It was called the City Car. Yours is doing the 16 point before every print because you have a G29 in your start code. Change that to a G28 and it'll stop doing that. Oh, wow. I'd have no mechanical means to do something with it, though. That'd be pretty cool, though, to have a 3-cylinder diesel engine. I might take you up on that, depending on what the shipping costs. That might be fun to play with. Make a generator out of it. Isn't that nice? I don't have a wife. I've never been married. Hell, I've never had sex. I owned a porno shop and I've never had sex. Isn't that weird? And penguin shaped because I ate the penguin. Yeah. Batman needed help, so I was like, okay, we'll have a barbecue. No problem, Alexander. You have a good night, Alexander. Now, if you would have censored that second word, I would let that post go. But you gotta keep it PG. Left hand. I never got comfortable masturbating my right hand. Just didn't feel right. I'm a left-hander. I don't know why. Ricardo! 25 a kilogram. Jesus. That's $12 a pound. Holy crap. Hey, you want the info? I'm not shy or bashful. You got it. You want shy or bashful? You came to the wrong channel. No big deal. As long as you keep it PG, I'm cool. Mince. I assume that's what you mean by ground meat. Well, hopefully I don't get too much sunburn. I got to be careful with that. I'm very susceptible to sunburn, so I do actually need to be careful. At 6,800 feet, the UV index is a lot higher here because I have a lot less atmosphere to attenuate that UV light. Exactly. I'm starting to get some good color. You can see the difference there. Even that's actually some pretty decent color. So once I get it, I can usually keep it with this kind of sunlight. I do the best I can. Trust me, my life has been a complete and total living hell. Yes, of course, there are people who have it worse than me. That doesn't make my hell any less of a hell. So I'm in a better place now. I might keel over dead tomorrow of a heart attack because I'm damn near 500 pounds, or maybe the universe will give me a fair shot and I'll get rid of this weight and I'll live a nice long life. We'll see. At least I got a pretty view and I got a chance now. And my thieving family is 2,000 miles that way. Fuck them. I tend to, okay, when I'm doing a print where I'm going to turn off the heat bed, I just turn it off at layer 10. Unless I have a lot of really fine stuff, then maybe I'll wait to layer 20. Depends on the print. But basically, layer 10 to 20, I just turn off the heat. As long as you're not using PEI, PEX, PC, polycarb, melamine, or basically anything that auto-releases when it cools. You can't turn off the heat bed if you have an auto-release print surface like glass or PEI. But if you have one of these fake textures, like right now, this bed's cold. It's room temperature because it doesn't need heat to stick. Heat helps, but it doesn't need it. So once the print's established, I just turn off the heat bed. Not on glass. If you turn off the heat bed on glass, 50-50, it's going to pop right off. I guarantee you, it will be rendered illegal for you to generate your own hydrogen. They will make it illegal. And they will justify it by saying it's dangerous, you could blow up your neighborhood. And they're not entirely wrong. They're not entirely right either. But they will make it illegal for you to generate your own hydrogen. Yes, in your start script. So in your slicer, you have to go into your printer settings, and there's a section called Start Script. That Start Script includes code that it runs at the beginning of every print. You just need to change the G29 to a G28. Hindenburg is an interesting example to point out. Did you know that hydrogen had nothing to do with the Hindenburg problem? Nobody died from hydrogen fire on the Hindenburg. They died from the 130-foot fall. If you said, would you like to be inside a cloud of hydrogen when I light it? Or would you like to be inside of a gallon of gasoline when I light it? I'll take the hydrogen every time. Because by the time you light a match, the hydrogen will have gone up to the ceiling, gone through the ceiling, and escaped the building. You'll get a little poof. You might get a damaged eardrum if there's enough mixture to make it go pop. Okay? The gasoline, on the other hand, will stick to you and burn the shit out of you as you die in pain and agony. So from that perspective, hydrogen is actually safer. Exactly. Well, the extruder is an entire assembly. So this whole entire assembly is the extruder. Okay? This is the hot end. This is the feeder. Together, they form the extruder. So if you mean the feeder, they have plenty of nice aluminum upgrades you can get to replace the feeder unit on the printer. If you mean the hot end, Microswiss makes a pretty nice one. But unless you're printing high-temperature plastics, you don't need to upgrade to that. The Creality hot end is actually pretty damn good. In fact, I keep the hydrogen, I keep a couple Creality hot ends on hand as upgrades to printers that don't have it. For the feeder, there's two options available. You have a nice aluminum one. Be careful with left and right hand. Make sure you get the right one. But also, if you could find it, every now and then, someone posts the new Creality Bondtech dual extruder one that they made for the CO10S Pro. That's nice. Nice. I liked my A20M. I thought it was very good. What problems did you have with the A20M? I hope quality control didn't go down afterwards. I had lots of problems with the A10M. Whew, but I had a lot of problems with that. Quality control problems. But my A20M was great. Basically, conflagration is subsonic shockwave. Explosion is supersonic shockwave. So if the shockwave is supersonic, it's an explosion. If it's subsonic, it's a conflagration. It burns. Really? Weird. That sucks. It has to be a quality control issue because I didn't have that problem. Well, that's kind of the point of a live stream. Have fun, learn, chat. No, but the point is, people point out the Hindenburg as an example of, ooh, hydrogen bad, hydrogen unsafe, and that's just not true. I mean, yes, it can be dangerous, but I consider it to be less dangerous than gasoline. A fast fire. But that's just it. The gas rises so quickly that it's not likely to actually ignite down here where it's dangerous. Now, a tank of hydrogen gas, that could be dangerous. Yes, the Easy Extruder is supposed to be very good. I need to get one of them. See, part of the problem with hydrogen, it's a teeny tiny pesky little fellow. Hydrogen can actually leak right through the side of a steel tank. So when they're storing hydrogen, they actually have these robots that go around and check the tank, looking for a little tiny, almost invisible flame of hydrogen jet coming out of the side of the tank. Because what will happen is that will eventually compromise the tank until it goes. So they have to keep an eye on that. Damn, that sucks, man. Now I only put a couple hundred hours on it, but I had pretty good luck with my A20M. Still alive. No, natural gas powered cars? Oh, jeez. Well, we're at 72% for this, so we might get to the end of the sprint. Oh, yeah, CNG, compressed natural gas, of course. I just always assumed they were propane. It never dawned on me. Duh, it's CNG, natural gas. You got a picture of it? Nope. And also, that's the problem with putting hydrogen in a regular gasoline engine. It'll actually put microfractures into the cylinder walls. Yep. Hydrogen and oxygen, water. Yeah, propane would be very expensive. Propane's not cheap. Here, no. In my email, yes. Cool. I'm hoping to get natural gas here. Tomorrow I'm going to call the gas company to look into what it would cost to get natural gas here. Hello, Ken. Well, propane's very expensive, so CNG would be more efficient just on a price per unit volume basis. Nice. Yeah, that would suck. Well, I only have two things that are going to run on gas. That's the range and the furnace. Wood gas is pretty cool. I've seen people do that. That's pretty neat. It's a bit involved, but it's pretty cool. Plus, not a whole lot of wood around here. Just have these short little pinon trees. That's a good idea, too. A generator to run on natural gas. Nice. I was thinking about putting in an electric range, just for simplicity's sake. You know, it's just safer. But I only have 100 amp service. And an electric range is a high power item. Cool. Haven't got the picture yet. You might be still sending it. Yeah, the weather here is so beautiful. I mean, God, these clouds today are just, they're magnificent. Very little rain. We actually got a decent amount of rain yesterday for about 40 minutes, maybe an hour. Thunderstorm came through. We dropped what the locals would probably call a lot of rain, what I would call not a lot of rain. Ah, that's kind of cool. I want to add a solar recirculator to the my hot water heat. Even in the wintertime, I think it would work quite well because, like, I had a garden hose running from the lawn faucet to the toilet. Now it's fixed; I don't need it. But I had a garden hose running to it, and the water in that garden hose got hot real fast. And that was a green garden hose. So if I had a dedicated solar heater recirculating the hot water in the tank, I'd probably hardly ever use any electricity for the hot water heater. I would like to actually circulate through the tank, if I could figure out a way to do that. So have the water in the solar water heater constantly circulating through the tank, so it's always keeping it hot. Because electricity is actually pretty expensive out here, 13.2 cents a kilowatt, from what I understand. Oh, so that you don't have to wait so long for hot water to come on. Nothing yet. Make sure you do not have a space between Nerys and .com. NURRYS.com, not NERYS.com, because that won't work. I don't know if you did that just to prevent the filter from finding it, or if you actually sent it with a space. You check the spam filter. Ah, here we go. You're stuck in spam. And mark that as not spam. There it is. That looks like you are under extruding, like you're not extruding enough plastic, and you have your perimeter overlap set too high. Because I'm actually seeing through your layers to the layer below it. So you're not manifold in your print here. So it looks to me like your extrusion multiplier needs to go up and your perimeter overlap percentage needs to go down. So what print settings are you using to print this? Make sure both your nozzle and your line width are set to the same as your nozzle. So if you have a 0.4 millimeter nozzle, make sure your line width is 0.4 and your nozzle width is 0.4. in Simplify 3D, for example. And what layer height are you using, etc. Because I've also seen problems like that when people try to use too high a layer height. Yeah, here it's just beautiful clouds. It's just gorgeous. Okay, no, you want the line width to be 0.4, not 0.48. That's part of your problem. You're extruding 0.4 of plastic, but you're telling it 0.48. So you're creating a 0.04 gap between your layers. So reset that to 0.4. What printer is this? In Simplify 3D, it's under the Infill tab. It's called Outline Overlap. But I would check your line width first. Also, what printer are you using? My biggest insecurity, that I'll die before I can set her up to survive. Because right now, if something happens to me, she's dead. So my biggest fear is that I won't be able to make the appropriate arrangements for her to have some method of taking care of herself if something happens to me. That's my biggest insecurity right now. Turn it off auto. Set it for 0.4. I would still leave line width at 0.4. Going outside of your nozzle diameter changes the pressures that go on there. You're either not pushing as hard or you're pushing too hard, which is creating overpressures, and I've never found that to work well. 15% should be fine. CR20 is good. Turn off auto line width and set it for 0.4. Actually, go to my G drive, my Google Drive, download an Ender 3 sample print. Print it. If you do not see the top layer issues that you do in yours, then you have a slicer problem, not a printer problem. If you do see the top layer issues, then you have a mechanical problem, not a slicer problem. I always print inside out. Unless I'm printing a model that has inside details, then I'll print outside in. Well, I just hope I don't screw it up. All I know is that whenever I've tried to alter line width versus nozzle width versus the size of the nozzle, I get unforeseen side effects. Like, for example, I can tell a 0.4 nozzle to print a 1.2 millimeter extrusion, and to a point it works. But any place where there's an overhang, the splooge past the overhang is worse because you're over-pressurizing the nozzle to get that 1.2 millimeter extrusion. So, for example, a 0.4 millimeter nozzle printing at 1.2 millimeters does not give me the same quality print as a 1.2 millimeter nozzle printing at 1.2 millimeter. Yeah, theoretically, I can make it to Santa Fe. It's only 60 miles away, and there's a Nissan dealership there where I can charge up. So I should be able to drive to Santa Fe, charge up at the Nissan dealership, drive around a little bit, and make it home. But do my test print first to confirm whether it is a slicer issue or a mechanical issue. It depends on the charger. Anywhere from 40 hours on a 110 volt outlet to 45 minutes on a Chatamo charger. Oh yeah, we still got 20% of the print left, so we'll probably call it quits when this print's done. I gotta make dinner. Wow. See, that's another reason I picked here. No tornadoes, no hurricanes, no sandstorms, no earthquakes, no floods. Although I would still like to put a rocket through a tornado. This has the equivalent of the 1.1.5 upgrade board in it. So if you get an Ender 3 with the 1.1.5 silent driver board, you basically have this without the screen. Otherwise, no difference. We're going to spaghetti tonight. I got some pasta, some sauces, some ground beef. Yes, I'm in New Mexico. Up in the mountains. I'm in Edgewood. Georgia, very humid. There's also no property taxes on cars. There's also no yearly inspection. The property taxes on your house are really low. Yeah, that's many of the reasons why I chose here. With a rocket, my size rocket, probably not. But I think the rocket would survive it as long as it didn't impact any of the debris inside the tornado. But I'd like to put a high-speed camera on a rocket and just, 600 miles an hour, punch through a tornado just to see what happens. On the video, I'd like to see what happens. We went to the Huntsville, Alabama. We went to was it 25, I think it's 30th anniversary Star Trek convention they had here, the real big one they had in Huntsville, Alabama years ago. We went to that. It was pretty cool. I didn't get to greet them, but I got to see all the original stars from the original Star Trek series. A lot of them are dead now. Calhoun, whatever it was, the guy who played Scotty, he's dead. DeForest Kelly, I think he's dead now. Spock, he's dead now. Yeah, Kirk's still kicking. Tried to get into it, what? Wow. Yeah, tornadoes is the kind of thing I want to see, but don't want to be too close to. I don't mind. Science fiction is good. One of my favorite aspects of Star Trek, the original Gene Roddenberry Star Trek, when they cast Jean-Luc Picard, when they cast Patrick Stewart as Jean-Luc Picard, people were in an uproar because he had male pattern baldness. And I remember one of the reporters said that, are you telling us that by the 24th century we haven't cured male pattern baldness? And Gene Roddenberry had that perfect reply to just put that reporter in their place. He says, no, I'm telling you by the 24th century, no one cares. That was great. That was just awesome. Yeah, I like Star Trek. I like Star Wars too. I like pretty much any sci-fi. I'm a what do you call it? A glutton for sci-fi. I love sci-fi. I prefer hard sci-fi. I really love like really hard sci-fi. Um, yes, the Orville is fantastic. See, I liked Farscape, amazing. Watch your frelling language on my channel. Zan was my favorite. I love Zan. Sometimes. The Orville is absolutely out of this world. They're doing such a good job on it. Lex was freakishly weird, but still good. I've got these all downloaded on my drives. And I like Doctor Who. Don't watch it as often. A little harder for me to get, here in the U.S. But yeah, I pretty much there's not much sci-fi that I don't like. But my favorites now are the Orville and the Expanse, and a lot of people don't like it. But the new Star Trek, what's it called? I don't remember what the name of it is. The new Star Trek, Giorgio and the other one. I love it. I think the new Star Trek is great. I think they're doing a great job. I don't know why people don't like it. I think it's fantastic. And I think the Orville is fantastic. I think the Expanse is fantastic. God, I am so happy Amazon saved the Expanse. Hey, Freya, are you having fun? Discovery. That's it. Star Trek Discovery. I love Star Trek Discovery. I think it's fantastic. I think they're doing a wonderful job. I love it. It's wonderful. I'm so glad to see good Star Trek back, and yet so many people hate it. I don't get it. It's fantastic Star Trek. Shut up and enjoy it. Is Freya having fun watching my channel? Oh, I don't even pay attention. I miss SG1. I was so bummed when they canceled Stargate Universe and they canceled it on such a nasty cliffhanger. I was really liking it. It was, but then again, I love Stargate, so I'll take any Stargate. I know what they did wrong on Stargate. I know why. Well, actually, do you know why? Do you guys know why Stargate failed? Why it disappeared? Thank you. Discovery is fantastic. Watch it. You'll like it. I love Discovery. I think it was fantastic. I liked Enterprise. I loved Voyager. I loved Deep Space Nine. I liked them all. But do you know why Stargate went splat? Because the company was sold. The company that owned Stargate was in the process of bankruptcy and being sold, and it got mismanaged during that changeover in ownership, and they just didn't do anything with it. That's why. It wasn't because of bad ratings or anything like that. It was just because of bad timing when the company got sold and bought. But do you know what the failing of Stargate was? Where they screwed up? They made humans into gods. I mean, think about it. They made mankind so powerful, they had to create the Ori to be an opponent, and we beat them too. They made us too strong. They couldn't write any viable storyline after that because we had too much tech. We were too good. What's Sirius Orion and Sirius B? I've never heard of them. I went to the Star Trek. I still have my jacket. When I went to the Star, I think it was it in the Luxor? I think it was in the Luxor. I don't remember which one it was in. Lex is a very weird kind of soft porn fetish sci-fi weirdness. Lex was very... Woo! Lex was out there, but it was good. I don't remember where it was, but the first year it opened, I used to go to Vegas every year. Every year. It cost next to nothing. I go to CES every year. My dad went to the AVN, the Adult Video Network show, and I went to CES. And like $400. Yeah, Enterprise, I think, again, Enterprise was great. I had no problem with Enterprise. People complained, well, Kirk didn't have this technology. Well, Kirk was written in the 1960s. We already have better technology than Kirk had, except for phasers and warp drive. All right, so of course they got to update it. You got to play a little bit of revisionist timeline here. Just go with it. Enjoy the sci-fi. Well, at CES, it was so cheap to go there. I stayed at the what's the castle one? I stayed at the MGM Grand. I think I paid $35 a night. I stayed at the what's the Castle Hotel in Vegas? I forget the name of it. The one with the castle with the red and blue parapets on the top. It's all designed like a castle. But I stayed there for like $45 a night. It was Excalibur. That's it. My worst was the MGM Grand. I hated the MGM Grand. The Vegas is very dry, and I have dry skin, so I'm susceptible to static electricity. And my fucking door to my room electrocuted me every time I went back to my room every night. Like, I kid you not, I'd come back to the room with the key, and I'd be like shaking. I'm like, just do it, zap! And I'm talking about it was like getting hit with a Zap Nicotel. I mean, the electric discharge was so strong that I could see the actual spark of electricity jump from the goddamn door to my freaking hand every time I put the key in. Oh, it's like I got like the shakes, dreaded putting the key in that room every time I came back to the hotel room. But it was a beautiful hotel. But then everything changed, and Vegas stopped being cheap. Airfare got crazy. It used to be like $200 for a round trip flight to Vegas, and eating there cost nothing. I mean, any buffet was $6.99, $7.99. They had prime rib, everything. And so for like you know, $500 less, $400. You can get airfare and hotel and meals for like a 4-day stay in Vegas. It was so cheap. But now, you can't touch that. Now they have that daily resort fee. So sure, the hotel's $25 a night, but then it's $45 a day for the resort fee. So it's really $70 a night. And but what are you gonna do? I never stayed in New York, New York. But I did the old Western one I stayed in, the Excalibur I stayed in, the MGM Grand I stayed in, the Orient Express, whatever is that Oriental one up there. We never did get to stay at the Rio. That would have been cool. That's a beautiful building. The world explodes? Nah. We're going to quit it when this reaches 100%. So when that print finishes and I show you guys what it looks like, then we'll quit. Because that'll be done in... Actually, this has been going for 3 hours and 14 minutes. Wow. I would say either skip the U30 and get either the Tarantula Pro or the U30 Pro. Personally, I like the looks of the Tarantula Pro. I think it looks badass. It's a cool looking machine. Prints very nicely. But I would take this LCD screen over that. So I would go with this. If I had to pick, just because of this LCD screen. TiVo, if you want the crown back, just put one of these on your printer. If the TiVo Tarantula Pro had this, I would pick that. But it doesn't. This does. Oh, I've done 8, 9, 10-hour broadcasts before. As long as people are still interested, 156 people. So as long as people are still interested, we'll go. I'm game for it. I did not ask you to do that. I want you to be there. There we go. I don't know. This is one of the stock files that came with the printer, so I don't know what it's set to. It looks to me like between 50 and 60 millimeters per second. A little bit. Yeah, I'm reaching 8 hours, 9 hours is pushing my stamina a little bit. You guys want to look outside again? I figure we got Europe on the line now, so I can show you guys around one more time while this is printing. Gotta put shoes on. Okay. So switch you guys to front camera. So this is the living room. I've still got stuff that I've taken out of the pickup truck that I haven't even unpacked yet. Just time. Got to make the house livable in a month. My internet stuff. So I started getting these racks from Walmart, which are fantastic, by the way. Well, fantastic for me because now I have storage space because I got a lot of canned goods to bring in. But what sold me on this house is the kitchen. Beautiful kitchen. I really, really love this kitchen. Right now I got an induction cooktop and a griddle to cook with since that's not hooked up to anything. Got a nice fridge. Real nice. My buddy Mike here in Albuquerque gave me a washer and dryer. He is freaking awesome. Thank you very much. Saved me $500. My bedroom. Talk about a killer score. These are Natuzzi leather chairs. Overstuffed, oversized chairs. I got 2 of them for $250. They're $1,400 a piece new. Hell yes. Just that's the screen you guys usually see behind me when I was printing in Pennsylvania. I got that dresser for free. Yeah. What I'm hoping to do eventually is this has got a gigantic closet. So what I want to do is I want to put the door here and make this the closet, and then get rid of all this, open it up. Master bath, getting rid of the tub. I don't need it. Eventually, I can't do it now, probably not even in the next year, but I'd like to move the shower from there to there, put the sink here, get rid of this cabinet, put a wall here, so this will be my bathroom. I do not need a bathroom that is bigger than my sister's bedroom. I just don't need that much space for a bathroom. But that's where I got the east camera sticking out the window there. And I got a new shower head finally. Got a nice Moen shower head. $60 on Amazon. Had to replace every single fixture in the entire house because they all use the old gray line, so it's all PEX now. He replumbed the whole place for me. Let's go out the back door. Here's the utility. Got a little storage here. Yeah, sun's going down, so you're gonna get blasted right there. But there's my backyard. My backyard goes, you can see that chain link fence right there. My backyard goes to there. So my backyard goes back another 200 feet at least. This is the trailer that came out with me. Spare tire for the bus. You see I got to get all the skirting replaced. And there's the bus. It made the damn trip for me. You can see all my canned goods right there. There's probably 800 cans of food there. And that bus is filled to the top all the way. So here's the plug for the electric car. Got these fans for $45 at Walmart. They're great because the only air conditioner I have is here. And so this draws the cool air from this room and draws it into the bedroom. Same thing on the other end of the house. It's supposed to be quiet. Quiet's at 5. But even on the lowest setting, this is noisier than my other fan, which is kind of annoying since the $45. That's still printing good. I scored this for $30. It's a coat rack. So this will mount on the wall like that, so I can have a coat hat rack in the wintertime. I thought that was really nice. $45,000. Here's the third bedroom. Eventually this will all be out of here and this will actually remain a bedroom. And she's decent. So, sister's bedroom. And we have confirmed she is not the Nazi punk. You know, fuck off Tom. He's the Nazi punk. What's behind the door? Here's the other bathroom. We finally got this fixed, so we can now flush the toilet and get a shower in here. I got her the same Moen shower head I got, so she'll have the same nice shower head. Here's the furnace, which I got to get converted to natural gas if I can get tied into natural gas. The front door I brought with me from Pennsylvania and broke 30 seconds after getting here. I dropped it, shattered the glass, so I had to order new glass. Because of the way shipping works, it was $260 for 2, $300 for 3. So I bought 3, which actually ends up being a really good thing because that one is going to go in the back door, so I can have a light source there and a way to see out without opening the back door. And that one, the third one, is going to go in the door for my workshop when I get that installed. So that's going to work perfectly. I got blinds on all the windows, $140. I got all the blinds done. I couldn't believe it was that cheap. I was really surprised. Still have no idea what this switch does. That's light. That's fan. This is outside light. One of these is outside light, and the other one, I don't know. There is an outlet out front. Maybe it controls that outlet. I actually don't use a key for my door, so this is just a passive doorknob, and this does not use a key, only a code. If the battery runs dead, you pop this off and you can put a 9-volt battery on there. But this way, you know, the only way you're getting in my house is to kick the door down. But now I got a nice window on there. Got my steps. Yes, of course. Well, the house was a wreck and needed a lot of work. But I also got these nice little solar lights for the steps, which is really cool. Oh, check out what else I got. Can you see it? Yeah, there it is. See it? I got a Pinion road sign. Lady had it for sale for 20 bucks. Yeah, I grabbed that. This is my front yard. It goes all the way out to the street out there. So, and then this is the circle driveway. So I tell all my deliveries, you can use the circle driveway so they can pull in here, stop here, deliver, and then pull out. And out here, my little solar lights actually work. Yep, I got that from Harbor Freight. They had 2 left on clearance. I asked them, can I swap parts? Like, no. I was like, no, from one to the other, because both of them had a straight right wheel and a bent left wheel. So they gave me the right wheel from the other one so I could have one with 2 straight wheels. Nice hand truck. This is the extent of the trees pretty much. You got these little pine trees. Those are mine. I don't know. Yeah, those are on my side, so they're mine. And then these pinon trees. That's what these things are. And I redid the front here. Need to check this out. It's very easy to blow by my entrance without realizing it. I don't know if the Wi-Fi goes all the way out here. About to find out. But I painted those white and I put the numbers on them. So now coming from either direction, you can see the house number, and those are solar powered streetlights. They turn on dim all night, and when motion is detected, they get real bright, and this whole area lights up really bright. So when you pull into my driveway, you can see where you're going. Later on, when I have the money, I'm going to add another set to this post and this post to really brighten things up. And probably eventually put another set of posts here so I can make this real bright. Danger, Will Robinson, danger! Then if you come this way, this path goes to the back of the house. This is how I got the bus in here. I bought the bus in through that. Came in here and brought the bus back here. I was worried about tipping the bus when I went over this slightly uneven ground, but I just was paranoid. And this is where I keep the pickup truck and minivan. I hope to eventually put a carport over here so that this and the spot where I parked the electric car is undercover. Because the only danger you have out here is that sun destroys everything. But my property is from that fence to halfway through the field over there. So if you see out there that clothesline thing out there, my property line goes a little bit further than that. So really big chunk of land. Once I get the skirts taken care of, this front will actually look pretty nice. Eventually I'll reattach some kind of a canopy to that. There used to be a little deck here that was covered, but it fell apart, so they tore it down. I assume that goes to the furnace. Bathroom vent. Yep, because there's the bathroom vent down there. And I don't know what the little square ones are. There's on both sides. I don't know what they are. Got a little solar number sign there. These lights are always on. They're sensor. So at night they turn on, and at day they turn off. They only consume 6 watts, so I just let them run. There's a little rack for my car. Hey, iAuthority, welcome. Well, I'm hoping to have something that'll cover this whole area. Get rid of this one tree or just go around it. But have this area where this car is covered and those 2 cars covered. But that's later. That's less important. Where I have them parked shields them from a lot of the sunlight. And more important is to get the back covered. Actually, I'll go show you that. This is the plan that I have. If I can manage it financially. We shall see. Hey, 3D Medic. I'm going to Earth, man. Country 3D saved my butt. I'm going to Baltimore so he can give me a ride to and from the airport. And I'm staying with him at the hotel, which means I can afford it. The only thing that skitters me out is a couple of these supports. See, the only thing holding this house up are these stacks of cinder blocks. And a couple of them have fallen over. I don't know how important that is. That kind of worries me. Yes. The plan is 20 feet from the house. So about the edge of the bus right here. Here's the rest of the land. So from about here out will be space. And then here, I build the workshop, 30 by 30 workshop right here. I have them fill that with concrete and also put me a concrete pad here, 20 by 30. And then put a canopy over this so that the space between the house and the workshop will have a canopy over it and be covered. And then the bus will park right here where the trailer is along this, like this. And the bus will be almost as high as the canopy, which means I will have a shaded area 20 by 30 feet where the sun cannot get in except when the sun is setting. So that'll be really nice shade because the house will block it from that way, the shop will block it from this way, and the bus will be here blocking it from this way. So I'll have a really nice shady spot out here where I can do everything I want outdoors instead of being cooped up inside all day. Do all my cooking out here. When I get natural gas run, I'm going to have them run me a gas line right here so I can plug in my grill. I had to leave the grill at home, so I'll have to get another one here. That sucks. I paid for that and I had to leave it there. I want to get rid of the swamp cooler. Yes, this is New Mexico. Wait, what was that message? What's extremely important? Okay, so I should worry about that because this one came down, or it's coming down. There's no weight on it. The building's not actually sitting on top of it. And there's one up front that came down. So that is something I'm going to want to look at. Okay. Oh, One Bad Marine, you're the one. No, Country's the one I told. One Bad Marine is the one who's let me share the room with him. Replace and level trailer. Yeah, I wish I could replace because I would love to replace. Actually, if I had $80,000, I could replace this. I could buy a beautiful 2,000 square foot, double wide, a repo or a display model for like $70,000 to $80,000. I mean, imagine a 2,000 square home for $80,000. I don't got that kind of money. So jack it up a little bit so that the wood gets compressed a little bit when I put it under there. Good. Okay. That I should be able to do. I can get a 20-ton bottle jack and just a little bit, stick the wood in there, get it stabilized. And because I only have to lift a little bit just to get a little wedge in there so that the blocks are actually taking weight. Here's the steps I got from Scrap Farm in New Jersey. So these are what allow me to get in and out of the bus. Theoretically, I could build on my land. So that's what we're going to talk about tomorrow is the cost to put the 30 by 30 workshop here. I thought I could build 200 square foot. I thought I could build 200 square foot without a permit, but they've since changed that 2 years ago. It's 120 square foot now. That sucks. See, 20 square foot's actually useful. That's 10 by 20. I could probably get away with it if I keep it back here. Like, who's going to notice, really? You know what I mean? Especially if it's out of sight. But the nice thing is, I have this pretty much unobstructed south view. So there's the setting sun. So I have a pretty much unobstructed south view where I can put solar panels. Oh yeah. Well, something like a shed they might not notice. They're pretty lax about that kind of thing around here from what I understand. Especially if I start building 120 square foot sheds and just bolt them together. Well, that would be 2 years from now. That Dob isn't going to be around right now. Exactly. And then just take down both doors so it's a walkway between them. I can start building a little extra space, 120 square foot at a time. Technically legal. At least for storage. Or just wait until I get a good deal on a shipping Connex container, pay the permit fee, and drop a shipping container down. That'd be the easiest, especially since I can actually lock that. Yeah, there's always people like that. What are you going to do? Look at that sky. Look at that sunset. I mean, look at that. Let me try to get it. There you go. Look at that view. Every night. Now the sky is almost cloudless. And it feels beautiful out here. It can't be over 80 degrees and like no humidity. It feels good. Here's some of the printers. I believe that's Artillery Sidewinder. Order 4, very good printer by the way. And I think that's Tivo Neuros. I think I have to replace the main board now. I think I fried it. My fault, not their fault. And on the other printers are in the middle here, and then Flash Forge, stuff like that. And I think that's my gun. I think my 22 pistols right there. These are the crates that contain all the filament. You can see these bottom 2 crates, they're the size of pallets, and they're filled with filament. I have 700 rolls of filament. I didn't realize I had so much until I actually had to move them. That's insane. That's batshit insane to have that much filament. I got that cap for the pickup truck for free. That was really nice. I think that's actually what damaged my arm. I had to pick that up and put it on the pick twice. I had to pick mine up and take it off because I had that short tonal cap on my pickup truck. And I went to get one like that, and it didn't fit. It was too big. And then I found this one in Allentown for free. So I went and grabbed that, and that allowed me to fit a lot more stuff in the pickup truck. We did all the piping underneath. It's all been replaced. Hopefully insulated well enough. There's another one of my spare cameras. Right there. That's so I can keep an eye on the entrance to the bus. So if anybody messes with it, I'll get a motion detect and go from there. The Artillery Sidewinder X1 is a must-buy. That thing is a monster. It's a beast. It's direct drive, and it's built like a brick shit house. Yep, those are all Wise cameras. And there's my outdoor one. You can see it right there above the door. So that's got that little silicone boot on it. There's the steps the guy put in for me. I was going to put solar lights on this, but then I realized it wouldn't matter because it's going to be under shade. Although they might get enough light even under shade. Yeah, that's the hot water heater. It's all insulated. We've packed it with insulation, and we put insulation on the door as well. Here, I'll show you. I gotta get a proper lock for this so people don't mess with it. Well, I have a 9mm in the house. So there's the new water heater. By cutting away just a little bit, he was able to fit a 50-gallon water heater in there. So I got the water heater, and that's all insulated. I want to eventually replace this with something that has the same kind of siding on it so it doesn't look so janky. You know, I would prefer not to have janky. This window needs to be replaced. It's these weird storm window kind of thing. You can see here. It's 2 pieces. So you have this outside window and this inside window. And it's actually 2 separate window units. Well, the bottom one only has the inside one, and it's not sitting properly on track. You can see it fell off again. And it doesn't have the outside one. And this is your storm flap. So this is what keeps your water from coming up inside when rain drives into this. So because there's no window here to actually sit on this rail, the water comes in here and it's destroyed this wall down here. So I gotta do some repairs on this wall and do something with this window. For now, I'm gonna plastic seal it because I need to do that for insulation purposes anyway. And but yeah, weird, wacky windows. I don't like them. They're hard to open. They're weird. Yeah, I mean, it's livable, and I own it, so I don't have to worry about that anymore. And I was trying to find a Comcast connection. All this wire, this is all for an old defunct satellite dish that's up there. So, yeah. Oh, I didn't show you guys Groot. Yeah, kind of like a bus window, but not as sturdy. The bus windows are way sturdier. There we go. There's a screenie for you guys. That's my Groot. He survived let me switch cameras here. He survived the trip out here with no problem. No issues, no warping, no nothing. CA held without giving. The PLA held without giving. That's incredible. There's just a single bolt going through his head there. The washer, and that bolt goes inside the hood of the bus. So one thing I didn't think of that someone told me about, I should have thought of it. I should have removed this and put a Decepticon logo there. Only one person ever figured out what the point of the mice were. Any of you guys know why I got the 2 mice for the corners? Anybody figured that out yet? Little pro tip. The mice belong up there on that corner and that corner. Does that help? No, these are friendly mice. My Neighbor Totoro. Cat bus. The cat bus has a little mouse light in the corners of the bus. Actually, I think I have the keys on me. Do I? No, I don't. They're inside. But look up cat bus from My Neighbor Totoro. If you haven't seen My Neighbor Totoro, get it. What? Sidewinder X1 for $160? Buy that shit. Where? Yeah, he was there all the way from Pennsylvania to here. Where do you get a Sidewinder X1 for $160? If I had the money, I'd buy another one for $160. Just tell me where, and I'll make sure you guys use my link down below to buy it. Oh my God, that's a good deal. I can't spend that kind of money. I wish I could. I want another one bad, but I can't do that. No, I didn't crash. Oh, you mean my Mad Max scar right there? Yeah, that was from the remnants of a concrete baluster for where a payphone used to be. Yep, at my porn shop, I ran into it. Because some asswipe painted the goddamn baluster green. Even as I watched it make that dent, I couldn't see it until I stepped out of the bus. Then I could see it. It's like, why would you paint that green? So, no, my big goober was when I ran over a curb and popped that tire. Yeah, that was annoying. And then AAA told me to go pound sand. How nice of them. Yeah. But, yeah, get this all leveled off a bit. Put a big concrete pad here so that I can have a nice place outdoors. Yeah. Seriously, $160 for an X1. Just tell people what site to go to and use my link. That is a great freaking deal. I'm seriously tempted to put that on a credit card. That's how good a deal that is. The X1 is a monster. I hope that doesn't mean they're going out of business. Because that's a truly remarkable price for that kind of printer. Hey, we're getting there. We are at 95%, so we'll be done shortly. That too. I know they're changing the name because they had a problem with customs because of the artillery name. Hey, the light stays good even as the sun sets. I do think I need a little bit more light in here, though. Because you're starting to get a hot spot from this point source light here. Yeah, but $160 for a Sidewinder X1. It is a monster of a machine. The rails are all 40-40, 20-60. The thing is an absolute beast. If you want a CR10 clone that one-ups the CR10, get an X1. And it's direct drive. No boating. Direct drive. Nice machine. Really nice machine. All my printers are in the bus. Well, 3 of them are in the minivan. The two Ender 5s and the Lisa are in the minivan, the ones that I brought to Murph. Obviously the U30 Pro is here, and the Soval SV01 is right there. That got shipped afterwards. It actually arrived here at the house. And everything else in the bus, as I'm able to. Now, printers that I want to have access to right away, I have either at the front or the back of the bus so I can get to them quicker. Like you saw those printers I have at the corner there, so I can get to those printers faster. The Prusa and the Matter Hackers all towards the back so I can get easy access to them. The rest of the printers are going to take me a while to get access to. The U30 Pro was shipped just before I left Pennsylvania. You cannot compare the U30 Pro to the Artillery S1 because this is an i3 size printer, and the S1, or the X1, is a 334 size printer. It's like trying to compare an Ender 3 to a CR10. It's not a valid comparison. Yeah, I would like that link for that $160. Is it a legit source or is it a fishy source? Because there are some scam sources. You gotta be careful. They're $400 on here. Oh, what's the deal with that? Yeah, the $160 price on eBay is for 10 kilograms of filament, not for an X1. The X1 is $549 on that listing. Yeah, prices I'm seeing are $400. Because I really would buy one for $160. That's such a small amount of money for such a nice printer. Yeah, going price is $399 on eBay. There's one listing that says $159 to $549, but when you pick the option that actually gives you the $159 price, it's for 10 pieces of green 3D printer filament. So it's probably 10 1-kilogram rolls. Not a bad deal, $16 a roll. It's not horrible, but it's also not an X1. That phone, yes. This phone, no. No problem. I strive to keep my critters happy. Yeah, that one time that GearBest gave me a coupon code for the CR10S for $221. Now this is when they were, $450, $500. So of course I bought one, and then I shared the coupon code for the 9 that were left. I still have that CR10S brand new in the box on the bus. Probably that for under $1 million. I would probably get 2 printers. I'd get that new large size Formlabs printer, the new extra large Formlabs printer, and get one of those FunMat HTs to be able to print and peak. Yeah. Direct drive gives you more control over filament, so shorter retractions, less oozing, less stringing, because you're controlling the filament directly at the extruder instead of the little bit of play you get running through a Bowden tube. Thank you, Industry. At that price, yeah, that's why I was limited to 10. Yeah, the X1's not 160. I wish it was. That would be a ridiculous deal. Seriously though, $400 for the X1 is not a bad deal. It is a seriously well-made printer. Wow. Not bad. That's $3.50 a kilogram. Hell yeah. I just showed you guys my room. Yeah, this is almost done. 98%. We're just about there. Yeah. I guess you didn't see the tour where I showed you the fully packed bus, right? Like I said, it's going to take about a year for me to unpack everything. Yeah, 6 months to a year. Yeah. I might get the bus unpacked faster than that if I can get some help once I have storage. But yeah, it's going to take a while. It took me 6 months to load everything, and that was with help. Now I have to unload it all without help. Yeah, that's going to take a while. Yeah, it's not cheap, but it's cheaper than machine shop prices. Yeah, that's definitely rich territory. Business territory, really. Yeah. Almost there. Just got to print the little tips of the ears and the little top of the head. But yeah, if you have a need for a portable power supply, those things are amazing. These things right here. They're, for the price, you can't beat them. Temperature, it's pretty cool outside. It cooled down quick tonight. Currently 77 degrees and 32% humidity. Real feel is 74. No, I don't miss PA at all. This is so much prettier than Pennsylvania, at least where I live. Now, up in the mountains in PA is beautiful. It really is beautiful. When I went up to Allentown to get the cap for the pickup truck, it reminded me how beautiful Pennsylvania is. But what I do miss is my access to cheap food. I do miss that. For me, yes, I could walk to anything around here. Pretty much everything is within a mile of here. Walmart is 0.8 miles that way. 1.5 miles that way is Dollar Tree. 3/4 of a mile is Dairy Queen, gift shop, and a Smith's, which is grocery store, local grocery chain. And then right across the street from that, there's a Sonic and a McDonald's and a Walgreens, AutoZone, O'Reilly's, all within 0.75 to 1.5 miles, which is something I could do. I could walk that if I had to. I wouldn't. What's the point? Dirt roads. I don't want to do that. But I could. She could not. eBay allows that intentionally. What I don't like is when they display the lowest price, but show the picture for the highest price. That's what I don't like. There is no Wawa. My Wawa is going to probably be right here. Or actually probably right there in front of that window. I'm going to find myself a little tea cart and I'm going to set up my little Wawa right there. Because I got enough Wawa honey and Wawa tea bags to last me 6 to 10 years. Unless I go crazy, then maybe 2 years. Although my buddy at home, he's going to collect Wawa tea bags for me, and every now and then he's going to fill a flat rate box and send it out to me. Nah, I'm gonna have to run in the water. Oh, it is starting to thaw a little bit. A little bit. It's one of the reasons I pack it this thin, because it'll thaw faster. We are almost done. The tip of one ear is left. 99%. No, it was for another product they used to push their object up in the listings for low price. A little scammy. Rectilinear. I don't know. I think rectilinear is this way, then this way, while the other one, not rectilinear, is both ways every time. Oh, it's not a surprise. We've been going for 8 hours and 15 minutes. Okay, not an easy to remove raft. Oh, it's still a little warm. Oh, that's not too bad, I guess. It is pretty hard to get it off. Rafts usually come off easier than this. It's not too horrible. Just don't want to cut myself. That would suck. Yeah, not a good raft. Probably a Cura raft. But the print quality is not bad. I see a little extrusion inconsistency. I think that's their slice because my Marvin came out perfect. But yeah, he's pretty. The default prints that came with the printer use a raft, so I couldn't change that. But yeah, nice print. I would do better if I sliced it. I could definitely tell it was sliced with Cura because you get those little extrusion inconsistencies every now and then. That's a Cura thing. I've never figured out how to completely get rid of that with Cura. I love the glitter in this filament. That's nice. But now I have my little owls again because I left my other owls at home. So I might just put this one on top of the post outside so people can see the friendly little owls when they come in. So. Well, I'm going to make dinner. And One Bad Marine, thank you very much for saving my butt. I really wanted to go to Earth. I have a feeling this is going to be a very, very good Earth. I'm going to go back to doing a live stream every Wednesday like I did before. Now that I'm moved and I have infrastructure here, unless something crazy happens, every Wednesday. Yeah, I mean, people say this and this is catching up, this and this is better, but you know something? Simplify 3D goddamn works every single time. I get consistent, reliable results that I can predict and modify every time. I just like Simplify 3D. I mean, eventually they're going to have to pull their head out of their ass about some of their practices, or Prusa, Slicer, and Cura are going to destroy them. Although I still have to try that one. What's that free one that works like, not Craftware. Somebody told me about the other free one that works like Simplify 3D. I'm probably going to bring my Murph Maker coins and give them out because I have a whole box of them. Not Matter Hackers. Not Craftware. What's that other one that's it's free and it works like Simplify 3D? People say it's very similar to Simplify 3D. Everybody kept telling me to try it out. I downloaded it, but I don't remember what the name is. If I see the name, I'll know it. Idea Maker. That's it. Idea Maker. Yeah, Idea Maker. And I still use Photoshop 7. It's my favorite version of Photoshop. And yeah, That's nice. I'll post some Twitter pictures of these tonight. Maybe I'll bring like a small bag of prints with me to Earth, see if I can get a little table. Just so I can have a presence there where I can put out business cards and stuff like that. How happy are you right now? 1 to 10, 12. I guess 11 is the proper answer. Turn it up to 11. I mean, there's still hurdles I have to get through, both monetary and livability wise, but they don't seem insurmountable now. At home, it was just darkness at the end of that tunnel. There was no light. It was grind away while looking at the darkness at the end of the tunnel and hoping a spark would light at some point. Well, now there's a giant fire there at the end of that tunnel, and it looks like I can reach it. So I'm hopeful. As long as our health holds out, I think we're okay. I really think I got a fair shot. Even if this venture here with YouTube fails, and I cannot make a living at it, and I have to cut back how much of it I do, I'll still do it, of course. I can go get a job locally at $12 an hour and still be better off than I was at home. So I think I got a shot. I think I have a real shot at success out here. Yeah, beautiful mountain sunset. Not as beautiful as Arizona sunsets. The Arizona sunsets were out of this world, but pretty damn nice. So, all right, that's it for the stream tonight. If you guys want to support me on a continuing basis, I have a Patreon account below. If you support $2 and up, I get most of it because that 40-cent fee is fixed per. PayPal, of course, is better than YouTube since YouTube takes 30%. PayPal only takes the 3 or 4% that the merchant charges typically. Also, obviously, if you use my affiliate links, my primary income source is Amazon. I have an Amazon page down below. That's my store. Oh, it glitched again. You're allowed to save that. It's perfectly okay. Just do not bookmark any of the special links. You're not allowed to bookmark those. But my Amazon.com/shop/Nerisse, you can bookmark that. Once you go there, you don't have to buy anything on there. If you go there and then visit somewhere else on Amazon and buy whatever, I still get credit. Same with the Walmart link, the GearBest link, the Protopasta link, the Banggood link, wherever you happen to shop. If you just click my link first, I get a credit. And that's how I make my money. And I get to keep doing this awesome stuff with you guys. So hopefully I'll get better light in here for next Wednesday. I got a couple more of these lights. I just got to hang them up to get a little better light. Daytime seems not to be a problem, but now I'm starting to get the shadow from the point source light. And go from there. Yes, down below I have a Creality link, although I do have to make a new one. Actually, I think I did make a new one. Hang on. I saved it, I think. Yeah, I made a special link for Creality. Here we go. Yes, go to bit.ly/CrealityNerisse. Matter of fact, let me edit the video right now. And that doesn't quite work. View on watch page. I forgot Creality just changed to a new site, so I have a new Creality link that I have to add. I'm starting to use the custom links from Bitly. So shop Creality, there it is. And paste. So it's bit.ly/CrealityNerisse. And that'll take you to my Creality page, and I just updated the description to include that. So you will have to refresh in order to see that link. You live in Arizona? Cool. That's not too far from here. Probably next spring we're going to take a trip to the Grand Canyon. My sister hasn't seen the Grand Canyon since we were little children, so if we're not doing too bad and I can afford it, because it won't be that expensive. It's only like 8 hours away, if that. Straight up 40 goes right through Flagstaff, and we're gonna take a visit to the Grand Canyon I just think that would be fun. You know, maybe if I can get away with it, I'll chuck a Maker coin into the Grand Canyon and see if anybody ever finds it. But that's it. You guys have a great night. Thank you so much for the extremely generous donations tonight. And make sure there's nobody else. Nope. I'll make sure to give people the credit they're due. And you guys have a great night. I appreciate it. Thanks to those who donated today, and welcome to my 2 new patrons who signed on tonight. I appreciate it. Let's see this button.